Hi everyone, we hope you're doing well. We're hanging in there though honestly, we haven't been getting much sleep lately. Today, we want to answer a question we get a lot: how do we publish our audiobooks? First, we post most audiobooks on Patreon as paid content. They stay paid for a few months. After that, they become free to listen to on Patreon forever. A few weeks later, we post them on other places like YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter, X. Lately, things have been a bit slow in terms of new members. So we'd love your help. Please share our site with your friends or in places like Facebook groups, Twitter, X, Discord, Reddit, or novel forums. Even one share can really help us grow. Thanks so much for your support, but Xiaofu wouldn't give them even 5 minutes. The area where they stood was completely covered by ghostly chi, and the 100 ghost illusionists created a gap within the domain to allow soldiers to go in and pull the Vietnamese indigenous residents out. Xiaofu had wanted to lure them further ahead to make killing them as easy and safe as possible. However, the captain had noticed that something was wrong, forcing Xiaofu to act immediately. Because the dark ghost world was a large-scale illusion that affected both friend and foe alike, anyone within the area would fall into the illusion. Xiaofu's soldiers couldn't go in to kill the city guards, or they would also fall into the illusion. As such, Xiaofu's soldiers brought out ballistae, and the archers took out their bows. On Xiaofu's command, ballistae bolts and arrows, which were gathered densely like raindrops, shot into the ghostly chi, immediately resulting in pained screams. 5 or 6 minutes later, Xiaofu asked one of the 100 ghost illusionists, "What's the situation like inside?" The 100 ghost illusionist used one of the special skills of the profession, causing his eyes to become gray like a ghost's eyes. This skill allowed him to see the scene within the illusion. "Your Majesty, everyone within the illusion has been killed," the soldier reported. When he heard this, Xiaofu ordered the 100 ghost illusionists to dispel the dark ghost world, and he looked at the corpses on the ground. These people all had terrified expressions on their faces, and their bodies were covered with arrows and bolts. When he saw these corpses, Xiaofu smiled because they would provide him with another 300 Stage 1 soldiers. If it wasn't for the fact that the circumstances were quite special, Xiaofu wouldn't dare to kill city guards like this. Right now, Great Qin couldn't afford to offend system main cities. However, Xiaofu didn't have to fear anything because of how chaotic this border region was. It was impossible to trace this to him and Great Qin. Rather, the wrath of the Vietnamese main cities would be directed at the Chinese main cities. Xiaofu even specifically left some items that looked like they were from the Chinese main cities, drawing the Vietnamese main cities' attention to the Chinese main cities. The more bitterly the two sides fought, the more beneficial it was to Xiaofu. 273 State of War. After killing 300 city guards at Kowtooth City, Xiaofu headed to Paleorum City. By now, Kowtooth City's system faction had noticed that the captain and his soldiers hadn't returned, and the faction went to check on them. They found some traces of blood on the ground and some items that had fallen but no corpses. However, Kowtooth City's city guards felt that something was off. This matter caught the attention of the higher-ups in Kowtooth City. They had never thought that the Chinese side would start to ambush their city guards, and they were completely outraged by this. They knew that without the other side's system factions taking part, the Chinese players wouldn't have suddenly become so powerful as to be able to kill 300 city guards. As such, Kowtooth City became even more hateful towards the Chinese side and told the city guards to be careful so as to prevent such a thing from happening again. After arriving at Paleorum City, he continued to use this method and killed 400 city guards before returning to the Chinese side. "Sir, I saw a group of Vietnamese city guards killing people on our side," a Chinese indigenous resident reported to the city guards as he ran over and breathed raggedly. "What?" The city guard felt quite shocked before asking, "Where? How many people do they have?" The indigenous resident immediately replied, "Sir, they have roughly 100 people and started killing us Chinese people as soon as they saw us. They even cursed and swore at us and the city guards." The city guard was infuriated and reported this matter to his superiors, causing many other city guards to feel enraged. There was already enmity between them, and now that they had came to provoke them, no one could endure such a thing. A Stage 2 general led 500 soldiers and rushed out. However, after reaching the place where the Vietnamese city guards were described to be, they discovered nothing there. The general felt that something was off, but when he turned and looked, the person guiding them had disappeared. The general was given a big shock and he immediately yelled, "Leave." However, it was already too late. Streams of ghostly chi rushed up from the ground and covered them, making it seem like they had been sent into an eerie world. When he saw that the city guards had been caught, Xiaofu didn't hesitate to give the order to attack. Og! Suddenly, a roar sounded out as a figure burst out of the area covered by the ghostly chi. It was that Stage 2 general. The 100 ghost illusionists were only roughly Tier 0 level 7 to Tier 0 level 8, so affecting Stage 1 city guards was already their limit. It was impossible for them to trap someone with a Stage 2 cultivation. As such, the Stage 2 general was able to escape in 5 or 6 seconds. When he saw the crowd of people around him, the general angrily cried out, "Who are you people? Why are you trying to kill people from Freelight City?" Zhao Fu laughed before walking towards the general and saying, "It's useless for you to know because you're going to die with them." The general looked quite shocked and discovered that the person who was walking towards him and giving off such a monstrous aura was actually a player. He simply couldn't understand how a player could be so powerful already. What's more, this person was giving off a dense killing intent, so it seemed that a fight was unavoidable. The general could sense that the person in front of him was incredibly powerful, so he didn't dare to be careless. He exploded out with his full strength as he gripped his spear and arrived before Zhao Fu like a bolt of lightning. Bang! The general stabbed forwards, causing the air to explode as his spear pierced towards Zhao Fu's chest. Seeing the general charge at him, Zhao Fu didn't move, and his expression didn't change. The instant that the general's attack arrived, he drew the sword at his waist and waved it, knocking the general's spear aside before slashing and creating a sharp arc of light. Kai! The general's throat was slashed open, and a large amount of blood gushed out as he powerlessly fell to the ground. In just a single exchange, Zhao Fu had easily dealt with the general. Whether it was his strength or cultivation, Zhao Fu was much more powerful than before. Great Qin's soldiers continuously shot arrows into the area covered by the ghostly chi, and 7 or 8 minutes later, all that was left were corpses filled with arrows. Zhao Fu ordered his people to clear the battlefield before collecting the corpses and leaving behind a few items from the Vietnamese side. He then went towards Saber City. Following this, what had happened here was reported to the higher-ups in Freelight City, resulting in them cursing the Vietnamese side and feeling even more hatred. Zhao Fu continued to use this method at Saber City, killing another 300 city guards. Altogether, they had killed 1,500 city guards today and turned them into blood god pills, instantly providing Zhao Fu with another 1,500 Stage 1 soldiers. At the same time, everything Zhao Fu had done on that day caused all of North Nam to become incredibly tense, making it seem like it could explode at any moment. The players of both sides continued to attack each other and build teleportation channels connecting to the other side. They laid ambushes outside the main cities and would kill any players or indigenous residents who came out. This was to take revenge and get rewards, causing the two sides to become increasingly hateful towards each other. Now, even the real world was paying attention to what had happened in North Nam. If anyone had dared to attack China before, it would have outraged all of the Chinese players, but things were different now. They had simply too many enemies, with Japan, Korea, and the Philippines attacking from the east, India and Thailand attacking from the west, Russia and Mongolia attacking from the south, and Zhao Fu's forces attacking from the north. There were also Vietnamese and Cambodian forces attacking as well. When the chaotic world was unlocked, the chaotic border regions became true battlegrounds where peace simply didn't exist anymore. On the Chinese side in North Nam, a faction called Northwind suddenly rose up. It was said that many of its leaders' cultivations were above Stage 1, and that attracted many players to join. What's more, it had low requirements for entry and treated its members well, so it recruited 40,000 people in a single day. This surprised many of China's factions and made them feel quite wary, who wouldn't be worried upon seeing such a powerful competitor rise up. However, Northwind announced that it would never attack any Chinese people because its enemy was the Vietnamese side, and it appealed to the Chinese side to join together and destroy the Vietnamese side. Over on the Vietnamese side, after developing for a while, the Vietnamese Guard now had 30,000 people. It had become a big faction, and because of its just actions and how kindly it treated people, the Vietnamese Guard was warmly received by all Vietnamese people. The Vietnamese Guard also stood out and appealed to the Vietnamese factions. The Vietnamese Guard said to band together to resist the Chinese side, and it said to no longer allow the Chinese side to bully Vietnamese people. They called for any Vietnamese person who loved his country to resist the Chinese side together. Because of these two factions, two alliances quickly formed. One was Northwind and 10 or so large factions, forming the Vietnam Destroyer Alliance, while the Vietnamese Guard and many other factions formed the China Resistance Alliance. 274 Age of Alliances. The two alliances immediately became the two most powerful factions in North Nam, and even the system factions didn't dare to take them lightly. Each of these factions had over 500,000 people, making them enormous powerhouses. Of course, Northwind was created by Zhao Fu. No one would have expected that the two massive alliances were actually both controlled by Great Qin. The next day, Zhao Fu wanted to continue bringing people to ambush the system main city's soldiers, but he found that each of the system main cities had entered a state of war. Soldiers seriously patrolled about and carefully examined everyone going in and out of the cities. Everyone was treated with great suspicion and distrust, and anyone who was suspicious was detained. It was evident that the main city's defenses were much stricter than before, making it difficult for Zhao Fu to do anything. Since the main cities were being so careful now, if he tried to do anything, it was likely that he would suffer disastrous losses instead. Zhao Fu wanted to use these two massive factions to carry out his plans, and this would cause a massive catastrophe in North Nam. It might even shake the real world, but Zhao Fu had no hesitations about this. First of all, the two factions combined only had 1 million people, while each region had at least 6 million players. This meant that there was still a massive number of people who weren't participating, so he needed to find a way to draw them in. Zhao Fu, acting as the leader of Northwind, sent out invitations to conduct the first Vietnam Destroyer Alliance meeting. None of the factions that received the invitations felt that anything was off, as this was something that was bound to happen. However, some of them wondered who Northwind's leader was to be able to establish such a massive faction in such a short amount of time. The place of the meeting was a large hall that was 500 or so square meters, and it was exquisitely decorated. The ground was covered with red carpet, and there were wooden chairs spaced around the hall. The leaders of the various factions each brought a few bodyguards, and the event seemed like a meeting of heroes. Many of them knew each other and greeted each other as they walked in with smiles on their faces. Even the system factions attached great importance to this meeting and sent a few people to secretly observe. Zhao Fu didn't act all high and mighty, and he waited in the hall from the beginning. Of course, he wore a black cloak to hide his appearance. Seeing Zhao Fu, the various leaders felt a bit surprised but still smiled as they courteously greeted him, and Zhao Fu also politely greeted them back. Finally, the 389 leaders all arrived and were seated within the hall. At first, it was quite noisy as the leaders all chatted with each other. Clap. 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 A few crisp claps sounded out, seeming to carry with them some immense power, causing everyone to freeze and look towards Zhao Fu. Everyone could sense how powerful he was. Facing everyone's gazes, Zhao Fu didn't feel anything at all as he smiled and said, "The meeting will now officially commence. What does everyone think about the future?" Just as he finished speaking, a big man got to his feet and said loudly, "It's obviously to gather our strength and destroy those Vietnamese players. They've dared to provoke us for so long, so they're simply seeking death." A heroic-looking woman also stood up and said, "Exactly. They think that we Chinese players are easy to bully? My husband was ambushed by a few of them and died horribly. After getting back to the real world, he told me that we had to destroy the Vietnamese side no matter what. Big sis, the same happened to my little brother. He was caught by those scum and had his private parts cut off." A sharp-faced young man said angrily, making everyone else resist the urge to chuckle. Most of the people here had enmity with the Vietnamese side, which was why they had joined the Vietnam Destroyer Alliance. Their only goal was to attack the Vietnamese side and take revenge. As such, they started to discuss how to attack. At midnight, the bright moon's moonlight shined on the ground, making it seem as if the ground was covered by a silver blanket. All sorts of animals had already fallen asleep, and because it was already autumn, it was slightly cold. Despite the beauty of the moon, tonight was fated to be a bloody night. Zhao Fu and the other factions' leaders brought 30,000 people in total and went to attack the Vietnamese side under the cover of night. The 30,000 people Zhao Fu led was a terrifying sight, and they were a nightmare for any faction. This massive army's first target was a village with barely 300 people. The noise from 30,000 people was simply too great, and it sent the entire village into high alert. Upon looking out, they saw a flood of soldiers rushing towards them and were unable to defend at all. The small village was annihilated in an instant, but the weakness of the army was quickly revealed. With so many different factions, it was impossible to completely unite these people, and all of them acted in their own interests. As soon as they saw that the village was defenseless, they started to pillage everything of value. Some pillaged equipment, others pillaged items, others pillaged money, and others took villagers. Everything fell into chaos in just an instant, and it was evident that this was just a disorganized mob that didn't have much fighting power. They were essentially only relying on numbers, and seeing this, Zhao Fu inwardly shook his head. However, an army of 30,000 people looked quite imposing and terrifying, and it was like an unstoppable flood that could wipe away anything in its path. No one could defend against such a mighty force. The village was instantly reduced to bubble, and the flood of people continued onwards. No matter how well hidden a village was, it was bound to be found by 30,000 people. The massive flood of people destroyed everything in its path, and cries continuously sounded out as lives were continuously lost. This slaughter continued to 5 or 6 a.m. and only stopped when the sun started to rise. During this operation, they destroyed 168 villages, killed over 50,000 Vietnamese players and indigenous residents, and captured 20,000 or so Vietnamese players and indigenous residents. They obtained countless items and 2.5 million copper coins. As for their casualties, there barely were any, as it was 30,000 people attacking villages of a few hundred people each time. These gains didn't include the rewards from the chaotic world stone steals or the main cities, which were already worth billions of dollars in the real world. The greatest gains were, of course, the city creation stones and the people they captured. However, because there were roughly 300 factions that participated, the rewards were all split according to whatever everyone could take for themselves. Everyone more or less reaped some rewards from this operation. Many of Zhao Fu's assassins had led the way, and Zhao Fu was only interested in people and city creation stones. Because there were so many factions involved, it was difficult for Zhao Fu to obtain many city creation stones or people, so he set his eyes on the city creation stones. 275 Vietnam Destroyer Alliance. With Zhao Fu's assassins' skills and level of cultivation, normal factions couldn't compete with them. As such, Great Kin's assassins were able to steal the city creation stones incredibly quickly, resulting in them obtaining 105 out of the 168 city creation stones. Some of the villages gave achievement points while others didn't, most likely because of the time since they had been established. 105 villages gave 2,500 achievement points. By now, Zhao Fu had already diverted his achievement points back to himself, and leveling up to second-ranked Baron required 5,000 achievement points. Because of the King's Ring stats, he instantly shot up to second-ranked Baron. He had also obtained 105 war points, causing his chaotic world stone steel to rise to level 2. He could now exchange for fine gold rank items, while leveling up to a level 3 stone steel required 500 war points and would allow him to exchange for dark gold rank items. Zhao Fu knew that it wouldn't be too good for him to take so many city creation stones for himself, as he was the leader of the operation. As a leader, he had to make sure that everyone benefited, only then would people be willing to follow him. If he took all of the benefits, who would be willing to join with him again? The other factions definitely weren't happy with how many city creation stones Great Ken had obtained, so he announced, this time, all factions who participated will also receive 100,000 copper coins. This caused all of the factions to become incredibly delighted. 10,000 copper coins was $1 million in the real world. Even though it wasn't too much, it wasn't little either, and everyone would obtain this amount. The countless leaders profusely thanked Zhao Fu, and while Northwind had only been one of the top 10 factions in the alliance before, it was now acknowledged to be the leader of the entire alliance. Zhao Fu's money served to win over the various factions' loyalty, allowing Great Ken to control the entire alliance. During this operation, the Vietnam Destroyer Alliance completely swept away everything in its path on the eastern side of Cao City, shocking the entire Vietnamese side and suppressing them instantly. Those who were acting arrogantly disappeared, and all of the Vietnamese players felt a sense of crisis. On the other hand, all of the Chinese players felt incredibly excited and continuously praised the Vietnam Destroyer Alliance, causing it to become incredibly famous. The China Resistance Alliance quickly held its first meeting, and countless factions attended with emotions of fury and hatred, making the hall quite noisy. Some people wanted to use the same method to take revenge against the Chinese side, while others wanted to engage in peace talks because they believed that the Vietnamese side couldn't defeat the Chinese side. After what had happened the previous night, many of them felt quite afraid. At that moment, Lai Qingqian stood up and said seriously and heroically, "Everyone, do you really think that the Chinese side will engage in peace talks with us? Now that things have come to this, is it possible for us to live in peace? Now, the Chinese side's foot is already on our heads. Are we really just going to accept this? Vietnam only suffered so greatly because we weren't united. The Chinese players think we're easy to bully, but if we stand together, we'll no longer have to endure the Chinese players' humiliation. It's time to show those Chinese players the strength of the Vietnamese people and strike a heavy blow against them." Lai Qingqian's words made the Vietnamese players' blood boil, and many people couldn't help but exclaim, "We must make the Chinese players pay." By now, Lai Qingqian had almost become a goddess to all of the Vietnamese players, whether it was because of her looks or her abilities. Soon, the meeting concluded. Lai Qingqian let out a breath and collapsed into a chair. Just then, all of it had been an act, and everything she had said was scripted. Despite looking so dignified and confident, she had been nervous to death because she was worried that she would perform poorly and be rebuked by Zhao Fu. Soon, the China Resistance Alliance made an announcement that said that it had been suffering because it wasn't sufficiently united, and the announcement also said that those who didn't join the alliance would be destroyed by China. Whether they were factions or individuals, they should join the alliance to guarantee their safety instead of just waiting for death. The Vietnam Destroyer Alliance's rampage had struck fear into every Vietnamese person's hearts, so as soon as the China Resistance Alliance said this, countless people joined out of fear. In just a day or so, the China Resistance Alliance's numbers swelled to a monstrous 1.5 million people. Zhao Fu immediately heard about this and felt quite shocked. If they could just obtain a bit more people, Zhao Fu would want to use these people to attack a main city. The spies from the Vietnam Destroyer Alliance were completely shaken and quickly went to find Zhao Fu to discuss. Zhao Fu knew that such a big turn of events couldn't be kept hidden, so he discussed with them to use an isolation barrier as a line of defense. This would prevent the Vietnamese players from using teleportation channels to quickly arrive at the Chinese side, and he would also use 500,000 people to create a second line of defense. This line of defense was primarily at Freelight City, while Zhao Fu left a gap at Saber City because there were many people there who hadn't joined the alliance. The leaders of the 10 or so biggest factions knew that Zhao Fu was diverting most of the trouble to Saber City, but they had no other option. Right now, the Vietnam Destroyer Alliance only had 500,000, and it wouldn't be able to defeat the China Resistance Alliance's 1.5 million players. It was only fair for those who hadn't joined the alliance to suffer. None of the leaders of the factions were idiots, and they all approved of the plan. This was not only beneficial to the alliance but to them personally as well. However, they started to feel wary towards Zhao Fu because it became clear that Zhao Fu wasn't as friendly and kind as he was on the surface. From this plan, they could tell how insidious he was. Finally, the Vietnam Destroyer Alliance started to put this plan into action and set up various things. It was yet another bloody night as 800,000 people from the China Resistance Alliance swept through the 1,000-kilometer radius area around Saber City, destroying 283 villages, killing over 100,000 people, and dealing a severe blow to all of the player factions in Saber City. Afterward, Zhao Fu and the leaders of the 10 or so largest factions stood up to say words to the same effect as those said by the Vietnamese side. Uniting to resist the Vietnamese players and joining the Vietnam Destroyer Alliance would result in protection. In response, countless people requested to join the Vietnam Destroyer Alliance, hoping to receive protection. The Vietnam Destroyer Alliance's numbers grew explosively, reaching 1.5 million people in a single day, allowing them to stand against the China Resistance Alliance. This caused yet another uproar in the real world, as it was the first time two opposing factions had gathered so many people before. The regions nearby all started to form alliances, from which the age of alliances began. 276 royal bloodline. By now, both the Vietnam Destroyer Alliance and China Resistance Alliance had set up isolation barriers, and they had a massive number of people standing guard to stop their enemies from crossing into their territory. However, the isolation barriers were only on the separate sides. The center, the depths of North Nam, was a place where no one dared to venture into. This was because there was a powerful Lord-grade existence that was the king of all beasts in that region in the depths of every region. They were incredibly powerful and could create beast hordes that could destroy everything. As such, neither of the player factions dared to go near that place, and even the system factions took it quite seriously. The two isolation barriers gave North Nam some temporary peace, but the system factions weren't very happy with this. Isolation barriers didn't discriminate between different factions, and they prevented the use of all teleportation channels. This created a great inconvenience for the system factions, but facing the factions with 1.5 million players each, they didn't dare to say anything. They could already see that the alliances were strong enough to defy them. The players were no longer like scattered sand, and they could now resist the system main factions. Once again, Zhao Fu was the greatest beneficiary of the China Resistance Alliance's operation. Out of the 283 villages they broke through, he obtained 187 of the city creation stones. Both Zhao Fu's status and the chaotic world stone steel were halfway to leveling up, and adding on the 105 city creation stones from the Vietnam Destroyer Alliance, Zhao Fu now had 292 city creation stones. This greatly exceeded the number of city creation stones that Great Ken had obtained this entire time through conquering. This many city creation stones were enough to fill the 500-kilometer radius area around the Great Ken town, and the number of city creation stones exceeded the number of subsidiary villages that the Great Ken town could have. As such, only the high-grade villages were made into subsidiary villages. With these extra 282 villages, Zhao Fu brought in an extra 1,800 people per day. At the same time, through the slaughters of both factions, Zhao Fu obtained many high-grade corpses. These corpses were useless to other factions, but they were incredibly useful to Zhao Fu. Now, all 40,000 of Zhao Fu's soldiers were at least A grade, and he had replenished the 3,000 soldiers he had lost from before. These massive benefits made Zhao Fu want to repeat these battles a few times. However, after thinking about it, he decided that the effects were too disastrous. All of the villages within 1,000 kilometers of main cities all relocated into more remote and obscure places. Even if Zhao Fu repeated this a few times, the benefits they would reap would be far smaller. Now, each side had taken a heavy blow, so Zhao Fu could only allow North Nam to temporarily return to peace once again and allow it to recover before doing anything else. Zhao Fu didn't forget that the system factions were a large obstruction to Great Ken as well. Once the alliances had enough strength, He wanted to use them to deal with the system factions. Now, under Zhao Fu's control, North Nam had become relatively stable again. As such, Zhao Fu wanted to go to other regions to stir up some trouble. Apart from North Nam, there were 6 other regions that bordered the Chinese and Vietnamese sides, and the 7 regions formed a line. All 6 other regions had branches of the Vietnamese Guard, but compared to North Nam's Vietnamese Guard, these branches were weaker. However, they were still relatively big factions. However, on the Chinese side, Zhao Fu wasn't able to create factions like in North Nam and control both sides. This was because Northwind had cost him too much, and Great Qin in its current state was unable to repeat this in another 6 regions. After so long, the Vietnamese Guard was greatly liked and respected by all Vietnamese people because the Vietnamese Guard had done a lot and put in a lot of effort to resist the Chinese side. Everyone could tell who put in effort or not, and no one would truly follow a faction that only put on airs. Even though he was helping the Vietnamese side, in order to devour the entirety of Vietnam, Zhao Fu still had to temporarily help Vietnam for now. Right now, Zhao Fu wanted to promote the Vietnamese Guard for 2 purposes. One was to make the Vietnamese Guard a faction that was passionately loved and respected by the Vietnamese side, and 2 was to obtain a large number of Stage 1 corpses. Zhao Fu split his 40,000 soldiers into 6 teams that entered each of these 6 regions. Within each of these 6 regions, alliances started to form, with the largest having 20 or so factions. It was impossible to create 2 massive alliances like in North Nam again. This was because there wasn't the super faction to unite them. Zhao Fu had only been able to gather the factions in North Nam because of the massive amount of effort and money he had expended. Moreover, many players had relocated their villages away and did their own thing, so it was impossible to unite them all. There were many holes to be exploited, and Zhao Fu led one of the 6 teams while the other 5 teams were led by Wang Jian, Wei Liao, and the others. There were no isolation barriers in the other 6 regions, so Zhao Fu could use teleportation channels to reach the Vietnamese side. Since many of the players who belonged to factions had moved their villages away, Zhao Fu's target was the many individual players. Most ordinary players would go out of the city to do various quests or explore to see if they could find any opportunities. Others went out to kill wild beasts to bring back and sell. Each of the 6 teams had roughly 6,000 or so soldiers, and Zhao Fu ordered them to lie in ambush outside of the main cities and hunt down these ordinary players. These players were only ordinary people and didn't have much strength, so they were killed very easily. Zhao Fu and his soldiers waited outside a main city, and soon, a group of 7 or 8 people walked out. Without exchanging any words, 10 or so arrows flew and killed these players. After returning to the real world, these players angrily posted this on the internet, criticizing Chinese people for being incredibly ruthless and bloodthirsty. However, because only a few of them had died, they weren't given much attention. Next, a group of 30 or so Vietnamese players came out. When they saw Zhao Fu's 6,000 soldiers and remembered the antagonistic relationship between the Chinese and Vietnamese sides, they knew exactly what would happen, so they immediately turned and ran. However, none of them were able to escape, and all of them were killed by the archers. After returning to the real world, these 30 or so people also angrily cursed the Chinese side on the internet. This matter was given more attention, but it didn't cause any great disturbances. 277 Bloodline Reversal Technique. Zhao Fu felt bored just waiting like this, and killing a few of them at a time didn't amount to much either and wouldn't achieve the effects that he wanted. As such, Zhao Fu thought about it and considered creating an ambush on the main road coming out of the city. There were many people coming in and out of the city through the main road, and they wouldn't have to worry about there not being many people. However, the risks would be much greater. Zhao Fu had only brought 6,000 people, and there were often countless people on the main road. Zhao Fu didn't want to risk his soldiers' lives like that. In the end, Zhao Fu decided to continue laying an ambush on these small minor roads, but he would use various methods to attract people over to kill them. This would speed things up by a lot. The first thing to decide on was the bait. Apart from power and beauty, what tempted people the most was money. Zhao Fu gathered 100 particularly agile soldiers and gave them each a sack filled with gold coins. All of them had holes that allowed people to see the gold coins that they contained. Afterward, they carried out the plan, and the 100 soldiers headed over to one of the minor roads. A team of 10 or so people had just killed 2 wild boars, and because they were just ordinary people and didn't have enough money to afford spatial rings, the 2 wild boars were carried by 4 people. Because these people had primarily focused on their strength stat, 2 people were able to easily carry a 150-kilogram wild boar. Apart from the meat, the tusks and skin would be worth around 6 or 7 silver coins, and these 10 or so people weren't satisfied with just these 2 wild boars. As such, while they carried these wild boars, they looked around to see what else they could find. At that moment, they saw a person walking towards them, surprising this group of people. This was because the person was a Chinese player. As soon as this Chinese player saw these 10 or so Vietnamese players, he immediately ran away in fear while the sack at his waist clinked loudly. From the holes in the sack, the Vietnamese players could see that it was filled with gold coins. The 10 or so Vietnamese players stared at that sack of gold coins, their expressions becoming one of extreme greed and desperation. They immediately tossed down their wild boars and rushed towards that Chinese player. "We've hit the jackpot this time." The 10 or so Vietnamese players felt incredibly excited as they rushed at that Chinese player. By now, the enmity between the two sides was such that they simply couldn't tolerate each other. Even if this single Chinese player didn't have any money, these Vietnamese players wouldn't let him off. The hatred between them was buried in their hearts and continuously grew. What's more, that Chinese player actually had a sack filled with gold coins on him. If there were 100 gold coins inside, that would be $10 million in the real world. If they could kill him, they would instantly become rich. The 10 or so Vietnamese players madly chased the Chinese player. The Vietnamese players with bows and arrows shot out a few arrows, but the Chinese player easily dodged them. As such, they could only continue chasing. After chasing for a while, the Vietnamese players started to breathe raggedly and thought that they wouldn't be able to catch the Chinese player. However, that Chinese player suddenly stopped, causing the Vietnamese players to feel delighted, and they mustered up all of their strength to close the distance and kill that Chinese player. Swish, swish, swish. Suddenly, arrows tore through the air, shocking the exhausted Vietnamese players. They tried to dodge, but it was far too late. The arrows stabbed into their bodies, causing blood to spurt out everywhere. The Vietnamese player with the highest cultivation was able to use his saber to slash away some of the arrows, but because there were simply too many of them, he was still hit by a few. However, before he could take another breath, a few spears stabbed out of the grass beside him, piercing through his body. The Vietnamese player froze as blood flowed out of his mouth, and he stared at the people in the grass with a confused expression on his face before realizing that they had been ambushed. Zhao Fu had split the 6,000 soldiers into teams to work with the baiters. As for Zhao Fu, he felt quite bored, so he wandered off by himself to kill some players. After walking on a minor road for a while, he came across an elderly man with tan skin who was wearing traditional Vietnamese clothing. There was some blood on this elderly man's body, and he looked a bit injured. The aura that the elderly man gave off was quite powerful, and he actually had a stage 3 cultivation. With this sort of cultivation, his position within a main city definitely wouldn't be low. Zhao Fu slowly drew his sword as he looked at the elderly man. The elderly man looked at the black-cloaked figure in front of him and said furiously in his hoarse voice, "Is White Leaf City determined to kill me? I'm the adoptive father of Flowing Water City's city lord, and if you kill me, a massive war will erupt between our cities." The elderly man was actually able to speak Chinese, but even if it was Vietnamese, Zhao Fu would have been able to understand him through the language stone steel. Even though he couldn't fully understand what the elderly man meant, he could roughly guess what was going on from the first thing that he had said. The elderly man had most likely just been in a fight with people from White Leaf City, a Chinese main city, and he had been stopped by Zhao Fu on the way back. Zhao Fu's strength was around as strong as someone with stage 3 cultivation, which was why the elderly man thought that he was someone from White Leaf City. Second, the elderly man had revealed that he was the adoptive father of the city lord of Flowing Water City, which meant that he had a high status in Flowing Water City. His third sentence, about the war erupting, made Zhao Fu determined to kill him because Zhao Fu desperately wanted a battle between two main cities. Zhao Fu's aura exploded out from his body, causing the air to shake. He unleashed his full strength from the very beginning as his body turned into a black blur and rushed towards the elderly man. The elderly man was quite shocked and quickly took out a black iron staff. Bang! An explosion sounded out, causing a wild gale to sweep out as Zhao Fu's sword slashed towards the elderly man, and the elderly man blocked with his iron staff. Zhao Fu coldly harumphed and lashed out at the elderly man with his foot. The elderly man responded by kicking at Zhao Fu as well. As the two kicks clashed, a muffled explosion sounded out, and the elderly man was forced back by 2 steps. He had already been injured, and his body was deteriorating due to his age. Right now, Zhao Fu didn't have the time to worry about respecting his elders. After he sent the elderly man backward, he immediately spun and kicked out with a roundhouse kick. The elderly man chanted some sort of incantation as a few pale white vines shot out from his stomach, blocking Zhao Fu's kick and wrapping around his leg. In the next second, the pale white vines grew teeth like thorns that stabbed into Zhao Fu's leg and started to quickly devour his blood. At that moment, the elderly man reacted in shock, and his expression became savage as he cried out, "Royal bloodline!" 278 battle cries shaking the heavens. You're not someone from White Leaf City. White Leaf City doesn't have anyone with a royal bloodline. I had never thought that there would be someone who would unlock the king's profession already and obtain a royal bloodline. Outside of your legacy land, there would be a heap of experts protecting you. However, things are different here. If I capture you, take you back, and use the bloodline reversal technique, my son will have a chance to become a king. In that case, you can die for me." The elderly man savagely laughed, and a few more pale white vines burst out of his stomach and twisted and turned as they moved towards Zhao Fu. When he heard the elderly man's words, Zhao Fu coldly harumphed and circulated his king's power to break free from the vines wrapped around his leg. He then slashed out with his sword, sending out a black sword light that cut the approaching vines into pieces. The elderly man's expression became vicious as he smashed his iron staff towards Zhao Fu. In response, Zhao Fu dodged and spun as he slashed towards the elderly man horizontally. Clang! The elderly man once again drew back his iron staff and blocked Zhao Fu's attack. However, just as Zhao Fu wanted to attack again, the elderly man's wrinkled face started to twist as he sinisterly laughed. Suddenly, an orb of white light exploded from the top of the iron staff with blinding light. Under this white light, Zhao Fu felt incredibly weak and powerless, and he quickly retreated. The elderly man laughed as he raised his iron staff and mustered all of his strength, smashing it towards Zhao Fu's head, causing it to bring with it a fierce wind. Zhao Fu's eyes became cold and filled with killing intent as he yelled, "Old fellow, do you really think you can win?" Suddenly, Zhao Fu raised his left hand and spread out his palm, which gave off a faint black light. There was a kin character written in black, and a black barrier spread out from it. Seeing this, the elderly man felt incredibly shocked. King's domain. Following this, the elderly man tried to escape from this domain. The white light coming from his staff was cut off by the king's domain and was no longer effective against Zhao Fu. As the elderly man quickly retreated, Zhao Fu shot forwards towards him, and the sky demon sword gave off a massive amount of sword light as he chopped towards the elderly man. Bang! The elderly man was sent flying back 10 meters and crashed onto the ground before coughing up a mouthful of blood. He seemed much weaker. After all, he had already been injured before this fight. Zhao Fu walked over, and the elderly man climbed to his feet with a savage look on his face. He once again muttered an incantation as he threw his iron staff towards Zhao Fu. The iron staff spun in the air and brought with it immense force as it flew towards Zhao Fu, seeming as if it could obliterate a mountain. Zhao Fu leaned to the side and easily dodged the iron staff, but at that moment, the elderly man stretched out a wrinkled hand and grabbed at the air. The iron staff stopped flying away and flew towards Zhao Fu from the back. Feeling the air rushing at him from behind, Zhao Fu's pupils constricted as he turned and swung his sword, causing sword light to burst forth and sending the iron staff flying away. At that moment, the elderly man stretched out his arms, which turned into tens of pale white vines that flew towards Zhao Fu. In just an instant, he would be completely wrapped up by those vines. Zhao Fu once again turned, and he drew the slaughtering ghost sword as fast as lightning. The slaughtering ghost sword gave off a massive amount of blood-red light and howled as it streaked through the air, slicing the vines into bits. Kai! The slaughtering ghost sword then continued onwards and pierced through the elderly man's chest, and the elderly man stared at Zhao Fu in shock and fell to the ground, dead. Zhao Fu slowly walked over and used the corpse examination skill to look at the elderly man's corpse. Just as he had expected, it was SSS grade. If he refined it, he would be able to obtain an SSS grade orb. The spatial ring that the elderly man was wearing was dark gold rank, and it definitely had many good things inside. The iron staff that he used was definitely a epic rank item, and Zhao Fu looked at its stats first. Demonic Crow Staff, grade, epic rank, stats, strength +8, intelligence +20, constitution +10, agility +8, description, a magic staff forged from many evil items. It contains a powerful weakening light. The weakening light was most likely the white light that the elderly man had used before that made Zhao Fu feel incredibly powerless. There were many good things on the elderly man, but Zhao Fu resisted his desire for them and didn't take any of them because he had a plan in mind. Afterward, Zhao Fu stopped all operations and withdrew all of his soldiers, ordering them to clean up this battlefield to make it seem like this battle had never happened. Next, Zhao Fu placed the elderly man's corpse onto the main road outside the city and slashed it a few times, making it seem even more wretched. After all of this was done, Zhao Fu had a pleased smile on his face. Even though he had just killed an elderly man who he had no grievances with, if he was the weaker party, he definitely would have been killed simply for the fact that he was a Chinese player. That elderly man wouldn't have cared either. Following this, Zhao Fu ordered his people to scatter the 600 player corpses around the elderly man's corpse, making it seem like a massive slaughter. He then sent some of his people to the various cities to yell, "Whiteleaf City's commander came to our city to slaughter us. I personally saw him kill this poor old man. Whiteleaf City's commander is killing people to silence them right now. Hurry and run." As soon as this spread, the system factions that heard about it immediately gathered a large number of troops and rushed over, and they were completely shocked when they saw the scene. Countless players also rushed over, and when they saw the bloody scene, the Vietnamese players were completely angered and hated the Chinese players even more. Almost everyone believed the things that Zhao Fu's people were yelling, and the news began to spread more and more. Soon, this lie became the truth. Boom. A powerful energy descended as a 30-year-old man descended from the sky. He was Flowing Water City's city lord, Ho Ming. When he looked at the elderly man's corpse on the ground and the injuries all over it, he became incredibly furious and roared, the sound of which could be heard in the surrounding 10-kilometer radius area. Following this, he walked towards the corpse and thought back to his memories with his adoptive father. He had been an orphan and wandered the streets by himself since he was young. He had been lucky for his adoptive father to take him in and care for him, and his adoptive father treated him like his own son. These memories stabbed at his heart, and Ho Ming gently picked up the elderly man's corpse, tears flowing out of his eyes. One of the soldiers came up and reported, "City Lord, Lord Ho wanted to go to Whiteleaf City to steal an item, but he was discovered by Whiteleaf City's people, who injured Lord Ho. Who would have thought that they would have chased him so close to our city?" The final strike that killed Lord Ho was dealt by someone from Whiteleaf City, and this was seen by many people. He wanted to silence the witnesses by killing them, but because there were too many witnesses, he could only run. 279 Human Purgatory, gather our forces and head towards Whiteleaf City. Ho Ming said in an extremely cold voice, causing those around him to feel a quiver in their hearts. The soldiers obeyed and immediately went to gather their forces. The surrounding Vietnamese players couldn't help but feel excited, and they knew that something big was about to happen. Countless players also decided to go, with a city lord leading the way. What did they have to be afraid of? Over at Whiteleaf City, a scholarly-looking middle-aged man asked, "Were there any losses from the treasury?" There were 2 men and 1 woman beside him, who were the 3 great generals of Whiteleaf City, and one of the male generals replied, "Luckily, we discovered him in time and lost nothing." The scholarly-looking middle-aged man was Whiteleaf City's city lord, Russian. He coldly harumphed, "Those barbaric people dare to come to our city hall to steal things? They don't put Whiteleaf City in their eyes at all." "City lord, we've already taught that person a lesson," one of the generals replied. Suddenly, a soldier rushed in and loudly reported, "City lord, things are looking bad. Flowing Water City has brought a large number of troops to attack us." "What?" The anger that Russian had just quelled rushed up again. "They just tried to steal from our city hall, and now they want to attack Whiteleaf City? Let's see if Flowing Water City has the ability to do so." Ho Ming led 80,000 soldiers to attack Whiteleaf City and left 20,000 to defend Flowing Water City. He knew the gravity of the situation, so he also put up quests and gathered 1 million players outside Whiteleaf City. There seemed to be a sea of people outside Whiteleaf City, but the city gates were tightly shut. The soldiers stood seriously on the city walls, and the atmosphere was incredibly tense. Russian went to the city walls, and when he saw so many people, even he was shocked. At that moment, Ho Ming stood in front of his massive army and yelled, "Hand over the person who killed my adoptive father, or I'll raise Whiteleaf City." When he heard this, Russian felt furious and replied, "I don't know what you're talking about, but don't push us too far. Raise Whiteleaf City? What a joke. Do you really think that we're afraid of you?" Ho Ming laughed in his extreme anger and replied, "You're trying to cover it up? Apart from Whiteleaf City's people, who could kill my adoptive father? If you don't hand over the person right now, I'm going to attack." Russian also laughed and replied, "Do your best then." There were usually many conflicts between the 2 main cities, and each had its own grievances. The death of the elderly man was like the spark that lit the fuse, and neither of the 2 city lords tried to take a step back or give in even slightly. "You're seeking death." Ho Ming stomped his foot, leaving a large crater in the ground. He rose into the air and shot over like a cannonball while Russian coldly harumphed and drew his sword to meet him. Boom. The 2 city lords started a shocking battle as the soldiers below also started to attack. The 1.8 million people on the Vietnamese side flooded towards Whiteleaf City, giving off terrifying sounds like that of an ocean, and the surrounding 10-kilometer radius area was filled with noise. Whiteleaf City started to put up emergency quests to gather players to help defend the city. Swish, swish, swish. Countless arrows flew out densely from Whiteleaf City, descending like a torrential rain. Countless people were hit by these arrows, and they died on the spot. Normal players weren't very strong, and because they had no chance of defending against Stage 1 soldiers' arrows, they were usually instantly killed. However, there were simply too many people, and the countless arrows were unable to stop the flood of people. Soon, waves of arrows started to shoot up at Whiteleaf City's defenders from below. It was impossible to see just how many arrows were shot up at them, and all of them gave off a sharp aura that made people's hairs stand on end. The firepower from below was able to completely suppress Whiteleaf City's defenders on the city walls. Seeing this, the attackers below felt incredibly excited about breaking through the city and the rewards they would receive, and they started to yell in excitement, their battle cries shaking the heavens. Whiteleaf City's 3 great generals stood on 3 different sides of the city walls with serious expressions. They raised their weapons and used some sort of skill to cause Whiteleaf City's city walls to give off a brilliant white light as white leaves shot out from the city walls. These white leaves were shaped just like normal leaves. However, they were created from white light, and there were inscriptions on all of the leaves. They traveled incredibly quickly and were abnormally sharp. The white leaves soon clashed with the approaching army, and the white leaves were like sharp blades that tore through countless people's bodies, causing blood and flesh to fly everywhere. The battlefield became incredibly gory, and it caused the massive army to finally slightly pause. However, the Vietnamese side soldiers weren't weak at all. A large number of shield bearers rushed up, raising their shields and connecting them, and the shields gave off a faint blue light and formed a wall of light. This wall of blue light looked quite weak, and it was as if touching it would destroy it. However, it was able to completely stop the white leaves, allowing the flood of people to continue approaching Whiteleaf City. Massive explosions sounded out from above. Bei Rusheng held a sharp sword while Homing wielded a spear as they continuously launched attacks at each other. Bei Rusheng's sword created a large wave of sword light and hacked towards Homing, creating a massive gust of sword wind. Even the soldiers who were far away could feel how sharp that attack was. In response, Homing roared, and the muscles on his arms bulged as he gripped his spear and slashed out with it. The air seemed to explode as a formless wave of energy swept towards Bei Rusheng. Boom! A massive explosion resulted from the sword wind and energy wave colliding, and a wild gale blew in all directions that even slightly affected the battle beneath them. Boom! 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 The 2 city lords continuously clashed, and both had received quite a few injuries. Both of them had blood flowing from their lips. This was the true strength of experts with cultivations above stage 4. Their battle became more and more intense, and both started to use terrifying items. Bei Rusheng raised his hand as he roared, his hair in disarray. The entire sky shook as a massive amount of white light shot out, and a snow-white cube-shaped jade seal with a leaf engraved on it appeared. Homing's expression became savage, and he raised his hand and roared as the colossal sound of waves appeared. Countless streams of water vapor gathered towards Homing as a blue, cube-shaped iron seal with a water snake engraved on it appeared. The appearance of the 2 city lord seals caused the sky to dim, and an even more terrifying battle erupted. In the distance, Zhao Fu watched this scene in shock, and he felt that both sides were incredibly powerful. This battle lasted for 7 or 8 hours before Whiteleaf City emerged as the victor. This was because Whiteleaf City possessed the advantage of battling within its own territory. They had many defenses prepared, which made it incredibly difficult to attack. Moreover, apart from their 100,000 Stage 1 soldiers, they had 300,000 Dorso indigenous residents and 1.5 million players. Homing's forces weren't weaker than Bei Rusheng's, but because he had to leave a portion of his forces at Flowing Water City to defend, it was impossible to defeat Whiteleaf City. 280 million corpses as a result of this battle, both sides suffered heavy losses. Corpses formed mounds outside Whiteleaf City's walls, and blood covered the ground and almost formed streams. The scene looked incredibly gruesome, like a human purgatory. Because both sides had invested a lot of their military forces into the battle, the consequences were incredibly heavy as well. Whiteleaf City lost 30,000 soldiers and 400,000 players, while Flowing Water City had lost even more, 50,000 soldiers and 700,000 players. There were more than 1 million corpses surrounding Whiteleaf City, and it was evident just how intense and bloody this battle had been. News of this shocked the entire world, especially China and Vietnam. After countless people analyzed the situation leading up to the battle, some deduced that there was a third party who had set all of this into motion, and the one who had killed Flowing Water City's city lord's adoptive father was someone else. This third party's goal was most likely to bait the 2 main cities into an all-out war. However, it was a pity that both sides had been extremely furious and couldn't calm down in the heat of the moment. If they had thought about it carefully, the truth would have been exposed. Now, everyone started to wonder who the person behind all of this was. What was the person's motive? Was it another main city? Was it a player faction? These were all guesses, and the people who didn't know much thought that it was someone from Whiteleaf City who had caused all of this. Later, historians concluded that every event that shook the Heaven-awakened world had a trace of Great Ken's shadow. However, without enough evidence, they were unable to confirm or deny Great Ken's involvement. After the battle, Zhao Fu ordered his soldiers to stealthily work throughout the night to collect high-grade corpses and Stage 1 corpses. As for himself, Zhao Fu followed the escaped Flowing Water City's city lord. The battle between the city lords had been incredibly intense, and both had received heavy injuries. There were still many soldiers and players left in Whiteleaf City, and because it was their territory, it would be difficult for Zhaofu to make a move on Whiteleaf City's city lord. However, things were different for Flowing Water City's city lord. He was heavily injured and had less than 30,000 soldiers left. As long as he could kill him, Zhaofu would be able to easily obtain a system main city. With such a great prize in store for him, Zhaofu was prepared to use his nation armament. Ho Ming's chest was extremely bloody, and one of his great generals supported him as they quickly escaped. There were 20,000 or so soldiers behind them, and most of them were injured and looked quite wretched. However, they still had to quickly leave in case Whiteleaf City's people decided to chase them down. Suddenly, Ho Ming raised his head in shock and looked at a mysterious, black-clothed figure standing on top of a tree. He was giving off an incredibly powerful aura, and the space around him seemed to distort. A slight breeze blew at his cloak, partially revealing his face. What shocked everyone the most was his dark eyes that were filled with killing intent. Boom! A massive explosion sounded out as Zhaofu directly took out his nation armament and instantly arrived above Ho Ming, his swords swinging down with immense force and causing the ground 100 meters around them to crack. Ho Ming immediately used his city lord's seal and wielded his spear, gritting his teeth as he defended against this monstrous strike. However, this attack was simply too powerful, and Ho Ming was already heavily injured. As such, upon blocking this attack, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. However, because he was gritting his teeth, the blood only slowly tricked out from between his teeth. City Lord! A loud cry rang out as one of his generals wielded a scimitar and rushed towards Zhaofu, wanting to save Ho Ming. Zhaofu's eyes shined with a cold light, and he casually swung the sword in his hand, causing a massive sword light that seemed like it could devour everything to sweep out. The general was sent flying and crashed through 7 or 8 trees before stopping 50 meters away, heavily injured. Just a casual strike like that had heavily injured a Stage 3 general. In front of Zhaofu's nation armament, he was unable to resist at all. With Zhaofu's current strength, he was already more powerful than a Stage 3 expert. Zhaofu's cold eyes turned to the general who wasn't dead yet. In order to prevent him from making any trouble, Zhaofu decided to kill him, and his body turned into a black blur as he rushed towards him. Suddenly, a figure appeared before Zhaofu. All of you, hurry and run. Ho Ming knew that it was essentially impossible for him to escape. He had already caused the deaths of 50,000 or so soldiers, and because he didn't want the rest of them to be killed too, he yelled for them to run, looking extremely heroic. Zhaofu coldly harumphed and raised his sword, sending his strength into it and causing it to give off an incredibly destructive aura. Boom! As the sword descended, it seemed to cut through space itself, and Ho Ming did his best to defend. However, he was completely outmatched. He was blasted back by the strike and knocked 10 or so trees over before slamming into a 3-meter-wide tree and coughing up a mouthful of blood. Ho Ming leaned powerlessly against the tree and looked extremely weak, his body covered with blood. One more strike. Zhaofu didn't want anything unexpected to happen, so he immediately rushed at Ho Ming to kill him and obtain the City Lord's seal. City Lord! City Lord! Just as Zhaofu was about to attack, the loyal soldiers around him threw aside all thoughts of escaping and rushed over without regard for their lives. A bunch of ants. Die! Zhaofu said in a low voice, sounding like a demon king as he slashed out. An incredibly sharp black arc of light slashed out, bringing with it a power that could tear through everything. All trees in the surrounding 100 meters were cut in half, and the place where they had been cut was extremely smooth. The thousands of soldiers were also split in half, causing them to all freeze before falling to the ground. Zhaofu's body turned into a black blur as he came before Ho Ming. By now, he was unable to resist at all, and Zhaofu stabbed out, wanting to end his life. However, at that moment, a thin saber blocked Zhaofu's sword as an extremely beautiful young woman in green appeared before Zhaofu. This was evidently one of the Vietnamese side city lords. Don't meddle in others' affairs, or you'll bring trouble on yourself, Zhaofu said as he glared at the young woman coldly. This young woman could feel how powerful Zhaofu was, and she said seriously, "Sir, it's best not to be too extreme. Ho Ming is part of my side, and I can't just stand by and watch." Then, are you going to save him? Zhaofu's words were filled with immense killing intent, causing the air around him to freeze. Feeling this killing intent, the young woman in green felt quite dismayed and prepared to fight. Suddenly, another person, who gave off a powerful aura, appeared on the branch of a tree nearby. The person was an elegant-looking young man in white who held a folding fan and smiled as he looked over. This young man's aura was incredibly powerful, and needless to say, he was another main city's city lord. 281 refining corpses. It was impossible for the other two city lords not to know about a massive battle between two main cities, but because they all had their own grievances, they didn't act and only watched from a distance. Upon seeing Flowing Water City's side lose and escape, both city lords let out a sigh of relief. The situation wasn't irredeemable. They had both thought that the matter was over when a massive amount of energy had suddenly exploded. This energy was no ordinary energy, it contained a massive amount of fate and tens of thousands of commoners' aura. They were incredibly shocked and hurried over, as they understood that this was the energy from a nation armament. Humphrey, I hope you'll remember this because you'll pay for your actions today in the future, Zhao Fu coldly harumphed and could only retreat. He already couldn't defeat 2 city lords, and now that another had appeared, it was impossible for him to win. Even though the 3rd city lord was on the Chinese side, he didn't intend on helping Zhao Fu. Rather, he wanted to simply observe and collect the rewards after. Since he would definitely lose, Zhao Fu could only give up on killing Homing. It was a pity that he had expended so much fate, even though he had only used his nation armament for a few minutes, the amount of fate he had consumed was massive. Back then, Zhao Fu had used his own fate to awaken the Myrtle Imperial Star and used the Myrtle Imperial Star's true Son of Heaven power to kill Li Mu and take over the Great Shun town. After devouring Great Shun's fate, Great Gen's fate had been restored. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to recover Great Gen's fate in such a short period of time, which made Zhao Fu quite wary when using his nation armament. At the same time, his own fate was quite important, so he couldn't recklessly expend it. He had used his nation armament for nothing today, making him feel quite angry. However, since the situation was like this, Zhao Fu could only calm himself down. When she heard Zhao Fu's threatening words, the young woman looked quite serious, and she understood that she had offended this person and that she would most likely suffer for it in the future. The revenge from someone with a nation armament would definitely be quite serious. However, she had to save Homing. Not only had Homing helped her in the past, but they were also allies on the same side. Please, go on. Don't mind me, I'm just here to watch, the elegant-looking young man said as he smiled. However, how could Zhao Fu believe his words? He coldly gazed at him before looking at the thousands of dead Vietnamese soldiers around him. He had wanted to collect these corpses, but that would expose his motive. Right now, his soldiers were also collecting corpses from outside White Leaf City. If his motive was exposed, these people would definitely obstruct him, and he would lose out greatly. There were roughly 90,000 Stage 1 corpses outside White Leaf City, so Zhao Fu could only sigh, let go of the benefits in front of him, and turn into a black blur as he disappeared. After Zhao Fu left, the remaining people from Flowing Water City and the green-clothed young woman let out sighs of relief. The elegant-looking young man felt quite bored, so he turned into a ray of light and disappeared. Hong Ming had a grateful smile on his face and thanked the young woman before looking in the direction that Zhao Fu had left in. He suddenly felt that his adoptive father's death wasn't as simple as he had thought. Zhao Fu returned to White Leaf City, and there were many people cleaning up the battlefield. There were not only White Leaf City's soldiers but also many players. Most of these players were taking equipment and other items. Because there were so many corpses, the value was immense, so almost all of the players in the vicinity were here. As such, it was very easy for Great Kin's soldiers to blend in and collect corpses. However, they could only take Flowing Water City's soldiers' corpses, as White Leaf City had ordered that anyone who touched White Leaf City's soldiers' corpses would be immediately executed. As such, Zhao Fu couldn't be too greedy, and he first took care of Flowing Water City's 50,000 corpses before thinking of how to obtain White Leaf City's corpses. After 10 or so hours, White Leaf City's soldiers' corpses were all buried in graves. The Chinese side valued taking care of corpses and burying them properly as part of tradition, so this was only natural. However, the Vietnamese soldiers and players weren't treated as well. Their corpses were heaped together, forming mountains of corpses that were 10 or so meters tall. Their expressions before they died were quite terrifying, and it was truly a scene of a million corpses. Even though they were mostly players who wouldn't die true deaths, when the Heaven-awakened world devoured the real world, they would stay dead. What's more, this was only a battle between 2 system main cities. In the future, battles would be hundreds of times more grievous. Torches were thrown onto these mountains of corpses, setting them alight and causing black smoke to roll up and cover the sky. Now, Zhao Fu started to think about how he could obtain the 30,000 corpses from White Leaf City and some of the indigenous residents' corpses. There would always be a few hundred city guards at White Leaf City Cemetery, as most people were buried there with some of their possessions. Because there were some valuables within the cemetery, there were city guards stationed around the cemetery to stave off the players who viewed wealth as more important than their own lives. Often, a person would be buried during the day, and people would immediately go to dig the person up at night. Zhao Fu couldn't order his soldiers to just take shovels and dig up corpses, and because it was likely that they would be discovered, he decided to buy a type of bewildering fragrance. This fragrance was colorless and odorless, and it would cause the soldiers' senses to be greatly weakened. Following this, they carried out the plan. Zhao Fu first bought the property next to the cemetery and ordered his soldiers to dig a passage under it. They stored all of the dirt they dug out into spatial rings, making the process quite convenient. Following this, Zhao Fu lit the bewildering fragrance, making the city guard senses much weaker, preventing them from detecting Great Qin's soldiers as they stealthily entered the cemetery. They quickly found where the soldiers were buried because they were all buried together. 30,000 soldiers took up quite a lot of space, so they were easy to find. Following this, they started to take the corpses and store them into spatial rings. Zhao Fu was quite nervous about this, and he observed from a hidden corner to prevent anything unexpected from happening. In the end, the plan went incredibly smoothly, and Great Qin's soldiers were able to retrieve most of the corpses without being noticed. Unless White Leaf City's people dug up the graves, no one would notice anything. 282 killing plan this time. Great Qin obtained 90,300 Stage 1 corpses and 200 A-grade corpses from indigenous residents. After hearing about these great gains, Zhao Fu couldn't help but feel delighted. After wrapping up everything here, Zhao Fu returned to the Great Qin town and started to refine a large number of corpses. On the other side, Beiqi and the other generals and commanders carried out their plans in the other 5 regions, killing players outside the Vietnamese main cities. All of them used different methods. They killed a large number of Vietnamese players, and what angered the Vietnamese even more was that after killing people, they would leave the corpses in the center of the road and leave messages on cloth strips such as the Vietnamese barbarians, a bunch of trash, dare to offend China. This is their outcome. Just sit by and wait for China to conquer you, and you'll soon live as subjects of China. When they saw the Chinese players coming into their territory acting so arrogantly, many Vietnamese people were greatly angered. Thousands of Vietnamese players banded together and chased after the Chinese players who had done this, but just as they were about to fight, the Vietnamese players discovered that there were 6,000 or so people ahead who were all well equipped. The Vietnamese side only had 2,000 to 3,000 people, so they were completely unable to resist. In the end, only a few hundred people were able to escape and spread the news about what had happened. This caused everyone on the Vietnamese side to become incredibly furious. This time, they gathered tens of thousands of people and went to take down that group of despicable Chinese players. However, those Chinese people seemed to just disappear, and not a single one could be found. The Vietnamese people had no place to vent their anger, and they felt incredibly wretched. After the horde of Vietnamese players returned to the main city, the group of despicable Chinese players came out and started killing Vietnamese players again. What's more, they were so arrogant that they would kill Vietnamese players on the main road while trash-talking them, angering the army of Vietnamese players enough to cause them to come flooding out again. However, by the time they arrived, they found that the Chinese players had once again disappeared. This caused the Vietnamese players to feel even more incensed, but they had no idea that there were Great Qin spies among them who let the others know ahead of time. The countless Vietnamese players were almost going mad with anger, but they could do nothing to that group of Chinese players. At that moment, a group of people from the Vietnamese guard went out with a few hundred people without making a big fuss of things. Afterward, the despicable Chinese players disappeared and never reappeared. Soon, news spread that the Vietnamese guards people and the thousands of Chinese players had engaged in a massive battle in order to defend Vietnam's honor. All of the Vietnamese guards people had been bathed in blood but showed no fear, and they took down the army of Chinese players while also nearly being wiped out. After hearing about this, the other Vietnamese players almost wept, and adding on how selfless the Vietnamese guard was, it lit a fire within all Vietnamese players' hearts. At the same time, a saying was spread: the Vietnamese guard were leading countless people to resist China in the northern region of Vietnam. From this, it could be seen just how high of a position the Vietnamese guard occupied in the Vietnamese people's hearts. The entirety of Vietnam was now praising the Vietnamese guard, and there were even people saying that it was the pride of Vietnam and that every Vietnamese person should learn from it. Now, the Vietnamese guard's fame and reputation were on the same level as the other major factions within Vietnam. Its sense of righteousness, order, and selflessness made every Vietnamese person respect and like it greatly. Many branches of the Vietnamese guard also started to appear in various other places. Of course, these branches weren't formed by Zhao Fu but by players taking the initiative. Some were strong, and some were relatively weak. Some of them had thousands of players, while the smallest had just tens. Facing such a passionate response from the people, the Vietnamese guard said that it would continue to abide by its principles and defend Vietnam by selflessly making sacrifices for it. It would continue to fight for Vietnam and not do anything that was outrageous, and it encouraged people to join it. Those who knew the truth about the Vietnamese guard felt that this was quite amusing, but apart from Zhao Fu's people, no one else knew about it. This made it seem like it was a glorious event to join the Vietnamese guard, making it even more attractive to join. This was exactly what Zhao Fu had wanted, and this would help strengthen the Vietnamese guard, which would help him take over Vietnam in the future. What the Vietnamese people didn't know was that after the people from the Vietnamese guard met Great Ken's soldiers, they all greeted each other as old friends and had lunch together, eating meat and drinking wine. Finally, they splattered some animal blood and guts around to make it seem like a massive battle had happened before going back. The people who were part of this group were all core members, so there was nothing to worry about. Later, historians would record that the reason that Vietnam fell so quickly was mainly because of the Vietnamese guard. Now, all of the soldiers returned to Great Kin, and Zhao Fu refined the 90,000 or so corpses, obtaining 90,000 or so blood god pills. Luckily, they had the energy stone mine, or it would have taken an extremely long time to refine these corpses. From Zhao Fu's experiments, he had found that a stage 1 blood god pill could raise a tier 0 level 0 soldier to tier 0 level 4, a tier 0 level 5 soldier to tier 0 level 8, and a tier 0 level 8 soldier to tier 1 level 0. By now, apart from some of the newer soldiers, most of Zhao Fu's soldiers were around tier 0 level 7 or tier 0 level 8, while most of the soldiers who had followed Zhao Fu from the beginning were tier 0 level 9 by now and just needed a bit more to break through. Right now, they gain roughly 70 or so stage 1 soldiers every day, most of whom were the older soldiers breaking through. Zhao Fu thought about it and decided not to give them blood god pills because they were incredibly close anyways. It would be a bit of a waste to use blood god pills when they were so close. However, Zhao Fu didn't mistreat the older soldiers. He bought stage 2 medicinal pills from main cities that could help with breaking through and gave these medicinal pills to them. He gave them a few days to rest and focus their minds on cultivating and breaking through. At the same time, Zhao Fu gave the blood god pills to the other soldiers. In just a few days, Zhao Fu had 23,000 stage 1 soldiers, which was a massive increase. Great Ken's military force had become much more powerful, as the difference between tier 1 level 0 and tier 0 level 9 was incredibly big. After obtaining so many stage 1 soldiers, Zhao Fu smiled and asked Go Binglan if there was any news about the other 4 legatees in the vicinity. There were 5 legatees he knew about within the area that he wanted to conquer, but there were definitely a few in the dark he didn't know about. Now that he had destroyed Great Shun, Zhao Fu wanted to make a move against the other 4 legatees as soon as possible to prevent them from developing. After destroying Great Shun, Zhao Fu had ordered Go Binglan to collect information on them, but after what had happened to Great Shun, the other legatees learned to be smarter. 283 Inferno Arrow. In order to avoid the same fate as Great Shun, all of them had ordered that no players were to be brought back to the main village, and the players could only operate within the system main cities. All of the people who knew of the position of the village were either killed in the real world or strictly controlled. What's more, they increased the benefits for the high-ranking members to make them more loyal and got rid of the useless members who were just trying to survive and not actually loyal. Now, people realized that simply having a lot of members was useless. What was important was how many people were truly loyal and would help in desperate times. Zhao Fu didn't try to suppress the 4 legatees, as that sort of method wasn't very effective and could make them overly alert. Rather, Zhao Fu wanted to attack them out of the blue, which would be more effective. Right now, the most important thing was to find where their main villages were. If he couldn't find them, Zhao Fu would only be able to forget about this matter for now. Great Ken returned to its normal operations, and the boost to the number of stage 1 soldiers greatly increased its ability to conquer other villages and towns. After all, it was almost impossible for villages in the wilderness to have any stage 1 soldiers. As for the production and business side of things, they also continued to be successful. Zhao Fu used all of the 292 city creation stones obtained from before and established them in the 500-kilometer radius area around Great Kin. Now, Great Kin controlled the 2,000-kilometer radius area around it, and the surrounding 500-kilometer radius area was completely safe. Zhao Fu left some soldiers in each of the villages and allowed them to operate normally. Seeing that he now had so many villages, Zhao Fu couldn't help but feel excited. In the next few days, he allowed these villages to develop and grow. Soon, he received news that a few regions were joining together to hold a super auction in 3 days at Kongwillow. Zhao Fu was extremely interested in this auction. Because it was a super auction, it would definitely have many good items, so he started to prepare money. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Because most of his generals were outside conquering villages and towns, Zhao Fu only brought Chuobaking and Wang Ergu to one of the system main cities in Kongwillow. This was where the super auction was going to be held. It was said that the city lords and grand figures from the surrounding few regions were all coming. Although there were void zones, it was quite easy for city lords to travel through these void zones. This auction attracted many people's gazes, and almost all of the factions within Kongwillow came. Right now, the main city, Azure Willow City, was almost bursting with people. When Zhao Fu, Chuobaking, and Wang Ergu arrived, they saw a massive sea of people, making the scene incredibly noisy and raucous. As such, Zhao Fu quickly took them to a large structure. This large structure was 10 or so meters tall and had 4 levels, and it was made out of wood. Lanterns hung from the ceiling, and the grand structure covered around 40 hectares and could fit tens of thousands of people. This was the auction hall. In front of the auction hall, there were hundreds of city guards giving off powerful auras to maintain order. The entrance was already completely filled with people, and anyone who wanted to enter would have to pay 5 gold coins to enter. 5 gold coins were worth $50,000 in the real world, and that sum wasn't something ordinary factions could afford to pay. Zhao Fu squeezed up and handed over an invitation. One of the city guards looked at it before calling over an attendant who took Zhao Fu and the 2 others to a separate room. The room was exquisitely decorated, and it was a private room. The invitation that Zhao Fu had handed over was something that he had spent a few hundred gold coins to buy. After his last experience at Red Plum, he no longer wanted to squeeze together with others at the bottom. There were also VIP rooms and sovereign rooms. The VIP rooms cost thousands of gold coins. Zhao Fu would be able to afford one, but because he didn't see the need for one, he only bought a private room. As for the sovereign rooms, they couldn't be bought for money because they were prepared for the city lords and other grand figures. Normal people couldn't even think about going to them. Because there was still some time until the auction began, an attendant brought in some tea, fruits, and desserts. Chuoba peeled a mandarin and carefully picked off the pith before smiling with an embarrassed look on her face as she brought a piece of the mandarin to Zhao Fu's lips and said, "Your Majesty, please eat this." Zhao Fu smiled and ate the segment of mandarin offered by Chuoba. Seeing this, Wang Ergu felt like this was an opportunity to earn brownie points with Zhao Fu, so he also picked up a mandarin and peeled it. However, he had completely butchered his, and because it was too unsightly to offer, he could only eat it himself. After chatting among themselves for a while, the auction finally started. The first level was already completely packed with people, while those on the second, third, and fourth levels opened their windows and looked down at the stage below. An elderly man with white hair and ruddy cheeks walked up. His aura was quite powerful, and he was most likely a stage 3 expert. "Welcome to this auction, everyone. The auction will now begin, and the first item will now be brought up." The elderly man's voice was quite loud, and it instantly suppressed all of the voices in the auction hall. A beautiful attendant brought up a violet ore on a tray. The violet ore looked like jade, and it was as big as a fist and gave off a fiery light, making it look quite extraordinary. The elderly man started to introduce it, saying, "This is a violet fire jade. It is a fine gold rank material and can be used to craft superior fine gold rank equipment. Because of violet fire jade's unique attributes, it is much better than normal superior fine gold rank equipment. The reserve price is 5,000 silver coins." Zhao Fu had never thought that the first thing to be brought up would be a fine gold rank material. Usually, the first item was the most ordinary thing. This meant that many good items would be brought up later. 6,000 silver coins. Those who could enter this auction hall were all somewhat powerful and rich, and because this amount of money was nothing to them, some people immediately started to make bids. However, they were quickly outbid, and in the end, the violet fire jade was sold for 15,000 silver coins. The second item was soon brought up. It was a bottle of medicinal pills, and the elderly man started to introduce it, saying, "One body pills, a stage 3 medicinal pill. It has powerful healing properties for external injuries and can erase all scars. There are 10 pills in this bottle, and the reserve price is 7,000 silver coins." Healing medicinal pills were in just as high demand as cultivation medicinal pills because they could be used to save one's life in critical situations. These one-body pills were greatly sought after by the crowd, and an intense bidding war started. 10,000 silver coins. The very first bid already increased the bid by 3,000 silver coins, but that person was quickly outbid. In the end, the bottle of medicinal pills was sold for 24,000 silver coins. All of the bids so far were from people on the first level, and no one from the second, third, and fourth levels had spoken yet. Next, the third item was brought up. It was a bottle, but it was unknown what was inside. After the elderly man started to introduce it, Zhao Fu shot to his feet because it was what he had been searching for this entire time, the final thing he needed for the god-killing plan. 284 Mysterious Treasure Box. After introducing this item, the elderly man stated that its reserve price was 10,000 silver coins. However, it seemed that most people weren't very interested in this item. If it wasn't for the fact that Zhao Fu needed this for the god-killing plan, it would have been completely useless to him as well. After the elderly man stated the reserve price, the auction hall fell silent, and no one seemed to want to make a bid. The elderly man looked quite awkward as he announced the reserve price again, but the auction hall remained silent. After announcing the reserve price a third time, the elderly man prepared to have the item taken off the stage to continue on with the auction. 10,000 silver coins. At that moment, a soft voice came from the second level. Seeing that no one was bidding for it, Zhaofu felt quite relieved and calmly bid the reserve price. Hearing this bid, a smile appeared on the elderly man's face, and he asked if there was anyone else who wanted to make a bid. Of course, the auction hall fell silent again, and the item was sold to Zhaofu. Zhaofu immediately gave Wang Ergu the money and told him to go to the back to collect the item. The auction hall's rules stated that after winning the bid on an item, the purchaser could immediately pay and take the item. Zhaofu didn't want anything unexpected to happen because this was something that Zhaofu had searched for a long time. If he lost it, it would be a long time before he could carry out the god-killing plan. Wang Ergu immediately took the money, and soon, he returned with the bottle. Wang Ergu looked quite confused, wondering why His Majesty wanted this item. Zhaofu took the bottle, removed the wooden stopper, and looked at the colorless, odorless liquid inside. After looking at its description, he let out a breath and put it away. This matter wasn't out of the ordinary, and it didn't attract much attention. Soon, the fourth item was brought up, 3 talisman papers. The 3 talisman papers were white, and there was black writing on them that formed profound-looking inscriptions. The talisman papers were about 5 centimeters wide and 10 centimeters long. The elderly man quickly introduced them, saying, 10-kilometer teleportation talismans. Using one will allow the user to teleport anywhere within 10 kilometers, and they have some unsealing energy in them that allow them to ignore ordinary isolation barriers. These talismans are quite valuable, and one can never have enough of them. The reserve price is 12,000 silver coins. 10-kilometer teleportation talismans were one of the best life-saving items, and many people wanted this item and started to bid. 13,000 silver coins. 15,000 silver coins. 19,000 silver coins. Finally, the 3 teleportation talismans were sold for 40,000 silver coins. It was someone else from a private room on the 2nd level. Zhaofu already had a 10,000-kilometer teleportation talisman, so he wasn't very interested in these 10-kilometer teleportation talismans. What's more, they could only break through ordinary isolation barriers. More and more items were brought up, all of which were of good quality and very useful. More and more people from the 2nd level started to bid, making the auction hall more lively. Soon, they were up to the 19th item. The item was a large green hammer that seemed to be made out of stone. There were pictures of demons engraved on both sides, and it gave off a powerful, strange feeling. Green demon hammer, an exquisite silver weapon. Its stats are on an exquisite level, and it has shattering attribute attacks. The reserve price is 250,000 silver coins. After the elderly man introduced this item, bids quickly started being made. In the end, it was sold for 600,000 silver coins to a person on the 1st floor who was wearing a cloak and looked quite tall and muscular. This made everyone on the 1st level feel quite shocked because it was difficult for anyone on the 1st level to spend that much money. Zhaofu didn't bid on it because this was only the middle of the auction and many good items were going to come soon. A few more items were brought up, and now, they were up to the 26th item. By now, all of the items were at least dark gold rank, and the 26th item was an arrow. The arrow was a fiery color, and it seemed to be made out of crystal. It was also quite beautiful, and it gave off a powerful fire attribute energy. The elderly man began to introduce it, saying, Inferno arrow, a dark gold rank arrow. This arrow contains a massive amount of fire-type energy that can deal an incredible amount of damage. What's more, this arrow has a homing effect, even someone who doesn't know how to use a bow and arrow will be able to hit his enemies with it. What's more, this arrow is reusable and not a single-use item. Inferno arrow? Zhaofu felt that this was quite interesting, it could actually home in on enemies and be reused, making it a good item. The reserve price was 400,000 silver coins. Zhaofu made a bid but was quickly outbid. In the end, the Inferno arrow was sold to a person in a VIP room on the 3rd level for 1 million silver coins. The 30th item was a white fruit that was as big as a lychee. It had a smooth exterior and gave off an intoxicatingly sweet fragrance. Stage 4 fruit of life that can raise a person's grade. It can raise F grade to B grade and C grade to A grade, but it is only effective on those below S grade. After the elderly man finished introducing this item, many of the indigenous residents were shocked. Evidently, they were shocked by the fruit's effects because such effects were quite rare. However, players weren't as interested because players didn't have grades, so they didn't particularly care. Because Zhaofu had the heaven and earth refining formation, he wasn't interested in the fruit of life either, but the indigenous residents started an intense bidding war. The reserve price of the fruit of life was 500,000 silver coins, but soon, it reached 1.5 million silver coins. Suddenly, a kind-looking elderly man walked out from one of the VIP rooms and bowed before saying, Everyone, I am the family leader of the Deng family in Three River City. I hope that everyone can allow this old man to purchase this fruit. This old man will be extremely grateful. I bid 2 million silver coins. It seemed that this elderly man greatly needed the fruit of life. Zhao Fu didn't know what sort of family the Deng family was, however, it seemed to be quite powerful, as after the elderly man said this, everyone's expression changed. What's more, the elderly man's bow was only to the sovereign rooms above, and his words were primarily directed to those in the VIP rooms. As for everyone else, the elderly man didn't put them in his eyes at all. Afterward, the fruit of life was won by the elderly man for 2 million silver coins. The 37th item was brought up by a few big men. It was a creature that looked like a leopard and was as big as a dog. It was completely black, and its eyes were blood red. The black leopard was just a juvenile, but the aura it gave off was incredibly ferocious. The black leopard threateningly roared from within its cage. The elderly man introduced it, a juvenile stage 3 Lord class Blood Knight leopard. Needless to say, it has great potential. Its reserve price is 1 million silver coins. 285-legged wyvern. This Blood Knight leopard could be developed into a battle beast and be used as a mount, which was quite good. A stage 3 Lord grade juvenile did indeed have great potential. 4 million silver coins. This was the first time someone from a sovereign room had made a bid. It was an elderly woman's voice, and it caused the auction hall to fall silent. No one dared to make a bid. After all, not only was she a city lord, but this person also outbid the reserve price by 3 million silver coins. This wasn't something a normal person could contend against. City Lord Zhu, this must be for your darling granddaughter, right? A middle-aged man asked from another sovereign room. The person who had made the bid was City Lord Zhu, and she laughed and confirmed this. None of the other city lords made a bid, so City Lord Zhu was able to purchase the Blood Knight leopard for 4 million silver coins. Afterward, more and more items were brought out, and they were sold for incredibly high prices, making everyone feel incredibly excited and envious. The 41st item was a 30-centimeter long tooth. It was as white as jade and gave off traces of chilling chi, and after taking it out, the temperature in the auction hall fell by a few degrees. This is a nice elemental beast's tooth, and it is a epic rank material. It can be used to create ice-type equipment. The reserve price is 5 million silver coins. This was the first epic rank item that had been auctioned so far that wasn't a reward from a system event. After the elderly man introduced this item, everyone stared at the tooth in shock. Heavens! That's a epic rank material. It's the first time I've seen one, and it feels so powerful. Hahaha, I got to see a epic rank material today. Looks like I didn't come for nothing. I'll be able to boast about it when I get back. Ah, it'd be great if I had that much money to buy it. The auction hall instantly became lively and noisy, and everyone excitedly spoke. The impact left on them by the epic rank material was simply too great. 6 million silver coins. People from the sovereign room started to make bids, and everyone else could only watch on. Whether it was power or wealth, they couldn't compare to these people. The 12 sovereign rooms were all full, representing that there were at least 12 city lords present. All of the grand figures from the surrounding regions were here, and the competition among them was incredibly terrifying. Each bid would be at least 1 million silver coins higher than the last. 12 million silver coins. 13 million silver coins. 15 million silver coins. Very soon, the ice elemental beast's tooth reached 17 million silver coins. A normal epic rank material was worth around 10 million silver coins, and a price of 17 million silver coins was already quite expensive. As such, there were fewer and fewer people bidding, and soon, only 4 remained. 18 million silver coins. Someone said from one of the sovereign rooms. It was difficult to tell if it was from a man or a woman. Now that the price had reached such heights, the other 3 people started to hesitate and consider whether they wanted to continue. 20 million silver coins. Someone calmly said from one of the unremarkable private rooms, causing everyone present to gasp and wonder which suicidal idiot had made the bid. Of course, Zhao Fu lacked epic rank materials too, but he didn't have the ability to forge them. However, he could store them for now and wait. After all, Road could already forge dark gold rank equipment, and because Road would be able to forge epic rank equipment sooner or later, Zhao Fu wasn't worried. The voice from the private room surprised the people in the sovereign rooms, but that genderless-sounding person said in the same tone as before, which was neither calm nor angry, 21 million silver coins. 23 million silver coins. Just as the genderless voice made a bid, the person in the private room once again made a bid in a calm voice. When the genderless voice bid again, it contained a trace of anger. 25 million silver coins. Everyone else in the auction hall gulped. The wrath of a city lord was terrifying, and the other 3 people who had been bidding watched on in amusement and stopped bidding. After the genderless voice bid in anger, the person from the private room no longer made any bids. It seemed that he knew when to retreat, and this disappointed those who were hoping to watch a good show. Within the private room, Xiaofu wiped his mouth after sipping his tea. He wasn't afraid of that city lord, rather, the price was already quite expensive for an ice elemental beast tooth. When he saw that the genderless voiced person was determined to buy this item, Xiaofu stopped making bids. In the end, the ice elemental beast tooth was sold to the genderless voice for 25 million silver coins. The next item was slowly carried out. It was a box that was 30 centimeters long and seemed to be made out of wood. It was covered with intricate carvings and gave off a violet light, making it seem quite mysterious. The elderly man smiled as he introduced it, saying, "This is a mysterious treasure box that will give one an epic rank piece of equipment when it is opened. The reserve price is 8 million silver coins. This box was quite dependent on luck. It could give a good epic rank piece of equipment or a fairly poor epic rank piece of equipment. However, since it was guaranteed to be a epic rank piece of equipment, it was bound to be sold for a lot. 10 million silver coins." Right after the elderly man introduced it, someone made a bid. Everyone in the sovereign rooms was interested, and those in the sovereign rooms started to bid. The price quickly surpassed that of the ice elemental beast tooth, and it reached 26 million silver coins, at which point some people gave up. 27 million silver coins. A gloomy voice sounded out from a sovereign room. 28 million silver coins. A woman's voice sounded out from another sovereign room. 30 million silver coins. A coarse voice sounded out from another sovereign room. This price was already quite monstrous, and the ordinary people could only watch these last three people fight it out. Everyone watched on nervously and excitedly as they continued to raise the price. 32 million silver coins. Suddenly, that calm voice from that unremarkable private room sounded out again, causing everyone to look towards that part of the auction hall. "Fudge, that fellow dares to bid? Does he want to die?" some people muttered. The people in the 12 sovereign rooms looked at that private room in interest. The mech of the auction also looked over at the private room in surprise and asked, 32 million silver coins, going once. "Is there anyone else who would like to make a bid?" The coarse voice sounded out again. 33 million silver coins. 35 million silver coins. That calm voice once again sounded out, shocking everyone. They had thought that he would just give up like last time, or perhaps he just wanted to attract attention. However, no one had thought that he would continue bidding. At the same time, everyone felt quite curious. Did that person really have that much money, or was he an idiot? Could he be some grand figure? 286 azure bird blood crystal. 35 million silver coins equaled the price of an exquisite epic rank weapon, and the coarse voice no longer continued to bid and instead laughed. The coarse voice said with an air of appreciation, "Not bad, boy." The other city lords didn't bother bidding either, so Xiaofu bought the mysterious treasure box for 35 million silver coins. This shocked everyone. None of them had thought that the item would be obtained by an unknown figure in a private room. It seemed that this fellow had a powerful background. The next item was soon brought out. It was a stick of incense that was the width of normal incense sticks but only half as tall, and because of this, it looked like it would only burn for 3 minutes. It also had 5 different colors. After being brought out, it gave off a dreamlike aroma. Some of the people in the hall with weak willpower felt like falling asleep upon smelling that fragrance. Seeing this, the elderly man waved his hand and set up a barrier, separating the incense from the people on the first level. At the same time, the elderly man introduced this item, saying, "Dream incense, a type of incense created using stage 5 fantasy grass. Anyone who breathes it in will fall into a deep sleep. The effects are slightly weaker against humans, but they are extremely powerful against wild beasts. They are even effective on Lord-grade beasts. The incense can be burned for 3 minutes, and the reserve price is 8 million silver coins." It seemed that the dream incense's effects would be quite useful in certain times, but it could only burn for 3 minutes, which made many people lose interest. However, there were still a few people who were interested in it, and soon, the price reached 13 million silver coins. Of course, these people were all from sovereign rooms, no one else had such wealth, and the others could only watch as these big figures battled it out. 15 million silver coins. Suddenly, a calm voice once again sounded out from that private room, making everyone quite surprised that he still had money. The city lords were also quite surprised, and they had never expected that the person in the private room would have such wealth. What's more, they were completely unfamiliar with this person, which meant that this person had only recently appeared and was attracted here by this auction. After hearing the elderly man introduce the dream incense, Xiaofu realized that it would be very important for one of his plans, so he decided to buy it. Would anyone else like to make a bid? The elderly man asked as the hall fell silent. None of the people in the sovereign room wanted to pay more than 15 million silver coins, and no one else had the ability to do so. No one made a bid. As such, Xiaofu was able to purchase the dream incense. The next item was brought up carefully by a few big men. It was an oval-shaped egg that was half a meter long and had a gray shell. It gave off a very powerful aura, and Xiaofu was familiar with this aura as Xiaofu had seen something similar at the previous auction. This was a dragon egg, and it was giving off a dragon's might. The elderly man started to introduce it, saying, "I'm sure everyone can guess what sort of egg this is." "That's right. It is a dragon egg, a two-legged wyvern. Dragons are one of the most powerful races in the world, and I'm sure that I don't need to explain just how powerful they are. Even though this dragon egg is only a two-legged wyvern egg, it is still a dragon. What's more, when this egg was found, it had already been incubated for a year. Normally, the more powerful the dragon, the longer the egg will have to be incubated. Normal drakes require 1 year of incubation, while two-legged wyverns require 2 to 3 years. However, since this egg has already been incubated for 1 year, if you are able to buy it and use a mysterious technique, you'll be able to hatch this egg within 1 year. The reserve price is 10 million silver coins. Two-legged wyverns were a type of flying dragon, and because they could reach stage 5 in strength, they were stronger than normal drakes. After the elderly man's introduction, the auction hall burst into excitement, and countless people cried out in excitement. Dragons held a special position in Chinese people's hearts, and even though it was a Western dragon, they were still very excited. 12 million silver coins. Someone from a sovereign room quickly made a bid. Everyone wanted this dragon egg, and the competition was particularly intense. 15 million silver coins. 17 million silver coins. 20 million silver coins. The price of this two-legged wyvern rapidly increased, and soon, it reached 25 million silver coins. There were still 8 city lords making bids. 30 million silver coins. The coarse voice sounded out, raising the price by 5 million silver coins. This was the person who had spoken to Xiaofu earlier. Such a high price caused 3 out of the 8 people to hesitate. 32 million silver coins. The gloomy voice from a sovereign room sounded out. 33 million silver coins. A woman's voice from a sovereign room sounded out. After a few more bids, the dragon egg reached 40 million silver coins. This terrifying price caused many other city lords to give up, leaving only 3 in the running. 41 million silver coins. The gloomy voice sounded out. 42 million silver coins. The coarse voice sounded out. 43 million silver coins. The woman's voice sounded out. Now that there were only 3 city lords bidding, the price rose slower, and everyone watched on with excited and nervous expressions. "Please give Coldwind City some face, everyone," the gloomy voice said from a sovereign room as he raised the price to 45 million silver coins. After saying such words and raising the price by 2 million silver coins, the other 2 people hesitated. After hatching this egg, it would still require a long time to nurture it until it became mature and obtained stage 5 strength. By the time, their own cultivation would have reached stage 5 already, and they would be able to catch their own. A price of 45 million silver coins was already quite steep. 46 million silver coins. As the other 2 city lords hesitated, that calm voice from that private room once again sounded out, causing everyone to freeze and look over. Heavens, just how much money does that fellow have? Countless people were incredibly shocked because Xiaofu had already spent 50 million silver coins. When Xiaofu dared to make a bid after what he had just said, the owner of the gloomy voice made another bid, sounding quite angry. 47 million silver coins. 48 million silver coins. Xiaofu ignored the anger in the gloomy voice's tone. He had greatly wanted to purchase the dragon egg at the previous auction, but because he didn't have sufficient money or strength, he had to give up. However, now that he had both money and strength, why would he have to give up? 287 Divine Bird Bloodline. After this voice sounded out, everyone else felt scared on his behalf. Wasn't he afraid of the wrath of a city lord? He was simply seeking death. The other city lords smiled and decided to watch on as spectators. Suddenly, a massive aura exploded out from the sovereign room that the gloomy-sounding person was in, and everyone's expression changed, feeling as if there was a massive rock weighing down on them. From how everyone saw it, as someone in a private room, Xiaofu definitely wasn't as powerful as a city lord. They all believed that a confrontation between them would be like dashing an egg against a rock. The other city lords didn't care at all because they could detect that the 3 people within that room all had stage 1 cultivations. For such a person to dare to offend them, the high and mighty city lords, that person was simply seeking death. The city lords all felt somewhat displeased, but they didn't want to step in either. They wanted that arrogant brat to acknowledge his mistake. They also wanted to show him how brutal and cruel the world was. If one didn't have the strength, one should act low profile, or one would die without even knowing how one had died. The massive aura weighing down on the private room was many times heavier than the aura outside, and Wang Ergu and Chuoba King did their best to resist the aura. Wang Ergu, who had weaker cultivation, felt his legs start to tremble as beads of sweat appeared on his body. Seeing this, Zhao Fu frowned and waved his hand, sending a black semicircle out and unleashing his king's domain. With his king's domain, Zhao Fu wasn't afraid of that city lord Zora. 50 million silver coins. The gloomy voice once again sounded out from a sovereign room. 51 million silver coins. Just as the gloomy voice spoke, the voice from within the private room immediately outbid him, shocking the crowd and the city lords. As someone with merely stage 1 cultivation, isn't he afraid? The city lords wondered. If that city lord attacked him, no one would be able to stop him. The mech felt quite awkward when he saw this. The city lord was definitely in the wrong, using his aura to suppress others, but their auction hall didn't have the power to retrain the city lord. The elderly man could only look towards the private room and try to persuade the person inside. Respected guest, it's best that you give up on this dragon egg. That city lord isn't someone you can offend. Hearing this, Zhao Fu felt quite displeased, but he knew that the elderly man was saying this for his benefit. However, Zhao Fu was determined to obtain this dragon egg, so he didn't back down. When the person from the private room didn't say anything in response, everyone thought that he had given up. After all, anyone would have to take a step back when facing a city lord. Humphrey. Anand dares to act arrogantly in front of me? Normally, I'd crush you in an instant, but since we're in front of so many people, I thought that I'd show you some mercy. Now that I'm angry, you'd better get the hell out here and kowtow to me 3 times, or I won't let you off today, the gloomy voice said condescendingly. This was only natural. In these regions, city lords were the most powerful existences, and nothing could shake their position. However, the other city lords frowned when they heard those arrogant and domineering words. They felt that there was no need to bicker with a minor figure like this, as it would only lower their positions. The countless people on the first, second, third, and fourth levels looked at the private room and waited for that person to get out and kowtow. Even though it was humiliating, it was better than dying. Within the private room, Wang Ergu and Chuoba King looked incredibly furious as they cried out, "Your Majesty." Zhao Fu looked at them and signaled that he would take care of things as he calmly said, "Are there no other bids?" "If there are no other bids, I'll be taking the 2-legged wyvern egg." As soon as he spoke, everyone gasped. Boom. A massive explosion sounded out, and it was like that of a table or chair being destroyed as a terrifying light exploded out from the sovereign room that the gloomy-sounding person was in. Everyone understood that the city lord was going to kill this person and that the person in the private room was dead without a doubt. The other city lords all frowned, but they had no intention of getting involved. After all, this was a world where the powerful reigned and the weak could only live on their knees. Boom. At that moment, an overflowing aura exploded out from the private room, completely suppressing the city lord's aura. The atmosphere in the auction hall froze, and this horrifying aura caused even the weather to change. "Do you believe that I won't kill you?" A voice filled with killing intent sounded out from that private room, and it was icy to the point that the temperature in the auction hall seemed to drop. The people on the first, second, and third levels collapsed to the ground, unable to bear this power. The people in the 12 sovereign rooms were greatly dismayed, as this might surpass their own. Within one of the sovereign rooms, a gloomy-looking, long-haired young man looked extremely serious. He was the one with the gloomy voice. The scene was getting out of control, and the atmosphere became incredibly tense as if an almighty battle was about to erupt. At that moment, an elderly man wearing green clothes walked out from a sovereign room and smiled as he said, "This one is the city lord of Azure Willow. Please give this elderly one some face and maintain the peace here." The gloomy-looking young man no longer said anything because he knew that he would definitely lose, and Zhao Fu also retracted his aura. Everyone present let out a sigh of relief and looked at that private room in fear, thinking to themselves that there really was a grand figure in it. This was simply too terrifying. He was even more powerful than a city lord. Everyone in the sovereign room started to look quite worried as well because they would suffer greatly if any one of them faced him. Zhao Fu sat back down within the private room with a cold expression on his face. For some people, if others took 1 step back, they would take 10 steps forwards. If others acted humbly, they would think that those people were easy to bully. Zhao Fu had used a bit of the Imperial Ruler's seal's power to unleash a powerful aura. He hadn't truly used it, so the fate he had consumed was extremely small. In the end, no one dared to bid on the dragon egg, so it was purchased by Zhao Fu. After what had just happened, the atmosphere within the auction changed, and no one dared to look down on that private room. Next, a beautiful attendant brought out the round crystal that was as big as a pearl on a tray. It seemed to be made out of blood and was green-colored. The elderly Mick returned to normal. Under the terrifying aura, he had been forced to kneel on the ground. He felt incredibly ashamed that he had tried to persuade such a grand figure not to fight against a city lord, and he felt relieved that the person hadn't held it against him. This is an azure bird blood crystal, a treasure from an ancient historical remnant. After using it, one will obtain a trace of the azure bird bloodline. The azure bird is a divine bird, and this item is incredibly rare and precious. The reserve price is 14 million silver coins. 288 Desolate Blood Mask. The azure bird was a three-legged divine bird. It had the head of a phoenix and a light body. Its color was also incredibly beautiful. It was said to be a lucky and auspicious creature, and the legends said that it was the emissary of the Queen Mother of the West. It was impossible to meet one in the mortal realm and could only be found on Penglai Immortal Mountain. However, there was no path to Penglai, and all correspondence was through the azure bird. Even though there wasn't much detailed information about the azure bird in Chinese myths, it was evident that its bloodline grade was definitely not low, as it was a type of divine bird bloodline. What's more, it contained an auspicious aura, and the person who fused with this bloodline was bound to have good luck in the future. 18 million silver coins. The appearance of the azure bird bloodline made the city lords excited, and one of them immediately made a bid. 20 million silver coins. Another city lord immediately outbid the first city lord and increased the price by 2 million silver coins. However, this price was unable to stop the passion of the various city lords. Very soon, the azure bird blood crystal's price rose to 30 million silver coins, and none of them showed any signs of giving in. 50 million silver coins. It was that coarse voice again, and the owner of that voice suddenly increased the price by 20 million silver coins. This price caused some of them to start hesitating, but the item's price continued to quickly rise. 54 million silver coins. An elderly voice sounded out. This was the voice of Azure Willow City's city lord. 55 million silver coins. A woman's voice sounded out. 60 million silver coins. One of the city lords who hadn't made a bid yet suddenly raised the price by another 5 million silver coins. This terrifying figure finally made some of the city lords give up. Now, there were only 5 city lords continuing to make bids. The people below excitedly watched on and forgot about what had just happened with Zhao Fu, completely immersed in this intense bidding war. 65 million silver coins. This price caused another 2 city lords to drop out, and only 3 remained. There was the coarse-voiced city lord, the Azure Willow City's city lord, and the one who had bid for the first time today. 66 million silver coins. 67 million silver coins. 68 million silver coins. Finally, the azure bird blood crystal's price reached 72 million silver coins. This price was from the city lord who had only just started participating. In the face of this terrifying sum, the other 2 city lords had to give in as well. 72 million silver coins, going once. Is there anyone else who would like to make a bid? The elderly man asked. Everyone's gaze turned to the private room. Zhao Fu was thinking about whether or not to make a bid. He wasn't hesitating because of the price but because of his bloodline. He had 2 options, which were to either maintain a pure royal bloodline or fuse other high-grade bloodlines. Each of them had its own benefits. A pure royal bloodline meant pure king's power. Fusing with high-grade bloodlines would increase his stats, skills, and other aspects, and it seemed to be quite beneficial. However, his royal bloodline would no longer be as pure. Zhao Fu thought for a while, and in the end, he decided to maintain the purity of his bloodline. This was because even if Zhao Fu chose the second option, he would find a top-tier bloodline, and the azure bird's bloodline simply wasn't good enough for him. Everyone nervously gazed at the private room, but no voice came from it, disappointing everyone. In the end, the azure bird blood crystal was sold to that mysterious city lord. The final item was then slowly brought up by a beautiful attendant. The item seemed to be a piece from a mask, and it was black and made of wood. It was about half the size of a palm, and there was some sort of diagram on it. However, because it was just a piece, it was impossible to tell what the full diagram was. At the same time, the piece gave off an extremely ancient aura. Feeling this aura, Zhao Fu was shocked. On the stage, the elderly man started to introduce this item, saying, "Everyone, please look closely at this item because this is something that many may never see in their lifetime. This is a nation armament piece. Nation armaments represent the fate of a nation, and I'm sure that everyone can imagine how terrifying that is. It's incredibly powerful and something that cannot be resisted. Even though it's only a piece, if you can find 3 other pieces, it's possible to restore it, turning it into a priceless treasure. The reserve price is 20 million silver coins." So this was a nation armament piece. No wonder Zhao Fu had felt so shocked upon feeling its aura. Because Zhao Fu had his own nation armament, the aura had felt incredibly familiar. The appearance of the nation armament piece shocked the countless people within the auction hall, including the city lords. None of them had expected such a thing to appear. The auction hall was once again sent into a frenzy. My heavens, this is an absolutely priceless treasure. It's not something that can be bought with money. Ha ha ha, who would have thought I'd be able to see a nation armament today? Today's such a lucky day. I want it so badly, But I don't have any money. Even if I sold my body, I wouldn't be able to buy it. I wonder which grand figure will be able to buy it. Even though the elderly man had crafted his words quite well and made it sound like this piece had immense potential, Zhao Fu didn't believe him. First, collecting the other 3 pieces would be incredibly difficult, and it would require immense luck. It was possible that it wouldn't be achievable within one's entire lifetime. Moreover, so what if one obtained all of the pieces? If one didn't have the ability to fuse them and restore the nation armament, it would be useless. This was because nation armaments represented the fate of a nation, and once a nation armament was destroyed, it signaled the destruction of a nation. Since the nation had been destroyed, how could a nation armament be restored? However, these sorts of things were simply too rare, so Zhao Fu greatly wanted to obtain it. 30 million silver coins. Just as the elderly man finished introducing it, someone from a sovereign room made a bid, raising the price by 10 million silver coins. It was evident how much he wanted it. However, to the many city lords, 30 million silver coins was nothing. As such, the price quickly rose until it reached 50 million silver coins. 70 million silver coins. It was that coarse voice again. It seemed that this city lord had brought quite a lot of money, but it was a pity that he hadn't been able to make a single winning bid. Since this was the last item and something that he wanted, he didn't hold back, increasing the price by 20 million silver coins. Such a high price caused many city lords to hesitate, and when the next city lord raised the price to 75 million silver coins, many of them sighed and decided to give up. Now, there were 5 people competing, and by the time the price reached 80 million silver coins, only 2 remained. 289 demon god out of these 2 people, one was the coarse voice, and the other was Azure Willow City's city lord. Because this was Azure Willow City's territory, when Azure Willow City's city lord called out the astronomical price of 85 million silver coins, the coarse voice gave up. Is there anyone else who would like to make a bid? The elderly man once again asked as he looked around. Everyone's gaze once again fell on that private room. 86 million silver coins. A calm voice said from the private room, shocking everyone, this grand figure was simply throwing away too much money. Zhao Fu had ample money to spend. Even though his businesses in the various regions were earning less than they had at the beginning, each region still brought in 4,000 gold coins per day, and with 31 regions, that was over 120,000 gold coins per day. 1 gold coin was worth 100 silver coins, which meant that he earned 12 million silver coins per day. With the money he had saved, Zhao Fu had enough money to buy the nation armament piece. When Azure Willow City's city lord heard Zhao Fu's bid, he was quite shocked and decided to go all out. 90 million silver coins. When he called out this bid, everyone looked incredibly shocked. 90 million silver coins were worth $90 billion in the real world, and everyone couldn't help but sigh in amazement. This amount of money would be able to bury them alive. 91 million silver coins. However, that calm voice once again sounded out emotionlessly. Hearing this voice, Azure Willow City's city lord could only sigh and give up. 90 million silver coins were already all that he had, and it seemed that it would be impossible for him to obtain the nation armament piece. In the end, this nation armament piece was also obtained by Zhao Fu. After the end of the super auction, countless people flooded out of the auction hall with excited expressions while Zhao Fu went to the back, paid the money, and obtained everything that he had won in the auction. The person who received him was the elderly mech. He first apologized for what he had initially said to Zhao Fu before giving Zhao Fu a violet gold badge. With this badge, he would receive sovereign-level treatment within this auction hall. Zhao Fu accepted the badge and felt that he couldn't stay here for long, so he immediately returned to the Great Ken town. It was indeed quite dangerous. The long-haired gloomy city lord had wanted to join with the other city lords to kill Zhao Fu. After all, he had obtained most of the good items and most likely had an even greater fortune on him that was enough to make even the city lords feel covetous. However, most of the city lords had refused. It wasn't that they didn't want everything on Zhao Fu but because they had many other considerations. First, they had already confirmed that Zhao Fu was a player and that the aura he had given off was from a clan armament. That clan armament was simply too powerful, and they weren't 100% certain that they could kill Zhao Fu. Moreover, even if they killed him, he wouldn't die a true death, and they would have to fear his revenge in the future. With that clan armament's power, any of them would lose against him, and overall, although this offer was quite tempting, all of them could only refuse. Seeing that no one was willing to join him, that long-haired gloomy city lord wasn't stupid enough to try to kill Zhao Fu by himself. After returning to the Great Ken town, Zhao Fu prepared a special house for the two-legged wyvern egg and ordered some people to find secret techniques that could speed up the incubation of dragon eggs. Zhao Fu stood in front of the dragon egg, cut his arm, causing his blood to drip onto the shell, and muttered an incantation. After this, the blood quickly entered the shell. This was a simple blood pact that was used to subdue most wild beasts and make them recognize the owner of the blood as their master. Afterward, Zhao Fu went to his room and placed the dream incense into a wooden box to prevent any of its smell from leaking out before putting it into his king's ring. Zhao Fu then sat on a chair, took out the nation armament piece, and looked at it closely. Desolate Blood Mask, piece, the nation armament of the Desolate Blood Ancient Kingdom. After the Desolate Blood Ancient Kingdom fell, its nation armament also shattered. Desolate Blood Ancient Kingdom? After looking at the description of the piece, Zhao Fu ordered some people to collect information on the Desolate Blood Ancient Kingdom to see if they could find the other pieces. If Zhao Fu could find all of the pieces and restore the nation armament, he would have another nation armament. Anyone would feel excited when thinking about this. Zhao Fu knew that although this would be very difficult, there was still a trace of hope. Afterward, Zhao Fu went to the city heart and looked at the violet light that the city heart gave off, as well as the 12 metal colossi and jade ruler's seal, which were floating beside the city heart. He tried to place the piece there to see if there was any effect, and the result only led to disappointment. The piece also floated around the city heart, but none of the fate that the city heart gave off could enter the piece. This meant that Zhao Fu couldn't use the piece. Zhao Fu didn't put the piece away, and he instead let it stay next to the city heart to see if it could be nurtured by Great Gen's fate. Perhaps there would be some changes over time. After taking care of these things, Zhao Fu returned to his room and suddenly thought of something. He took out an exquisite treasure box that gave off a violet light. He didn't know what sort of equipment that the mysterious treasure box would give him, but because it was guaranteed to be epic rank, Zhao Fu felt a bit excited. Zhao Fu put the treasure box on the table and slowly opened the lid. A violet light shot out. The depth of the color signified the quality of the equipment. A deeper color usually signified better subgrades, while lighter colors signified worse subgrades. Within the treasure box, it was chaotic, making it impossible to see anything. The violet light alternated between deep violet and light violet, and Zhao Fu could even see that the violet light contained a tinge of orange sometimes. This caused Zhao Fu to feel incredibly hopeful, but the light became a deep violet color before settling. An item shot out from the treasure box and floated in front of Zhao Fu. This item surprised Zhao Fu. It was a fishing rod. The fishing rod was 2 meters long and seemed to be made out of a tree branch that was as thick as a finger. This fishing rod looked quite ordinary, and the tree branch looked just like a normal tree branch. There was a thin string bound to the fishing rod, most likely the fishing line, and it seemed to be made out of flax. At the end of the fishing line, there was a small hook that gave off a faint silver light. What was going on? He had been given a fishing rod. Zhao Fu stared dumbly at the fishing rod in front of him, completely flabbergasted. From the depth of the light, this was most likely an exquisite epic rank piece of equipment, but this fishing rod was completely useless to him. He didn't have time to go fishing. 290 God Domain. After looking at the fishing rod stats, Zhao Fu saw the following information: 1 world rod, a fishing rod made from the branch of the ancient world tree, heavenly flax string, and silver moon hook. It has 3 effects. Effect 1, fishing proficiency, learns all skills related to fishing to a proficient level, and one can be called a fishing grandmaster. Effect 2, fishing blessing, adds an extra 500% chance of catching fish when fishing and greatly increases the chance of fishing rare types of fish. Effect 3, fishing comprehension, this item is quite special and contains a type of source energy. When using it, it will allow one to comprehend the heavens and earth easier. After looking at these things, Zhao Fu was somewhat shocked. The 1 world rod was a special item and not just any normal piece of equipment. It didn't give bonus stats, and while Zhao Fu wasn't very interested in its first 2 effects, he was still curious about the 3rd effect. Master, I want to fuse into this fishing rod. A voice said in Zhao Fu's mind. It came from the silver ring on Zhao Fu's hand. Back in East Green, when Zhao Fu unlocked the Gloomy Jungle, he had obtained a silver ring, Celia Kluman, which was also a epic rank piece of equipment. Celia normally stayed in her ring and didn't say much, so she didn't have as large of a presence as his other equipment. Now that Celia had suddenly requested to fuse with his fishing rod, Zhao Fu was quite surprised and asked, "Why?" Celia obediently replied, "Master, I possess an ancient elf bloodline, and I'll receive great benefits from staying in a rod created from the ancient world tree." When he heard this, Zhao Fu thought about it and decided that there would be no harm in this, so he agreed. After receiving Zhao Fu's approval, Celia turned into a silver light that covered the 1 world rod before slowly fusing into it. As a result, the light from the deep violet 1 world rod became deeper and deeper. As for the silver ring, it disintegrated into powder and disappeared. It seemed that all of the energy in the ring was stored within Celia herself. After Celia fully fused with the 1 world rod, the 1 world rod's light actually became half orange. Zhao Fu understood that the 1 world rod had become fragmented legendary grade, and it was only a bit away from entering legendary grade. It was a pity that it wasn't a piece of equipment and therefore didn't give any stats. After looking at the One World Rod's information again, Zhao Fu found that its 3 effects had been strengthened. In particular, Fishing Blessing was strengthened, increasing the extra chance to 800%. At the same time, a 4th effect was unlocked. Azure Leaf Raincoat. When it is raining, it will automatically appear to block the wind and rain for you. It also increases your comprehension of the heavens and earth. This effect didn't seem very useful either. After looking through all of the One World Rod's information, Zhao Fu was still quite disappointed. After all, he had spent a lot of money and even destroyed a epic rank ring to obtain this useless item. Comprehension of the heavens and earth was simply too vague and fantastical. Celia, you stay inside there then. I'm going to put it away, Zhao Fu said to Celia. Zhao Fu had a good impression of Celia because she was obedient and easy to get along with, so he treated her quite well. Thank you, Master. Celia said happily from within the One World Rod. Zhao Fu put the One World Rod into the king's ring. Now, he had taken care of everything from the auction. Finally, it was time to carry out the god-killing plan that he had planned for a long time. Zhao Fu was quite curious, what would he get from the heaven and earth refining formation after refining a godly spirit? His target this time was a godly spirit's clone, and he wouldn't dare to think about refining the main body of a godly spirit. With his current strength, such a thing would be impossible. Even though it was just a clone, Zhao Fu still prepared for a few days. Right now, Great Qin's population had reached 280,000, and Zhao Fu's military had expanded to 50,000 soldiers. Zhao Fu decided that the location where they would take down the godly spirit would be underground. The underground region was 10 or so kilometers wide, and Zhao Fu didn't want anyone to interfere with this operation. In order to prevent the underground region from being destroyed, he had his people set up many Vajra talismans and demon-crushing talismans. These talismans not only reinforced the underground region, but they would also weaken the godly spirit. Zhao Fu also put various protections around the heaven and earth refining formation's altar because it was now an essential part of Great Qin's plans, and he couldn't allow it to be damaged no matter what. Apart from these things, Zhao Fu also spent a lot of money to buy a flight stone. The godly spirit had wings and would most likely be able to fly, while Zhao Fu didn't have such abilities. Therefore, he would have to use a flight stone to engage it in the air. However, the flight stone's effects weren't that great, the flying altitude and speed were both limited, but this was the best flying type item that Zhao Fu could find. In the end, it was better than having nothing at all. After all of this was prepared, Zhao Fu led his 50,000 soldiers down to a large empty area in the underground region where they had moved the blood-red altar from Log Village. There were also various wooden stakes around the altar on which wild beasts were bound. There were wild boars, goats, deer, and even tigers. Altogether, there were thousands of wild beasts. There were also hundreds of pillars on which people were bound. Most of them were males, and there were both elderly and young people. Of course, these people didn't belong to Great Qin, rather, they were all evildoers and criminals who should have been killed by Zhao Fu's forces. However, they were kept to be used as sacrifices to summon the demonic godly spirit. After all, to demons, humans were the most delicious. Right now, whether they were wild beasts or humans, all of them felt deeply unsettled. The wild beasts tried to struggle free, and some of the people loudly cursed, wanting Zhao Fu to release them. Zhao Fu stood in front of the stakes and pillars and coldly looked at them. He wouldn't show any mercy to these sorts of people. Now that the sacrifices were ready, Zhao Fu ordered his people to set up the various barriers. First was the 6-wood absolute barrier, a high-grade isolation barrier. It was one of the first things that Zhao Fu had obtained, and it would seal the surrounding space to prevent the demonic godly spirit from escaping. The 6 white sticks were arranged around the blood-red altar, and they were about 5,000 meters from the altar each. Apart from this, Zhao Fu had bought another 36 ordinary isolation barriers. They were black tubes of iron that were 2 meters long, and 4 of them formed a set. Ordinarily, they would be used in city battles to prevent the use of teleportation channels. The 36 ordinary isolation barriers were arranged around the 6 white sticks, forming a super isolation barrier with the 6-wood absolute barrier as the foundation. 291 Divine Armament Projection. The 12 statues of the Yin General Ghost Suppressing Formation were also spaced 5,000 meters away from the blood-red altar, creating a massive, formless formation. Even though this formation was for suppressing ghosts, it was still effective against other evil creatures, though its effects were reduced. Zhao Fu then took out 4 stone seals on which an azure dragon, black turtle, vermilion bird, and white tiger were engraved. They made up the 4 corners ceiling formation he had bought during the Ghost Festival, and he arranged them in the 4 different directions before setting up the Sunblaze Emperor Immortal formation as well. Finally, Zhao Fu gave all of his soldiers a bottle of demon resistance potion. This potion gave them resistance against demon attacks, and it would also increase damage against demons. After making these preparations, Zhao Fu looked at the soldiers around him. The soldiers all knew what he wanted to do, and they all of them looked quite serious and gave off a dense killing intent. "Is everyone ready?" Zhao Fu asked. The 50,000 soldiers simultaneously replied, "Yes." The sound was simply deafening. "Assume the formation." Bai Qi, Wei Liao, and Wang Jian yelled, and the 50,000 soldiers started to move, their feet moving in unison as they split into 3 teams that guarded the east, south, and west. As for the north side, it was personally defended by Zhao Fu, 2 of the exploration teams, and 1,000 ballistae. Furthermore, Daisy and the other holy light skill users were there as well. After all of these preparations were complete, Zhao Fu and Old Log walked up to the blood-red altar, and Zhao Fu said seriously, "Let's begin." Old Log obeyed, raised his wooden staff, and started to chant. This chant felt incredibly dark, strange, and oppressive, and as Old Log continuously repeated it, an evil aura started to come out of the altar. The bound wild animals and humans started to cry out in fear as blood-colored doors rose up from their bodies and gathered towards the air above the altar. Soon, the beasts and people's bodies started to wither at a visible rate. As countless blood-red auras gathered above the altar, Old Log finished his chant and yelled, "Great God Kerr, I invite you to descend with thousands of living creatures as a sacrifice." After finishing the chant, Old Log raised his staff and slammed it down onto the altar. Immediately, the blood-colored aura above the altar started to spin, and it formed a blood-red whirlpool and created a gust of berserk wind. Og! Around the altar, the beasts and humans gave a final cry before becoming dry corpses, looking quite terrifying. Boom! A loud explosion sounded out as if space itself had been torn as a large crack appeared at the center of the blood-colored whirlpool. A black aura started to stream out from the crack, which was filled with darkness and evil. The sky demon's sword at Zhao Fu's waist could feel this aura, and it couldn't help but feel excited, causing the sword to tremble. A figure that gave off a shocking aura appeared. It looked like an imp and was 1.3 meters tall. There were 3 short horns on its head, and its eyes were completely back. There was also a pair of small wings on its back. This was God Kerr, and it had been a long time since Zhao Fu had seen it. It looked essentially the same apart from the fact that its body was now solid instead of being just an image. "Our lowly subjects, what have you summoned us for?" God Kerr was very satisfied with Old Log's sacrifice, so it had quickly sent a clone to descend. However, to a godly spirit, creating thousands of clones was very simple. Zhao Fu threw a bottle to Old Log, and he quickly used it and ignored God Kerr. This immediately caused God Kerr's pleased mood to sour. At that moment, Zhao Fu turned to look at God Kerr, a calm expression on his face. He waved his hand, activating all of the formations. The 6-foot absolute barrier released 6 thin pillars of white light that rushed upwards until they hit the ceiling, and the white light started rippling out, causing the space around them to be locked. God Kerr could immediately feel that there were many powers restricting it. It looked at Zhao Fu and Old Log with its black eyes and suddenly felt that it had been tricked. Its gaze became cold as it yelled, "You lowly creatures." God Kerr stretched out a sharp hand and pointed at Zhao Fu and Old Log as a formless energy spread out. However, Zhao Fu and Old Log were completely fine, and they didn't explode like God Kerr had expected. This made the atmosphere quite awkward. Zhao Fu had long since predicted that God Kerr would be able to use the fact that his and Old Log's demon priest profession were given by God Kerr to easily kill them. As such, they had rid themselves of that profession. Changing profession was very easy, but the demon's power, which was the power given by God Kerr, wasn't so easy to get rid of. At the super auction, Zhao Fu bought a bottle of liquid, which was profession cleansing water. It could completely erase one's profession's stats, skills, and attributes. Most people were desperate for more professions, so it was inconceivable that they would want to get rid of a profession and all of the benefits that it brought. As such, profession cleansing water was quite rare, and Zhao Fu had only found it at the last auction. Even though they had fully gotten rid of the demon priest profession, they still had traces of God Kerr's energy left within them. That was why God Kerr had thought that Zhao Fu and Old Log were demon priests, and God Kerr wanted to use the demon's power within them to kill them, resulting in this awkward scene. God Kerr was so furious that its facial features distorted as it yelled, "Lowly human, you've angered the great God Kerr. You must die now." God Kerr flew into the air and stretched out its hand, condensing blood-red fireballs that were as big as watermelons. There were hundreds of these fireballs, and all of them gave off an immense amount of heat, making the sky seem like it was burning and the temperature in this region to rise by 10 or so degrees. Fire arrows. Just as God Kerr was about to start attacking, Bai Qi and the others attacked first. Arrows with evil crushing talismans on them shot out, tearing through the air. It was impossible to tell just how many arrows there were, and they contained a massive amount of force as they streaked towards God Kerr. God Kerr condescendingly smiled as a blood-red dome expanded out from where it was, covering the 100-meter radius area around it. Bang, bang, bang. The countless arrows that hit the blood-red dome were knocked back, resulting in a rain of broken arrows. 292 God versus 4 beasts. This was God Kerr's God domain, and it was incredibly powerful to be able to defend against tens of thousands of arrows. These attacks caused God Kerr to look over at those normal soldiers, and it waved its hand, causing the hundreds of fireballs to fall like meteors. The shield bearers raised their large shields and circulated their cultivation power as they met those blood-red fireballs head-on. Bang, bang, bang. The fireballs immediately exploded, unleashing a destructive power. The fireballs that fell to the ground blasted open 3-meter-wide craters, and the shield bearers gritted their teeth as they received God Kerr's first attack with great difficulty. Swish, swish, swish. While God Kerr was attacking, Beichi and the others grasped this opportunity to once again give the order to attack, and countless arrows once again shot towards God Kerr. This time, the 1,000 ballistae on Zhaofu's side also attacked, causing countless arrows and bolts to glint with a cold light as they once again smashed against the blood-red dome. The arrows and bolts were once again smashed and repelled, but they were starting to see the effects of their attack. Crack. This time, with the ballistae firing their powerful bolts that had 9 evil-crushing talismans each, a large crack appeared on God Kerr's God domain. After all, this was only a clone of God Kerr, and it had less than 1 out of 1,000 of the main body's power. It was impossible for it to completely defend against all of the soldiers' attacks. After all, enough ants would be able to kill an elephant, and enough people would be able to kill a godly spirit. The crack in the God domain caused God Kerr to look quite shocked, and it immediately became enraged as it raised a hand and roared, "Godly Hell Fireball!" Black tongues of flame appeared above God Kerr's hand, and they quickly became a massive 30-meter-wide fireball. This fireball looked like a little sun, and it gave off an incredibly scorching energy and destructive aura. Suddenly, a massive silver light that gave off an immense evil-crushing power smashed onto the crack on the God domain. Boom! The crack on the God domain became greater, and more cracks appeared as the evil-crushing spear broke through the God domain and shot towards God Kerr. However, after breaking through the God domain, the evil-crushing spear's light became much dimmer. Zhaofu watched as God Kerr prepared this terrifying attack, and he was forced to attack in the end. Otherwise, if that black fireball had been launched, a countless number of his soldiers would have been killed, so he had used all of his strength to throw an evil-crushing spear. The evil-crushing spears he had bought during the Ghost Festival were for this purpose. Facing the evil-crushing spear, God Kerr didn't seem too shocked, and it instead stared at the evil-crushing spear coldly as it stretched out a finger. Boom! The evil-crushing spear, which was formed from countless talismans, collided with God Kerr's finger, causing the evil-crushing spear to disintegrate into countless motes of light. However, God Kerr was forced back in the air, and the casting of Godly Hell Fireball was forcefully cut off, causing the fireball to disappear. This caused God Kerr's expression to become savage as it roared, "Lowly humans, all of you must die. Godly Hell's doors." Boom! God Kerr stretched out its claws and tore towards the ceiling, causing a massive black hole to appear. The black hole continuously gave off black chi, and it looked as if it connected to hell. However, not a single demon came out. With a super isolation barrier that used the 6-wood absolute barrier as its foundation, it completely suppressed the black hole in the air. The 6 white sticks gave off a brilliant white light, and the black iron tubes around them continuously trembled. Godly Hell's door was a spatial summoning skill, but Zhaofu had set up a super isolation barrier that cut off all external space. Og! Damned humans! God Kerr cursed as its body gave off traces of blood-red aura. The might radiating from its body became stronger as its hands tore towards the sides, trying to escape from this isolation barrier. Soldier aura formation. 3 people suddenly yelled as black, blood-red, and green auras streamed up from the countless soldiers, gathering towards Beichi, Wei Liao, and Wang Jian. At the same time, 3 pillars of light rushed upwards. Scree-ee-ee. A piercing bird's cry sounded out as a blood-red eagle that gave off boundless killing intent soared into the air. Roar. A mighty roar sounded out, causing the ground to quake as a black tiger that gave off a conquering air also appeared. A woo-oo-oo. A long howl rang out as a mysterious-looking green wolf savagely leapt out. After appearing, the 3 massive beasts all cried out as the blood-red eagle spread its wings and the black tiger and green wolf started to charge towards God Kerr in the sky. Very soon, these 3 massive beasts reached God Kerr, but they were blocked by its God domain. 7 murders. Army destroyer. Voracious wolf. Beichi, Wang Jian, and Wei Liao raised their general armaments and roared as the 3 beasts' auras exploded outward, causing arcs of lighting to appear around them. The three massive beasts gathered their strength and charged towards God Kerr's god domain. Boom! A massive explosion sounded out as the cracked god domain was completely shattered by the three massive beasts, and the instant that the domain was destroyed, the three massive beasts continued onwards and attacked God Kerr. This once again cut off God Kerr's casting, and seeing the three massive beasts approaching, a chilling coldness appeared in God Kerr's black eyes as it roared, "Godly divine armament!" Suddenly, the entire underground region shook as if there was some sort of source energy gathering, and a deep violet-colored pitchfork appeared in God Kerr's hand. This pitchfork gave off an incredibly terrifying aura, and the space around it seemed to be unable to bear the might of this weapon and started to collapse. At the same time, this weapon gave off a formless might that suppressed all weapons, including Zhao Fu's Sky Demon Sword and Slaughtering Ghost Sword. Both of Zhao Fu's swords were legendary rank weapons, and only divine armaments could suppress them. This pitchfork clearly wasn't a true divine armament but a projection. However, even so, it was able to suppress legendary rank weapons. God Kerr gripped its pitchfork and looked towards the three massive beasts before slashing out. The air was completely torn as a massive black crescent was slashed out, knocking the three massive beasts back. Zhao Fu, looking at the battle in the air, stood his ground and gave the order to activate the Sunblaze Emperor Immortal Formation. Boom! White light filled the underground region, and the temperature rose as the light became brighter and brighter. Soon, a scorching aura filled this place. Scree-ee! A brilliant cry sounded out as a golden crow with wings that were 2 meters wide and covered with golden flames rose up from the ground. 293 godly Trudis in the Sunblaze Emperor Immortal Formation cost a large number of energy stones to use, but because Zhao Fu now had a massive energy stone mine, he didn't mind using the formation. The golden crow gave off a brilliant golden light as it flew into the air and joined the other three beasts, surrounding God Kerr in 4 different directions. God Kerr started to look serious, and the 4 beasts savagely gazed at God Kerr as they roared. Suddenly, the green wolf acted and sprang towards the God Kerr with immense speed, opening its mouth and biting towards God Kerr's neck. God Kerr quickly moved to the side, dodging the green wolf's attack while it stabbed upwards with its pitchfork, sending the green wolf flying upwards. Roar! The black tiger roared and turned into a black blur, opening its mouth as it bit towards God Kerr's back. God Kerr narrowed its eyes, turning and raising its pitchfork as the pitchfork gave off a massive violet light. When the black tiger was just 2 meters away, God Kerr stabbed the pitchfork towards the black tiger, and a formless energy smashed the black tiger back onto the ground. Scree-ee! At that moment, the blood-red eagle took this opportunity to attack. Its claws gave off an incredibly sharp aura as they grabbed towards God Kerr's head. God Kerr was given a big fright and used its pitchfork to block before crying out, "Godly Demon's Shield!" Suddenly, the hand that was gripping the pitchfork shot out a blood-red light that turned into the image of a massive shield. This shield was 10 meters long and 4 meters wide, and there was a picture of a demon with a human's body and a goat's head on it. At that moment, the blood-red eagle's iron-like claws raked down on God Kerr. Boom! An explosion sounded out as the terrifying claws were blocked by the massive shield. The shield looked illusory, but it actually contained immense defense. Scree-ee! The golden crow chose that moment to attack, and it spread its wings and rushed forwards as it stabbed towards its back. Og! God Kerr screamed as a bloody wound appeared on its back, from which violet blood flowed out. The wound also sizzled because the holy light attribute that the golden crow contained greatly suppressed God Kerr's demon attributes. This sneak attack completely infuriated God Kerr, and its pitchfork shined with a massive amount of violet light as it stabbed towards the golden crow. In response, the golden crow quickly beat its wings and dodged to the side. Godly demonic thrust! God Kerr yelled as the violet light formed into the image of a massive pitchfork that stabbed out. The golden crow was unable to dodge this attack, and its left wing was hit. It was able to get away after struggling, but the golden flames around it had become much dimmer. Luckily, the golden crow wasn't a true living creature but a creation of the Sunblaze Emperor Immortal Formation. With enough energy stones, it could immediately recover. Awoo! The green wolf howled as it once again rushed at God Kerr, looking incredibly ferocious. The massive battle between the 4 beasts and God Kerr was simply heaven-shaking, and massive explosions continuously rang out. If it wasn't for the fact that the region was covered with Vajra talismans, it was likely that it would have collapsed. As the battle went on, the 4 beasts seemed to have the upper hand. After all, the 3 beasts' energy came from 50,000 soldiers, while the golden crow's energy came from the Sunblaze Emperor Immortal Formation. However, God Kerr was different. It was only a clone, and its connection to the main body had been severed by Zhao Fu's super isolation barrier. As such, it became weaker and weaker as it battled. Roar! The massive black tiger once again leapt at God Kerr as God Kerr heavily swung its pitchfork. Boom! The collision of the two energies resulted in another explosion, causing a wild gale to sweep out. As God-Kur clashed with the Black Tiger, the Golden Crow grasped this opportunity to once again attack from behind God-Kur. However, God-Kur was prepared this time, and it quickly moved to the side and slashed out with its pitchfork, creating another pitchfork image that was many times bigger than before and knocking the Golden Crow tens of meters away. However, the Golden Crow beat its wings and steadied its body before once again streaking towards God-Kur. Seeing the Golden Crow attack again, God-Kur narrowed its eyes and prepared to attack it again. Whoosh! A pair of claws suddenly raked downwards. At the moment that God-Kur had been distracted by the Golden Crow, the blood-red eagle had swooped down and grabbed a hold of its body. God-Kur was greatly surprised and quickly stabbed at the blood-red eagle with its pitchfork. However, at that moment, the blood-red eagle swung God-Kur with great force, sending it falling downwards quickly. God-Kur beat its wings, trying to slow down its body, but the sound of the air exploding sounded out in the next moment as a massive tail whipped towards it. Bang! A muffled explosion sounded out. Even though God-Kur had used its pitchfork to block in front of it, its body was still sent flying. On the other side, the massive green wolf bared its fangs and bit down towards God-Kur with enough strength to crush mountains. Facing this fight, God-Kur's expression became savage, and it used its divine power that was running low to once again use the godly demon shield. A massive shield's image blocked in front of the green wolf, but God-Kur wasn't able to even breathe before a wild gale swept at him and the blood-red eagle once again appeared above him. God-Kur immediately gripped its pitchfork, causing a massive amount of violet light to flow out and stab upwards. A massive pitchfork image appeared, giving off an aura that seemed to be able to pierce through anything as it stabbed towards the blood-red eagle. The blood-red eagle had long since become accustomed to God-Kur's attack, and its body flipped in midair as it narrowly avoided this attack. At that moment, the Golden Crow, Black Tiger, and Green Wolf simultaneously attacked God-Kur. God-Kur's expression became grim as a blood-red flame burst around its body, causing its aura to become even more powerful. Activate the Four Corners Ceiling Formation. Zhao Fu could tell that God-Kur was trying to do something, and its aura was becoming stronger and stronger. As such, he didn't hesitate to use the final formation. Azure, white, black, and red lights shot up into the sky, turning into four massive images. They were the Azure Dragon, the White Tiger, the Black Turtle, and the Vermilion Bird. These four images appeared around God-Kur and gave off different lights when suddenly the lights formed a square around God-Kur and a complete formation appeared, giving off a powerful suppressing and sealing power. Within the formation, God-Kur felt its body become heavy, and an invisible force restricted it, making it impossible for it to move even an inch. The powerful formation slowly descended, and God-Kur was also brought down with it. Finally, the four images returned to their stone steels, and the formation was lowered to the ground while God-Kur was also bound to the ground, unable to move at all. Now, all they had to do was deal a final blow and heavily injure God-Kur before putting it onto the heaven and earth refining formation and refining it. Then, everything would be over. Zhao Fu stood outside the Four Corners Ceiling Formation, and he saw that God-Kur had lowered its prideful head for some reason. Because they would be suppressed by the formation if they entered, Zhao Fu ordered his countless archers to take aim and fire. Suddenly, God-Kur raised its head and looked towards Zhao Fu as its eyes became blood red, and a wicked smile appeared on its lips. Godly True Descent. 294 Demon God Descent Boom. A massive explosion rang out as a 10-meter-tall blood-red flame appeared around God-Kur's body. Back at the surface, the originally clear sky was suddenly covered by dark clouds that gave off an ominous pressure, and lightning bolts the width of buckets crashed down onto the ground, giving off a terrifying aura of destruction. It wasn't just the Forest of Horror's three city lords who felt an extremely evil aura appear. The six-eyed flood dragon in the depths of the Forest of Horrors and all the other creatures, even those in the surrounding regions, felt it too. In the underground region, God-Kur's thin body suddenly doubled in size, becoming 2 meters tall and athletic, giving off an extremely terrifying aura. Fire arrows. Zhao Fu's pupils contracted as he roared. Swish, swish, swish. The countless archers vigorously fired arrows, and the tens of thousands of arrows gave off an incredibly sharp aura as they went towards God-Kur. Just as the arrows were about to hit God-Kur, everything seemed to freeze. The countless arrows paused 2 meters away from God-Kur before soundlessly turning into wisps of black smoke and disappearing. Crack. God-Kur's body blurred as long cracks appeared on the 4 stone steels, and God-Kur appeared before Zhao Fu in the next second. Zhao Fu was shocked and felt all of the hairs on his body stand on end. God-Kur evilly smiled as it said, "Lowly human, you've underestimated gods too much." After speaking, God-Kur raised a hand and punched toward Zhao Fu with immense force. Zhao Fu quickly drew his sword and blocked with it. Bang! A muffled explosion sounded out as Xiaofu was sent flying back 100 meters and crashed against a large beast bone, causing it to shatter. Xiaofu coughed up a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground. Your Majesty. Beiqi and the others cried out and quickly controlled the 3 massive beasts to attack God Kerr. Facing the 3 beasts that had made it suffer quite a bit, God Kerr grabbed at the air as the pitchfork on the ground returned to his hand. Moreover, the violet light around the pitchfork had become even more powerful. At that moment, the 3 beasts were only 10 meters away from God Kerr, and a cold look appeared on God Kerr's face as it swept out with the pitchfork, causing the air to explode and a 10 or so meter long blood-red crescent moon flew out, bringing with it a berserk wind. The 3 beasts were unable to dodge this terrifying attack, and they could only clash with it head-on. The aura that the blood-red crescent moon carried was extremely monstrous, and the crescent moon sent the 3 beasts flying. When they crashed to the ground, many cracks appeared on their bodies. As a result, blood started to leak out of the lips of many of the soldiers. Xiaofu wiped away the blood from his mouth and once again stood up. He had indeed underestimated God Kerr, who would have thought that a clone would be able to use some of the main body's power. Xiaofu drew the slaughtering ghost sword. Because God Kerr was a demonic god, the sky demon sword would be greatly suppressed. Xiaofu slowly closed his eyes and deeply breathed out. When he opened his eyes again, they seemed to shine with light, and his body disappeared. Just as God Kerr wanted to get rid of Beiqi and the others, it felt a massive wave of energy attack from its side, and it spun as it blocked with its pitchfork. However, at that moment, Xiaofu reappeared above God Kerr, and his sword gave off an unstoppable power as it slashed down at God Kerr. Boom! A massive shockwave rippled out, causing the ground 100 meters around them to collapse. Feeling this immense energy, God Kerr's eyes narrowed as it stared at Xiaofu and said in a low voice, "Nation armament." In response, Xiaofu coldly harumphed, and he gripped the slaughtering ghost sword tighter and pressed down with greater force. God Kerr became furious and yelled, "Lowly human, you think that an immature nation armament like this will allow you to win against us? Godly demon devour." Suddenly, a massive face appeared behind God Kerr. The face was extremely ugly, and it had a massive mouth. Right after appearing, it opened its mouth and gave off a devouring energy as it rushed towards Xiaofu. Xiaofu was quite surprised and quickly retreated, but that ugly face was extremely fast quickly closed in on Xiaofu. Because it was already quite close, it opened its mouth and bit towards Xiaofu. As such, Xiaofu could only counterattack. He sent his energy into the slaughtering ghost sword, causing it to shine with an eerie blood-red light as countless ghostly howls sounded out. Just as the ugly face came close, Xiaofu vigorously slashed downwards with the slaughtering ghost sword, causing a blood-red light to trail behind it as it split the ugly face in two. Suddenly, a figure appeared behind Xiaofu. God Kerr savagely laughed as it gripped its pitchfork with both hands and slapped at Xiaofu with immense strength, causing an explosion to ring out. Bang! Xiaofu was once again blasted 100 meters away, and he crashed to the ground. Blood flowed out of his many injuries, dyeing his back red, and he lay on the ground and coughed up a few mouthfuls of blood. He felt as if he had lost whole feeling in his back. Beiqi and the others were completely infuriated, and they raised their general armaments, giving off 3 different auras. The 3 injured beasts and the golden crow once again rushed towards God Kerr. Seeing the 4 beasts rush towards it, God Kerr uncaringly harumphed and gripped its violet pitchfork before stabbing it down into the ground. A massive wave of energy exploded out from God Kerr, causing the ground to crumble as it cast the God Domain again, and a gigantic blood-red dome expanded outward. This time, it covered 1,000 meters, and the ground that it covered completely collapsed. At the same time, the God Domain blocked the 4 beasts outside, and it was incredibly tough. No matter how the 4 beasts attacked, they were unable to break through. This God Domain was dozens of times tougher than the previous one. God Kerr laughed and looked at Xiaofu on the ground. "Lowly human, if you give your nation armament to us, we won't kill you today and we'll give you many rewards. We can even choose you to be the son of God." Xiaofu slowly climbed up from the ground and icily glared at God Kerr. "A weak trash godly spirit like you wants my nation armament?" When it heard Xiaofu's words, God Kerr flew into a fit of fury. Its body disappeared and reached Xiaofu in an instant, and it stabbed its pitchfork towards Xiaofu. However, at that moment, an incredibly powerful aura exploded out from within Xiaofu's body, causing his body to shine with a golden light and 9 small golden dragons to appear around him. God Kerr was greatly dismayed and cried out, "Clan armament!" Boom! Xiaofu vigorously slashed out with his sword, which was now covered with an intense golden light. A massive sword's hum filled the heavens and the earth, and it contained an immense amount of force. God Kerr reacted too slowly, and it could only use all of its divine power to block. However, it was still sent flying hundreds of meters away. An incredibly deep gash appeared on its chest as it coughed up many mouthfuls of blood. Zhao Fu grasped this opportunity and once again attacked. His body disappeared and reappeared next to God Kerr, and he raised his sword high into the air before slashing down with all of his strength. However, God Kerr raised its head with a savage smile on its bloody face. Godly Second Descent. 295 Early Stage Royal Bloodline Boom. A massive power that caused the heavens and earth to tremble exploded out, and on the surface, the dark clouds scattered as blood-red light descended from the sky, covering the surrounding 10,000-kilometer radius area. These rays of blood-red light gave off an incredibly dark, evil, supreme, and unstoppable aura. All living creatures nearby lay on the ground and trembled. This monstrous power was divine might. From the distance, this area looked like a blood-red world, and that terrifying blood-red light had dyed everything red. The surroundings became deathly silent as not a single creature dared to make any noise. The Forest of Horrors city lords stood in the air and looked into the distance as they muttered in shock to themselves, Demon God Descent. Back at the underground region, God Kerr gave off another wave of shocking power, and the surrounding space gave off ear-piercing distorting sounds. Unable to bear its might, the space started to collapse. Everything around God Kerr started to disintegrate, and the area where it stood seemed to become a black hole. Even Zhao Fu was knocked back 10 or so meters by God Kerr's aura alone. God Kerr walked out from the black hole and gave off a blood-red aura as its eyes cruelly stared at Zhao Fu. God Kerr gripped its pitchfork, which had become even bigger, and turned into a ray of light as it charged towards Zhao Fu and stabbed out vigorously with its pitchfork. Zhao Fu used his sword to block, and the slaughtering ghost sword blocked in between the prongs of the pitchfork. However, the pitchfork contained terrifying strength, causing Zhao Fu to slide back 10 or so meters before he dug his feet into the ground and blocked God Kerr's attack. At that moment, God Kerr spun its pitchfork, sending the slaughtering ghost sword flying from Zhao Fu's hands. God Kerr savagely laughed and grabbed this opportunity, pulling back the pitchfork with a single hand before stabbing out at Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu immediately dodged to the side, causing the pitchfork to miss, but God Kerr suddenly grabbed the pitchfork with its other hand and twisted its powerful body, spinning around and slamming the pitchfork at Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu felt a chill within his heart, and he crossed his arms in front of his body as the 9 golden dragons also went to protect him. In response, God Kerr savagely laughed as he yelled, "Godly demonic thrust." The pitchfork exploded with violet light and became a massive pitchfork image, slamming against Zhao Fu's body. Bang! A muffled explosion sounded out as Zhao Fu's body was once again blasted backward. God Kerr leapt up and chased after Zhao Fu, stabbing its pitchfork towards Zhao Fu's chest. However, at that moment, a spear completely made of talisman papers appeared in Zhao Fu's hand, and Zhao Fu gripped the evil crushing spear and sent his strength into it, causing it to shine with waves of silver light and arcs of lightning to appear around it. As God Kerr stabbed out, Zhao Fu had already thrown the evil crushing spear, causing it to turn into silver light as it slammed into God Kerr. At such close range, it was impossible for God Kerr to dodge, and God Kerr was hit in the shoulder. God Kerr wanted to grab the evil crushing spear, but its body was sent sliding back 100 meters by the silver light before stopping. The evil crushing spear turned into motes of light and disappeared, leaving a small hole on God Kerr's shoulder from which violet blood slowly flowed out. Feeling the pain from the wound on his shoulder, God Kerr's expression became savage, and God Kerr gripped its pitchfork as it once again rushed at Zhao Fu. By now, Zhao Fu had landed on the ground, and seeing God Kerr charge at him again, he drew the Sky Demon's sword from his waist. He stabbed it into the ground, causing demonic chi to flood out from the sword and enter the ground, dyeing the ground black. In the next moment, the darkness expanded out, covering the surrounding 1,000-meter radius area. By now, God Kerr was only 10 meters away from Zhao Fu, and Zhao Fu raised his hand, on which a black inscription appeared. Swish, swish, swish. Countless black spikes that were as thick as arms stabbed out from the ground, frightening God Kerr. It used its pitchfork to sweep out, slashing apart many of the black spikes. However, there were simply too many black spikes, and because they came from all sorts of different directions, God Kerr could only beat its wings and fly into the air. However, the black spikes were abnormally fast, and God Kerr was forced to use its pitchfork to continuously defend. A few of the black spikes stabbed into God Kerr, resulting in many wounds all over its body. God Kerr became furious again. God Kerr flew in the air as it looked at Zhao Fu's Sky Demon sword with its blood-red eyes and said angrily, "You, a Sky Demon, dare to harm me?" The Sky Demon within the sword looked slightly afraid. Even though she was a Sky Demon, a high-grade being who wasn't afraid of other demonic existences, this was different. The enemy was a demon god, so how could the Sky Demon not be fearful? This fear caused the Sky Demon's sword to tremble, and seeing this, Zhao Fu sent a massive amount of the Imperial Ruler's seal's fate into it, calming it down. In the air, God Kerr furiously raised its pitchfork and yelled, "Godly Hell Fireball!" 3 black tongues of flame appeared above God Kerr's head, quickly forming into 3 massive fireballs that were dozens of meters wide, and a terrifying heat spread out. God Kerr pointed its pitchfork at Zhao Fu, and the 3 massive fireballs quickly flew towards him. Bang! 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 The 3 fireballs landed on the ground and created massive explosions. The fiery light was simply blinding, and the ground trembled as a large amount of dirt and bones was sent into the air. Boom! At that moment, a massive ray of silver light, bringing with it evil crushing power, shot at God Kerr from behind. God Kerr looked incredibly shocked, and it turned and stabbed out with its pitchfork, blocking the silver light. Behind it, Zhao Fu was actually completely fine and stood within the ruins. Luckily, Zhao Fu had prepared a flight stone, and he had been able to avoid that attack by taking to the air. When he looked at the 100-meter-wide craters on the ground, he felt incredibly dismayed and shocked. God Kerr furiously charged at Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu tore through the God Domain with a single strike and flew outside of the God Domain, and God Kerr chased him out. At that moment, 4 rays of light rushed upwards, and the 4 divine beasts once again appeared, creating the formation and binding God Kerr. Even though the 4 corners ceiling formation had been damaged, it was still usable, though its sealing power was weaker than before. Looking at the formation around it, God Kerr laughed as it said, "Lowly human, you're still trying to use this to bind us?" After speaking, God Kerr stretched out its hands and tore at the formation, causing it to crumble. In response, Zhao Fu coldly laughed and pointed at the golden crow, which shined brilliantly, as it flew at God Kerr. Bang! The golden crow suddenly exploded, creating a massive explosion and illuminating the entire underground region. The explosion turned into a massive shockwave, rippling outwards. Godly demon blood. Suddenly, a terrifying figure appeared next to Zhao Fu, shocking Zhao Fu. Crack! That terrifying figure grabbed Zhao Fu's arm and wrenched upwards, tearing Zhao Fu's arm off and causing blood to fly everywhere. 296 Refining the godly spirit. Zhao Fu covered his torn arm and immediately retreated. By now, God Kerr's body had grown to 3 meters tall, and its muscles became even more solid. The blood-red aura that it emanated filled the 3 meters around it, looking like a massive flame. God Kerr stood in the air and looked at Zhao Fu savagely as he retreated. Suddenly, it felt that the arm it was holding felt quite special because it had a trace of black golden color to it. Seeing this, God Kerr raised Zhao Fu's arm and bit a large chunk of the flesh, and it was pleasantly surprised, causing it to laugh. "Ha ha ha, who would have thought that you would be a king in the human realm? This bloodline is an early-stage royal bloodline. If I can eat you, it won't have been a waste to expend so much divine power." After speaking, God Kerr started to devour Zhao Fu's arm in large mouthfuls. Seeing this scene, the countless generals and soldiers furiously roared and charged over. However, Zhao Fu looked over seriously and yelled, "Hurry and leave this place. This is an order." Zhao Fu's words caused all of the generals and soldiers to stop. Even though they were unwilling, since Zhao Fu had given them an order, they could only obey. Deep down, they understood that they were unable to harm God Kerr at all, and rushing over would only create trouble for Zhao Fu. The generals could only lead the countless soldiers away, looking worried. God Kerr didn't seem to mind at all, and it finished eating Zhao Fu's arm in a few bites, devouring even the bones, making its face incredibly bloody. After eating Zhao Fu's arm, God Kerr savagely smiled as it turned its gaze back to Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu's gaze became incredibly cold, and he looked at God Kerr. It had used some sort of secret technique to cause its battle power to instantly rise by so much. Swish! God Kerr instantly crossed the dozens of meters between them and arrived in front of Zhao Fu. God Kerr stabbed its pitchfork towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu had been circulating his king's power this entire time to stop his arms bleeding, and he quickly dodged to the side. God Kerr's attack missed, but God Kerr stretched out a hand, causing countless blood-red doors to gather around it, turning into a gigantic blood-red hand that grabbed towards Zhao Fu. Sky Demon Slash! Zhao Fu roared as he gripped the Sky Demon sword, slashing at the massive hand. A sharp black arc of light flashed before splitting the hand in half. God Kerr coldly harumphed before holding its pitchfork with one hand and saying, "Godly light." Suddenly, God Kerr's pitchfork started to give out a large amount of blood-red light, which gathered on the 3 points of the pitchfork. God Kerr then pointed the pitchfork towards Zhao Fu, who was trying to escape, and stabbed the air. 3 rays of light that were as thick as fingers shot towards Zhao Fu. This startled Zhao Fu, and he twisted his body in an attempt to dodge. However, those 3 rays of light were incredibly fast, and they flashed through the air before disappearing. They tore parts of Zhao Fu's clothes and left a hole in Zhao Fu's waist, and blood immediately started to flow out. Zhao Fu looked at God Kerr, his expression becoming savage. However, he calmed himself down and tried to think rationally. Zhao Fu had already self-detonated the Sunblaze Emperor Immortal Formation, so it was unable to be used. He still had the Yin General Ghost Suppressing Formation and the Four Corners Sealing Formation, which now had 2 large cracks on it. As for the Super Isolation Barrier, it wasn't very helpful right now. Suddenly, Zhao Fu thought of something and immediately flew downwards. God Ke turned into a ray of light and chased after him, and seeing God Ke right behind him, Zhao Fu activated the Four Corners Sealing Formation again. The Four Corners Sealing Formation gave off faint lights that became images of the Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Turtle. They appeared around God Ke, forming a weak-looking formation. This successfully made God Ke's body pause, and just as God Ke was about to tear through the formation again, Zhao Fu activated the Yin General Ghost Suppressing Formation, causing the images of 12 armored Yin Generals to rise up from the statues and attack God Ke. Facing these Yin Generals' attacks and being bound by the formation, God Ke explosively roared, making its aura surge yet again. It waved its pitchfork with all its might, sending out a 20 or so meter long blood-red crescent. This blood-red crescent was extremely terrifying, and it instantly destroyed the Yin Generals and the 4 divine beasts around it. The Four Corners Sealing Formation's stone steels and the Yin General Ghost Suppressing Formation's 12 statues shattered. Suddenly, Zhao Fu vigorously threw the Sky Demon Sword, which turned into a black ray of light as it flew towards God Ke. God Ke had just used a massive attack, so it was slightly weakened. However, dealing with the Sky Demon Sword wasn't too difficult for it. It raised its pitchfork and knocked the Sky Demon Sword up into the air. Sword Spirit Manifestation. Zhao Fu cried out, and the Sky Demon Sword gave off waves of black light as a tall, beautiful demoness with a pair of wings appeared. After the Sky Demon appeared, it grabbed the Sky Demon Sword and lightly cried as the sword radiated a sharp sword aura and descended, slashing down towards God Ke. God Ke disdainfully harumphed before raising its pitchfork to block this strike. Heh! Another delicate cry sounded out as a long-haired figure wearing red armor appeared. It was Slaughtering Ghost. The sword that Slaughtering Ghost held gave off a large amount of blood-red light, and it gave off an eerie ghostly power, slashing towards God Ke from the side. This caused God Ke to feel quite alarmed, and it stretched out a hand, condensing a 10-meter tall and 4-meter wide shield to block Slaughtering Ghost. Kai. However, at that moment, a silver ray of light pierced through God Ke's body from behind. Zhao Fu had suddenly arrived behind it. God Ke cried out, and it stretched out its hand, which was covered with a boundless blood-red aura, and waved as a massive blood-red hand sent the 3 of them flying away. At that moment, Zhao Fu threw a crystal eye. This was the crystal realm eye of destruction. After being thrown, the eye hovered in the air as if it was alive and stared at God Ke. God Ke felt a chill run down its back as a massive wave of danger assaulted it. In the next moment, the crystal realm eye of destruction shot out a ray of crystalline light, turning everything around it into crystals. Whether it was the ceiling, the ground, the air, the dust in the air, space, or time, it was all crystallized. God Ke was incredibly shocked and formed a massive shield image in front of itself, but the shield was quickly crystallized as well. Seeing this, God Ke tried to dodge to the side, but it was too late. Its body had also turned into a crystal statue. In just a few seconds, the surrounding 10,000-meter radius area had been crystallized, turning this place into a crystal world. Zhao Fu also looked shocked because the crystal realm eye of destruction's effects greatly exceeded anything that he had expected, no less than expected from something that was called a dangerous item. Crack. 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 Suddenly, the crystal statue of God Ke started to crack, and Zhao Fu quickly rushed over while gripping a dagger. This was the Death Dagger, and as Zhao Fu gripped it, his lifespan quickly decreased. By the time God Ke extricated himself from the crystal, he was covered in blood. At that moment, Zhao Fu stabbed the Death Dagger into God Ke's chest, and God Ke howled as the Death Dagger gave off a grey deathly aura and seeped into God Ke's chest, destroying God Ke's vitality. Zhao Fu didn't hesitate to take out another evil crushing spear, sending all of his strength into it and causing it to shine with a resplendent silver light before stabbing forwards with it as well. Kai. The evil crushing spear pierced through God Ke's chest, but at that moment, God Ke cried out and used the last of its strength to thrust out with the pitchfork. Immediately, blood flew everywhere, and a surprised look appeared on Zhao Fu's face. Blood flowed out of his lips as his chest was pierced by the pitchfork. 297 Emperor falling into demonic path. Bang. A muffled sound rang out as God Ke's large body fell to the ground. Zhao Fu's legs lost their strength, and he also fell forwards. At that moment, a figure appeared by Zhao Fu's side and hugged him, a trace of worry appearing on the figure's cold face. Owner. Zhao Fu coughed up another mouthful of blood. Because of God Ke's death, the pitchfork had disappeared. Zhao Fu looked over at God Ke and found that it was giving off a large amount of blood-red aura and would soon disappear. Hurry. And refine it, Zhao Fu weakly said to Slaughtering Ghost. Slaughtering Ghost nodded, and it puffed out its cheeks as it looked at Sky Demon and said, "You take care of owner. I'll go and refine God Kerr." Hearing this, Sky Demon softly replied and immediately smiled. Before, when Sky Demon had seen Zhao Fu falling, it had wanted to rush over to show Zhao Fu how loyal it was. Perhaps Zhao Fu would be grateful and give it the king remnant soul that it wanted so much. However, Slaughtering Ghost had been faster than it, and Sky Demon could only hatefully glare at Slaughtering Ghost, feeling that it was trying to compete with it. However, hearing Slaughtering Ghost's words, Sky Demon happily ran over and hugged Zhao Fu with an incredibly worried and sad expression. Its eyes were filled with emotion as it looked at Zhao Fu and said, "Owner, you have to survive, otherwise, I'll be devastated." Zhao Fu was speechless and feebly told it to bring him to the altar. Seeing that Zhao Fu didn't seem very moved, it assumed that it was because Slaughtering Ghost had already done this, making it less effective. It never considered the fact that its acting had been too poor and too different from how it normally acted. However, hearing Zhao Fu's words, Sky Demon smiled and obeyed. It was quite curious as to what would happen when a godly spirit was refined. Slaughtering Ghost brought God Kerr's corpse to the heaven and earth refining formation, and Sky Demon knelt down next to the altar, laying Zhao Fu's head on her lap. At that moment, Slaughtering Ghost activated the heaven and earth refining formation, causing a massive explosion to sound out. 1,000 energy stones instantly disintegrated as a massive amount of energy raised God Kerr's body into the air. The heaven and earth refining formation gave off a faint light and started to activate, shooting a massive pillar of light onto God Kerr's body and causing it to slowly disintegrate. Within the demon realm, God Kerr's main body was pacing around angrily. It was a massive disgrace for a god to be killed by a human. However, that was a legacy land, and there was the protection of a heaven domain boundary. With its current power, it was unable to descend with most of its strength. It had never thought that a lowly human would have an early-stage royal bloodline, a nation armament, and a clan armament. If it could obtain these three things, it would be of great help to it, and it was a pity that this opportunity had slipped by. Suddenly, God Kerr felt an immense pain in its soul, and its body fell to the ground as it piercingly howled. On the surface, dark clouds suddenly amassed, and blood-red lightning smashed downwards. Each lightning strike was powerful enough to split open a small mountain, and a massive hurricane formed, ripping boulders and trees out of the ground. The blood-red lightning and hurricane continued to wreak havoc as God Kerr screamed, creating an incredibly terrifying scene. Back at the heaven and earth refining formation, God Kerr's body slowly disintegrated and turned into dust, leaving only a blood-red flame that was as big as a thumb. The blood-red flame floated in midair and flickered. After this tongue of blood-red fire appeared, it gave off a formless pressure, containing some sort of source energy. The power it contained was immense, and even though the small tongue of flame continuously flickered, the space around it twisted and turned. Within the demon realm, God Kerr stopped screaming, and blood flowed out of its lips, feeling that something had been cut off from its soul. Immediately, its face twisted in anger as it screamed, "Human! I'll definitely kill you." The three people by the altar could all feel that the tongue of flame was incredibly powerful, and Zhao Fu waved his hand, causing it to float into his hand. The Sky Demon looked at the tongue of flame and felt an instinctive fear, and Zhao Fu started to look at its information. Divinity, a godly spirit's source energy that contains a massive amount of power. When he saw the tongue of flame's information, Zhao Fu was quite shocked. This was actually the source energy of a godly spirit. Its effects would definitely be heaven-defying because godly spirits transcended the laws of the world and had incredibly destructive power. Source energy was the source of this strength. After looking at this information, Zhao Fu coughed up another mouthful of blood. Zhao Fu could feel his life force quickly seeping out, and his king's power was unable to heal him. Zhao Fu felt his consciousness becoming hazy. Was he dying? Zhao Fu didn't want to die, and even though this wasn't a true death, he would lose many of his things, some of his professions, stats, and cultivation. He also wouldn't be able to enter the Heaven Awaken world for 10 days. In the end, Zhao Fu looked at the tongue of flame and decided to fuse with the divinity because it would be able to heal his current injuries. Slaughtering Ghost, Sky Demon, guard the entrance and don't let anyone in, Zhao Fu said weakly. Slaughtering Ghost and Sky Demon both nodded seriously before taking their swords and walking to the entrance. Zhao Fu lay on the altar and weakly pressed the tongue of flame against his chest. Og! An incredibly pained scream sounded out. Zhao Fu felt his body and soul tremble as the flesh in front of his chest disintegrated to the point that his internal organs were revealed. The tongue of small flame slowly fused into Zhao Fu, making him feel like he had been dropped into a sea of flames and his entire body was burning. This massive scream caused Slaughtering Ghost and Sky Demon to pause, and Slaughtering Ghost looked quite worried and wanted to return to Zhao Fu's side. However, Sky Demon stopped it and said, "Don't go. Have you forgotten owner's command?" In actuality, Sky Demon was also quite worried. Despite being with Zhao Fu for so long, this was the first time that it had heard him scream like this before. Slaughtering Ghost could only worriedly look over before choosing to follow Zhao Fu's command. After all, none of them would be able to help Zhao Fu right now. Og! Zhao Fu felt as if all of the flesh on his body had melted, and even his spirit started burning. He struggled in pain, and the pain made it difficult to even breathe. 298 Chaos Demon Star outside the underground region, Beiqi and the other generals nervously waited, but they suddenly heard pain screams from Zhao Fu. They immediately wanted to go in but were stopped by Slaughtering Ghost and Sky Demon, who said, "Owners said no one can go in." When they heard that this was a command from Zhao Fu, Beiqi and the others could only stop and anxiously pace about. Zhao Fu threw his head back and screamed again, continuously writhing in pain. His skin seemed to be peeling, his flesh and internal organs started to melt under the might of the tongue of fire, and his bones started to crack. By now, Zhao Fu's voice had started to go hoarse, and he slowly weakened as his blood splattered on the altar. A gray-red light covered the altar, and an extremely evil black aura rippled out, chilling the hearts of the people waiting at the entrance. On the surface, after God Kerr had died, the abnormal signs disappeared, and the weather returned to normal, allowing many people to sigh in relief. However, at the Great Ken town, the nation armament and the imperial ruler's seal both started to tremble, seeming incredibly unsettled. At the same time, traces of black and blood-red ores rose up from the ground in the Great Ken town, bringing with them an aura of destruction. Aizen Ru, who had been training Huo King, suddenly felt something, and her expression turned to one of shock as she looked down and saw traces of black and blood-red aura rising out of her. Aizen Ru immediately rushed outside and looked up into the sky. There was a gigantic violet star in the sky that slowly descended, and as it came closer and closer, it seemed as if a massive disaster was about to descend. A feeling of pressure, oppressiveness, and danger started to grow. School of Taoism, Confucians, School of Yin-Yang, Mohists, School of Medicine, School of Agriculture, Legalists, Logicians. Anyone from the 100 schools of thought who understood anything about fate could detect these changes, and their pupils constricted as they looked at the violet star. In other parts of the world, diviners and witches also detected these terrifying ripples. The legatees of the various nations were going about their business, some were engaged in discussions, others were leading their troops in battle, and others were taking care of administrative matters. Suddenly, their movements all stopped because they could feel their fate dragons becoming incredibly restless. Only then did they notice the violet star in the sky, and they all frowned. The various region city lords all felt something and went outside, feeling deeply unsettled when they saw the violet star as well. The super monsters in the depths of each of the regions all stayed within their dens in fear, looking towards the violet star. Within the Forest of Horrors, the 3 city lords stood in the air and looked at the violet star in shock. Under the immensely destructive aura it gave off, their bodies trembled, and they felt as if they were grains of sand in front of a massive tsunami. The 3 city lords looked at each other before immediately returning to their respective main cities, not daring to stay an extra moment longer. All of the creatures within the Forest of Horrors reacted as if an earthquake was approaching, and they quickly started to escape. As time passed, some of the ordinary people out in the wilderness felt their chests tightening up, and they also looked at the violet star. In the real world, a massive violet star also descended during the day. Many people saw the Myrtle Imperial Star last time. At that time, they only looked at it curiously before looking away. However, the destructive aura that the violet star gave off in the Heaven Awakened world also appeared in the real world. As this pressure fell on people's bodies, they found it more and more difficult to breathe, making them feel uncomfortable. The elders of various families all went outside and looked up at the violet star seriously. Countless elders from the ancient clans frowned as they looked up at the star, remaining completely silent. At that moment, a cute, pink-faced girl went over to an elderly man's side and looked up at the violet star as she asked curiously, "Grandpa, this Myrtle Imperial Star is so strange. I feel scared when I look at it." The elderly man looked down seriously and patted the little girl's head as he said in a low voice, "This is no longer a Myrtle Imperial Star. That violet star has already lost its feeling of dignity." "Oh." The little girl replied before asking, "Then what sort of star is it?" Just as the elderly man was about to reply, he suddenly found that the sky had gradually darkened, and the oppressive feeling was becoming stronger and stronger. The elderly man's expression changed, and he patted the little girl's head as he said, "Hurry and go back in." The little girl pouted, looking quite unwilling as she walked back to the house. Soon, the sky became completely dark in both the Heaven Awakened world and the real world. The moon and the stars didn't shine. Only that gigantic violet star gave off a bright violet light. In response, the world became quiet. Og! Within the underground region, Zhao Fu's pupils dilated as he once again screamed, and his spirit seemed to be forcibly twisted and shattered. Boom! A massive explosion rang through the entire underground region as a blood-red pillar of light burst forth from Zhao Fu's body, piercing upwards through the ground and shooting into that violet star. Boom! Another massive explosion sounded out as the blood-red pillar of light connected with the violet star. From a distance, it looked as if this blood-red pillar was connecting the heavens and the earth. Clouds began to gather, and the wind howled as the violet star rippled outwards with a violet wave of light. Crack! The sky seemed to explode as countless blood-red arcs of lightning suddenly landed on the ground, blasting many craters into the ground. The ground started to shake as the wind howled. Even from far away, people could hear the howling wind and the explosions that seemed to signal the end of the world. The dark sky, lightning, trembling ground, and immense wind caused countless people to scream in fear, and it was as if the apocalypse had arrived. In the sky, that massive violet star started to change. At that moment, C.G., Zhang Heng, Bi Wuxian, Liu Yi, Ji Shenming, Tina Pendragon, Li Beiqing, Oda Kamiya. Countless people's pupils constricted, and their bodies trembled as they looked at that violet star. They found that the violet light that it gave off started to disappear, turning into a demonic blood-red light. Soon, the star itself started to become a blood-red color, gradually increasing more and more. Finally, a demonic-looking blood-red star that gave off boundless evilness and killing intent appeared. Countless legatees stood still as they stared at the blood-red star, a trace of blood leaking out of their lips as their bodies once again suffered a fate backlash. Those who understood fate had their eyes injured by the demonic blood-red light, and 2 streams of blood flowed out of their eyes as their bodies trembled and they cried out, "The Emperor falls into the demonic path, the world falls into chaos and destruction." 299 demon star flickering like flames, giving off an illusory and demonic blood-red light, demon stars, the most dangerous and ruthless stars. Since ancient times, the Chaos Star, a type of demon star, was the most inauspicious star. Every time it descended, it signified the death of an emperor or the removal of an important minister, resulting in chaos in the world. It signified disaster for the common people and countless deaths. Chaos was a synonym for disaster, and it usually included droughts, famines, wars, plagues, demons, etc. In countless people's hearts, the Chaos Demon Star was the worst demon star, and no one expected Great Gen's Myrtle Imperial Star to fall into the demonic path and become a Chaos Imperial Star. Just what had Great Gen's legatee done? The Myrtle Imperial Star was the most dignified and honorable star, and it represented supreme authority. It was also the symbol of a true son of heaven. Chaos Demon Stars were the most inauspicious stars, and they represented great disaster, chaos, and death. How terrifying would it be for these 2 stars to be combined? This caused countless people to feel incredibly shocked and terrified. The massive blood-red star not only gave off an aura of disaster, conquering, and bloodlust, but it also lost its dignified aura. This signified that the Myrtle Imperial Star and a Chaos Demon Star had completely fused. At that moment, that demonic blood-red light became 100 times brighter, shining on all the lands as a formless energy descended. At that moment, the entire world suddenly fell into chaos. Volcanoes erupted, and earthquakes erupted all over the world. At other places, floodwaters devoured everything in front of them. All over the world, all sorts of disasters exploded. It wasn't just the legatees who felt their fate dragons going out of control, even ordinary people were affected. Some suddenly became sick, while others suddenly became incredibly bloodthirsty. Those who understood fate would see traces of blood-red aura around these people. Everyone had his own fate, but everyone was now being affected by the Chaos Imperial Star. This wasn't only in the Heaven Awakened world but also in the real world. In the Ying family's residence, Zhao Fu's body automatically left his bed and floated in midair as a blood-red aura streamed out of his body, giving off an extremely terrifying and evil aura. Caillou Fengtsai, wearing his Taoist robe, detected this and looked quite shocked as he coughed up a few mouthfuls of blood, his complexion ashening. At the Westfall restaurant, Xianru looked up at the blood-colored star, a trace of fear in her eyes. The Myrtle Imperial Star and Chaos Demon Star had fused to form the Chaos Imperial Star. Not only did this affect everyone, but it was also incredibly damaging to espers and ability users like her. This was because the Chaos Star represented all disasters, and those who used special techniques and understood fate were especially susceptible to this light. That was why many of their eyes had been injured and bled. Even though Xianru was protected by Great Gen's fate, she was still deeply worried and unsettled by this. In another region, Zhang Heng was riding on his donkey as he stared at the demonic star, feeling incredibly worried. The Myrtle Imperial Star had never fused with the Chaos Demon Star before, and this would bring disaster to the world. Just what had Great Gen's legatee done? How could his fate have changed so quickly? Su Yan stood on the top of a building and sighed as he looked at the blood-red star. With Zhao Fu's current fate, he could no longer change anything. If he wasn't careful, he would be completely destroyed. Great Ziyas CG, Great Shangzi Wushan, Great Zhuzji Shenming, Great Hans Liu Yi, Tina Pendragon, the Egyptian legatee, the Roman Empire legatee, and many others stared at the demonic blood-red star, feeling a bitterness within their hearts. They found that they had once again underestimated Great Ken's legatee. Og. In the underground region, within the blood-red pillar of light, Zhao Fu's body had been reduced to an almost spirit-like state. He once again wretchedly screamed before his body started to reform. His bones grew and solidified before his flesh grew. Boom. A massive explosion sounded out as a terrifying wave of power exploded from the demonic star, causing the sky to twist and turn. The blood-red light was now incredibly piercing, and it started to look like a smiling demon. Boom. Another explosion sounded out as all of the legatees suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood and staggered backward. Countless people felt the strength leave their legs as a massive force weighed down on their bodies, and many people suddenly found out that the Chaos Imperial Star had only just started truly descending. The Chaos Imperial Star's blood-red light became brighter and brighter, and the horrifying effects became worse and worse. Volcanoes furiously erupted, earthquakes seemed to shake the world, and the oceans tossed and turned violently. Some people instantly died, while others' eyes became bloodshot and lost all reason. We can't allow the demon star to descend. Seeing the chaos caused by the Chaos Imperial Star, the Xuanyuan family's elders were incredibly shocked. This was just the effect of the descent of the Chaos Imperial Star. If it fully descended, just what would happen? Countless families' elders hurried over and entered the Heaven Awaken world together. In the real world, magic and techniques were no longer as effective, but things were different in the Heaven Awaken world. They had obtained different legacies from their ancestors, and the skills and techniques they could use became more powerful. After these elders went to the Heaven Awaken world, they stood within a massive formation. 4 people stood at the center as the foundation, while the other elders stood around them. The 4 people at the center were people from the Xuanyuan family, the Nuwa family, the Shannon family, and the Fuxi family. They respectively took out a golden sword, a rainbow-colored stone, a small dark green cauldron, and a black 8 trigrams plate. The other elders all started to perform hand signs as the formation on the ground gave off a massive amount of power and started to activate. The golden sword, rainbow-colored rock, small dark green cauldron, and black 8 trigram plate gave off different colored lights and brought with them holy auras as they rose from the 4 elders' hands. The 4 elders' expressions became serious, and they also started to perform hand signs as they chanted, "The demon star descends, harming the world, the primogenitor's descendants seal and sever it." After chanting this, the 4 elders completed their hand signs and stretched out a hand towards the person on the opposite side as the formation below them gave off a bright light. The items in the air all gave off piercing lights as they started to tremble. Boom. A shocking explosion sounded out as 4 massive chains exploded out from the ground, bringing with them an unstoppable aura as they stretched into the sky. Moments later, countless people were shocked to find that the massive blood-colored demon star had been bound by 4 chains. 309 province cauldrons clang. The sound of metal clashing sounded out as 4 chains, each of which gave off a different colored light, wrapped around the demon star once, locking it down solidly. Even though the 4 chains were 2 to 3 meters wide, compared to the blood-red star, they seemed incredibly thin and small, and this was evident when looking at the star from a distance. Following this, the Chaos Imperial Star was locked down by the 4 chains, and the blood-red light it gave off slowly dimmed as the evil aura it gave off also gradually weakened. The natural disasters caused by the Chaos Imperial Star slowly disappeared, and the people who had fallen sick and gone crazy gradually recovered. Everyone let out a sigh of relief as countless legatees' fate dragons also settled down and came under the legatees' control again. The abnormal signs caused by the Chaos Imperial Star gradually vanished, and everything started to go back to normal. The elders on the formation also slightly relaxed as well. However, at this moment, the massive demon star in the sky started to slowly turn, giving off a massive air of suppression as the 4 chains became taut. The 4 elders were given a big fright, and they immediately pressed their hands together and started chanting, once again channeling strength into the chains to bind the Chaos Imperial Star tighter. As the 4 chains became tighter, the Chaos Imperial Star's rotation slowed down. Og. Zhao Fu's body stopped reforming, and boundless pain assaulted him. Zhao Fu once again screamed, and his scream was slightly hoarse, making him sound like a wild beast. Clang. The demon star once again started to rotate, and one of the 4 chains locking it down broke. As the massive demon star rotated with even more force, the remaining 3 chains also broke. This greatly shocked all of the elders, and the dimmed blood-red light once again became bright, shining on the world. Now, it was brighter, bloodier, and eviler than before. All of the natural disasters that had been quelled once again exploded, and the situation became even worse than last time. Even wild beasts' eyes became blood red, and wild beasts started to kill and destroy whatever they saw. The entire world seemed to start to collapse. On a misty mountain peak, a Taoist wearing silver robes looked at the demon star that had broken free. He sighed, and as a serious look appeared on his face, he said, "All Taoist disciples, heed my command. Activate the Taiki Heaven and Earth formation." On a simple, unadorned building, an extremely mysterious black-cloaked figure who seemed neither male nor female looked at the demon star as well and said, "All yin-yang disciples, heed my command. Activate the Five Elements formation." On a tall platform, an elegant-looking middle-aged man dressed in robes looked up and said seriously, "All Confucian disciples, heed my command. Activate the Boundless Righteous Shi formation." In a grassy plain, a resolute-looking middle-aged man dressed in gray with a charcoal-like sword at his waist looked at the demon star and shouted, "All Mohist disciples, heed my command. Activate the Inkgate Great formation." In front of a large structure, a middle-aged man, who gave off an intense masculine aura, looked at the demon star and said in a low voice, "All military disciples, heed my command. Activate the Soldier Conquering formation." At that moment, those from the 100 school of thoughts activated their most powerful formations, and other sects, such as the Buddhist sect, the Ma-Ashan sect, and the Shaman sect, did the same. All of the sects with Grand Fate legacies immediately acted, activating their formations. Boom. A massive explosion sounded out as the school of Taoism acted first, creating a massive white chain that gave off a powerful aura and rushed towards the demon star. Boom. Another explosion sounded out as a five-colored chain came from where the school of yin-yang was, and it also rushed towards the demon star. Boom. 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 Great explosions continuously sounded out as the Confucians, the school of military, the legalists, the Mohists, the Buddhist sect. Countless sects shot out massive chains containing Osso power. They broke through the clouds and extended towards the demon star in the sky. Clang. 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 Over 100 chains shot out from the various regions all over China, and they wrapped around the massive demon star. The multitude of chains finally caused the Chaos Imperial Star to stop rotating, and its light once again dimmed. The world gradually became calm again, and everyone let out a sigh of relief. Og. In the underground region, Zhao Fu's body once again stopped reforming, and the immense pain once again assaulted him, making him scream. Outside, Bei Qi, Wang Jian, and Wei Liao detected something, and they felt a wave of fury wash over them as they drew their general armaments. 7 murders. Voracious Wolf. Army Destroyer. 3 loud yells sounded out as Bei Qi and the others looked up and raised their general armaments, invigorating all of the general fate within them. Boom. 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 3 pillars of light containing terrifying auras rushed into the sky, causing the sky to tremble. The people who had just breathed out in relief suddenly looked up in shock. They saw a blood-red star containing dense killing intent, a black star containing a dense conquering air, and a green star giving off an incredibly strange aura suddenly descend. These 3 stars were also massive, but compared to the Chaos Imperial Star, they seemed quite small, like tomatoes around a cantaloupe. After the 7 Murders Star, the Voracious Wolf Star, and the Army Destroyer Star appeared, they surrounded the gigantic, bound Chaos Imperial Star and started to radiate with power. Boom. A massive explosion sounded out as a formless energy rippled out, obliterating the surrounding clouds. The 3 general stars gave off their own resplendent starlight, and they started to help the Chaos Imperial Star break free from its bonds. Everyone had forgotten that the owner of the Chaos Imperial Star was also the master of the owners of these 3 general stars. Now, these 3 general stars had created a massive storm that caused the thick chains to tremble. What was horrifying was that the gigantic blood-red demon star once again started to rotate. With the help of the 3 general stars, the Chaos Imperial Star became eviler and many times more powerful, and the terrifying aura it gave off caused the entire world to tremble. Clang. As everyone stared with wide eyes, the first chain broke. 301 Excalibur clang, clang, clang. After the first chain broke, it was followed by a second and a third, and soon, the sound of chains breaking could be continuously heard. The demon star in the sky once again began to rotate with immense force, and chains continued to break one after the other, causing the sky to seem distorted. Because the chains around the Chaos Imperial Star continuously broke, its blood-red light became bright again, and a powerful, evil aura spread throughout the world. Clang, clang, clang. Now, less than 30 chains remained. All of China's schools and sects became terrified. After all, they had taken a great risk to seal the Chaos Imperial Star. The descent of the Chaos Imperial Star and General Stars brought with them a great amount of fate, and regardless of whether they succeeded in sealing the stars or not, They had consumed a lot of their life force as the price. What's more, it was possible that they would suffer a fate backlash and Great Kin's revenge because they had tried to seal his imperial star. Many schools and sects had been unwilling to participate because they didn't wish to offend Great Kin. After all, Great Kin was now destined to become one of the most powerful entities, and if they offended such a powerful person, it was likely that they would be destroyed. However, the fusion of the Myrtle Imperial Star and a Chaos Demon Star was simply too powerful, and this had never happened before. This was, undeniably, the most powerful inauspicious star. It caused countless natural disasters, cut down living creatures' fates, and sent people into chaos. Those who were well versed in mystic arts and skills didn't have their minds affected, but they were instead injured by the star. If the Chaos Imperial Star truly descended, whether it was in the Heaven Awakened world or the real world, there would be a massive catastrophe. In fact, it was possible that the Heaven Awakened world and the real world would fuse ahead of time. Because of these reasons, the schools and sects had acted, deciding to suppress the Chaos Imperial Star together. However, they forgot that Great Kin had the Seven Murders Star, the Voracious Wolf Star, and the Army Destroyer Star. Now that the Chaos Imperial Star had received the help of the three General Stars and escaped from its bindings, it gave off an even more terrifying power. Clang, clang, clang. The chains continued to break, and the sect masters coughed up mouthfuls of blood. The ground started to shake, and the sun and moon stopped shining as an aura of despair emanated out. In the underground region, within the blood-red pillar of light, Zhao Fu's body quickly reformed. Now, he had a complete skeleton. Most of his flesh had regrown, and many places had skin already. Zhao Fu's body was about 90% reformed, and the blood-red demon star was about to break free from all of the chains. The dense blood-red light dyed the entire world red, causing all creatures to feel terror. Boom. A massive explosion sounded out as an awesome light descended, and the images of 9 massive copper cauldrons appeared in the sky, giving off an air of suppression. This was Great Zaya's nation armament. The 9 province cauldrons. Boom. Another massive explosion sounded out, giving off enough power to shake the world as the image of a luxurious-looking ancient tower appeared. It was surrounded by countless starry lights and gave off a boundlessly mysterious aura. This was Great Shang's nation armament, the star-plucking tower. Boom. Another explosion rang out as a shocking wave of energy burst forth, and the image of a stone steel appeared in the sky, bringing with it the sense of gods descending. All creatures trembled when it appeared. This was Great Shu's nation armament, the investiture of the gods. Boom. Yet another explosion sounded out as a terrifying energy swept out, and the image of a crimson-red sword slowly appeared in the sky, dyeing the sky crimson-red. It gave off a mighty sword aura, and this was Great Han's nation armament, the White Emperor Sword. The 4 nation armaments images appeared in the 4 directions around the Chaos Imperial Star. China's other 4 great dynasties had to resort to using their nation armaments in order to suppress the Demon Star. Right now, only the 4 other great dynasties had the strength to do this. All of the other dynasties' legatees were too weak right now. After the 4 nation armaments appeared, they shook the heavens and the earth, causing the weather to change and lightning to descend. Countless other abnormal signs appeared, and the suppressing power given off by the 4 nation armaments seemed to cause space itself to freeze. Under the suppression of the 4 nation armaments, the Chaos Imperial Star once again stopped rotating, and seeing this opportunity, the schools and sects once again activated their formations. Boom. 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 Thick chains once again shot up from the ground and brought with them immense force as they wrapped around the Chaos Imperial Star. Og. The Chaos Imperial Star's light died down again, allowing the world to start returning to normal. As the Chaos Imperial Star was suppressed again, the boundless pain once again slammed into Zhao Fu, causing him to howl. Bei Qi, Wei Liao, and Wang Jian started to look incredibly serious, and their bodies were covered in sweat as they tried to break free from that suppressing power. If it was just a single nation armament, they would be able to deal with it, but against 4 nation armaments, there was nothing that they could do. Boom. At that moment, a black pillar of light rushed into the sky, bringing with it enough force to shake the heavens and the earth. Great Ken's nation armament and clan armament both shot into the sky. The image of the 12 metal colossi, giving off an exterminating aura, appeared between the 9 province cauldrons and the star-plucking tower, while the imperial ruler's seal, surrounded by 9 massive golden dragons, appeared between the investiture of the gods and the White Emperor Sword. The 4 nation armaments and the clan armament gave off a massive amount of power in the sky, seeming to tear the sky apart. Even godly spirits would most likely tremble in fear, and those below felt a massive pressure, making them cough up a mouthful of blood. Apart from the sounds of battle above, the entire world seemed to quiet down. Almost the entire world's gazes were drawn here, and everyone felt the power that seemed to be able to destroy the world. After a while, Great Ken's nation armament and clan armament started to gain the upper hand. The 12 metal colossi was mainly for killing and conquering, and it had great battle strength. Together with the clan armament, it was able to gradually suppress the other 4 nation armaments. Following this, the 4 nation armaments were suppressed by Great Ken, and the gigantic demon star once again started to slowly change, greatly startling everyone in China. 302 Heavenly Mai. As the demon star started to rotate again, its light once again became brighter. Now, the blood-red light seemed to be corporeal, and it couldn't just be described with the word terrifying. After the light hit the ground, countless leaves were disintegrated. An extremely evil aura spread out, and the entire world seemed to be covered under its shadow. Living creatures ran in terror as if the end of the world had begun. Clang. Soon, the first chain shattered. Zhao Fu's body quickly started reforming again, and now, the process was almost complete. However, his heart hadn't started beating yet, making him seem like a corpse. Only once his heart started beating would he be completely reformed. When that happened, the Chaos Imperial Star would fully descend. Clang. Another metallic snapping sound rang out as a second chain broke. The demon star continued to slowly rotate with immense power, and no matter how much the sect masters tried, they were unable to stop it at all. Within Vatican City, a white-haired, kind-looking elderly man looked at the Chaos Imperial Star that was breaking free and said, "Looks like even China is unable to suppress the Chaos Imperial Star. We cannot allow the Chaos Imperial Star to descend, or a massive catastrophe will descend. All Vatican members, activate the sacred formation." Within a large mosque, a white-robed elder looked into the sky and heavily sighed as he said, "We cannot stand by and watch. The Chaos Imperial Star's descent won't be good for anyone. All Muslim members heed my command. Activate the Quran formation." Within the Buddhist Holy Land, an elderly monk holding a staff looked at the demon star and said sorrowfully, "Amitabha. All Buddhist disciples heed my command. Activate the Buddha light formation." Within a Hindu mandir, a skinny, elderly man in yellow robes sat cross-legged on the ground as his unfathomable eyes looked into the sky, and he said, "All Hindu disciples heed my command. Activate the Sahagate formation." At that moment, countless religions all over the world simultaneously decided to act. Even though the Chaos Imperial Star had descended because of someone in China, if it descended, it would bring catastrophe on the whole world. Boom. 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 Large chains burst forth from places all over the world and tore through the clouds as they shot towards the demon star. Boom. Facing the thousands of approaching chains, the 12 metal colossi gave off a boundless killing and conquering aura, causing the air to freeze and forming a large barrier. Roar. The 9 golden dragons roared, and the imperial ruler's seal also gave a brilliant light. The 9 golden dragons became dozens of times bigger, and they defended the imperial chaos star. The 12 metal colossi and the imperial ruler's seal were indeed 2 of the strongest treasures of China, and with the massive amount of faith gathered from the imperial star's descent, they also received the support of the heavens and the earth. The incredibly powerful aura that they gave off caused the thousands of approaching chains to pause. The countless leaders were incredibly shocked, and they understood what they were doing. They were defying the heavens and trying to change fate. They were defying the will of the heavens and trying to change Great Ken's legatee's fate. Now that Great Ken's nation armament and clan armament had received the support from the fate of the heavens and the earth, forming a gigantic barrier, none of their thousands of chains were able to get close to the Chaos Imperial Star, making them all feel bewildered. Clang. Yet another chain broke, and the demon star gave off a massive aura as it began to rotate faster. At the same time, its corporeal blood-red light became brighter and eviler. The Chaos Imperial Star's suffocating and terrifying aura made the entire world fall silent, and everyone realized that they wouldn't to stop it from descending. Boom. Suddenly, an explosion sounded out as a shocking aura that gave off an immense pressure appeared. The image of a golden sword appeared in the sky, giving off a holy and regal aura. The sky was dyed gold, and this was the most epic rank sword in the West. Excalibur. Boom. Another explosion rang out as an aura that seemed to pierce through the sky appeared, and the image of a black spear slowly formed in the sky. It gave off an aura that made all creatures fearful and want to submit. This was the Roman Empire's nation armament. The Spear of Destiny. Boom. Following this, another explosion sounded out as a boundless aura slowly descended, and the image of a golden crown appeared in the sky, giving off a brilliant light. It looked like a brilliant sun, and this was Egypt's nation armament. The Solar Crown. Boom. Another massive explosion rang out as a boundless aura shook the heavens, and the image of a sword slowly appeared in the sky, giving off an incredibly sharp aura. This was the Persian Empire's nation armament, Shamshir-e-Zamarad Nigar. Boom. Yet another explosion sounded out as a terrifying aura rippled out, causing a chill to spread in countless people's hearts. A pure white male sculpture appeared in the sky, giving off an incredibly powerful might. This was ancient Macedonia's nation armament, Alexander the Great's statue. The 5 nation armaments simultaneously appeared in the sky, and all of them were powerful nations with a massive amount of fate. The 5 nation armaments allied with China's other 4 nation armaments. Now, 9 nation armaments, which contained a massive amount of fate, gave off an air of suppression. The 9 nation armaments easily dispelled the barrier created by the 12 metal colossi and the imperial ruler's seal, and the 9 nation armaments started to suppress the 12 metal colossi and the imperial ruler's seal. The 12 metal colossi and the imperial ruler's seal continuously resisted, but they were unable to stand up to the 9 nation armaments and gradually suppressed. Without the 12 metal colossi and the imperial ruler's seal's defense, the Chaos Imperial Star was bound by thousands of chains, and even the 3 general stars were bound by dozens of chains. In the end, the 12 metal colossi and the imperial ruler's seal were fully suppressed by the 9 nation armaments. At that moment, everyone in the world let out a sigh of relief. They had finally locked down the Chaos Imperial Star, and Great Kin didn't continue retaliating. Everything had settled, and the Chaos Imperial Star and the 3 general stars had all been bound. 303 defying the heavens. After the Chaos Imperial Star was sealed by the countless chains, the blood-red light it gave off became dimmer and dimmer, and its massive aura gradually disappeared until it became just a slightly red star, losing its demonic look. The heavens and the earth, mysterious and righteous forces, and all living creatures, listen to my command, seal. Amitabha, salvation to the masses, Buddha's light shining on the world, eradicating all evils, seal. Yin-yang 5 elements nourishing one another, 5 elements destroying one another, 5 elements fusing into one, seal. When they saw that the Chaos Imperial Star no longer had the strength to resist, the various leaders and sect masters didn't hesitate, and they started to chant their sealing techniques, wanting to seal the Chaos Imperial Star as soon as possible to prevent anything unexpected from happening. After all, the Chaos Imperial Star was simply too horrifying. Following this, the countless leaders and sect masters unleashed their seals, and the sky seemed to slowly drag the Chaos Imperial Star and the 3 general stars upwards. In the underground region, Zhao Fu's heart still wasn't beating, making him seem like a corpse, while Bei Qi, Wei Liao, and Wang Jian did their best to try to resist. However, it was completely useless, and not only were they unable to help the Chaos Imperial Star, but their own general stars were also being sealed. Now, Great Kin didn't have the strength to resist so many nation armaments, schools, and sects. At the Westfall restaurant, Zion watched as the Chaos Imperial Star was slowly sealed and sighed. This wasn't something that she could change, and it had completely exceeded her expectations. With how terrifying the Chaos Imperial Star was, it had caused all of the world's schools and sects to suppress it, and since her own sect master had acted, how could she intervene? In another region, Zhang Heng rode on his donkey as he watched the Chaos Imperial Star being sealed. His expression became grim, and he inwardly sighed. This was a great loss for Great Kin, and it was a pity that the star had been simply too inauspicious. Otherwise, it would have been of great help to all of China. Su Yan looked up at the Chaos Imperial Star being sealed, and he couldn't help but laugh. Great Kin's strength had weighed on his heart all this time, and it had made him feel quite uncomfortable. The countless legatees all looked quite delighted. From the very beginning, Great Kin had been dominating them, and it had revealed incredible power. It had been feared by countless people, and now, it had been suppressed by the rest of the world. If the Chaos Imperial Star and the 3 general stars were sealed, it would be a heavy blow to Great Kin. The fate that it possessed would be reduced to the same level as other nations, no longer having 10 times as more fate compared to other nations. Great Kin was in dire straits because it was standing against the whole world. How could Great Kin fight against the rest of the world? No matter how powerful one was, one couldn't stand against the whole world, and the result was the Chaos Imperial Star being sealed. After this incident, Great Kin became estranged from the rest of the world, and all of the large factions knew that their actions had angered Great Kin and that they would suffer for it in the future. Even though they had been forced to do this, they were still afraid of revenge from Great Kin. However, this also gave the various factions a chance to develop. Now, Great Kin didn't have much left that could make them fearful. Most factions were overjoyed that Great Kin's Imperial Star had been sealed. The Demon Star and the 3 general stars were pulled upwards in the sky, and the top of the Chaos Imperial Star couldn't be seen anymore. Soon, the entire Chaos Imperial Star would disappear and be sealed. By now, to most people, the Chaos Imperial Star being sealed was already inevitable. What else could stand up to the 9 nation armaments and thousands of chains? There was simply nothing. In the underground region, Zhao Fu lay naked on the altar with no signs of life coming from him at all. Suddenly, a round symbol appeared on the back of Zhao Fu's right hand. It was a circle with 8 mysterious and profound-looking symbols within it, and they were spaced evenly around the circle with a black dot at the center. This was the Earth Realm mark. At this moment, the Earth Realm mark gave off a faint rainbow-colored light, causing Zhao Fu's right hand to slowly float up and grab at the air. Boom! An explosion sounded out throughout the world. No matter where one was, one still clearly heard this noise. Immediately, the various leaders and sect masters were incredibly startled because the spiritual aura of the world and a massive amount of fate started to gather towards one place. The wind started to quickly blow, and everyone could clearly detect the flow of the spiritual aura and fate. At the entrance to the underground region, Beichi and the others could feel these massive flows, and they were astonished. They quickly looked inside. The leaders and sect masters felt that something was happening, and they tried to complete the ceiling as soon as possible. However, the blue sky once again dimmed, and the darkness returned. All of the leaders and sect masters were horrified to find that their ceiling had failed. A pair of gigantic, blood-red eyes, filled with coldness and evilness, slowly opened in the sky. Immediately, cracks appeared in the sky as a supreme might descended. No matter who it was, whether it was a legatee, elder, or city lord, they all felt their bodies sink as if there was a hand gripping their hearts. They felt a chill run down their backs, and their legs became weak. This was an instinctive fear. The blood-red eyes were incredibly cold, and they didn't contain any human emotions. They were filled with a demonic blood-red light that was filled with boundless evil. These eyes appeared directly above the Chaos Imperial Star, and below the pair of gigantic eyes, the Chaos Imperial Star was between the eyes and looked incredibly small. The pair of blood-red eyes gave off a shocking heavenly might, and the eyes looked down on all living creatures. Below, everyone felt a chill in their hearts. Massive waves of shock crashed within the hearts of the leaders and sect masters, and they didn't even dare to look up at the eyes. This was because they felt the power of heavenly laws, which was this world's source of energy. They had failed to defy the heavens and change fate. They had never thought that this ceiling would be disrupted by the heavenly laws in the end. It seemed that it wasn't so easy to defy the heavens, and the leaders and sect masters all felt incredibly bitter. The blood-red eyes first looked at the 9-nation armaments. Immediately, the images of the 9-nation armaments collapsed, and the 9 legatees felt an immense wave of energy attack them. They were blasted backward and coughed up a mouthful of blood, the bones in their chests completely broken. They powerlessly lay on the ground, heavily injured. Following this, the pair of blood-red eyes looked at the bound Chaos Imperial Star with its terrifying gaze. 304 Killer Royal Bloodline clang. 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 The countless chains binding the Chaos Imperial Star all shattered, and the dozens of chains binding the 3 general stars also broke. The countless leaders and sect masters all coughed up mouthfuls of blood and collapsed onto their formations. The entire world fell silent, and the massive pair of blood-red eyes gave off an immense heavenly might. In the next moment, it looked towards all of the people who had participated in the ceiling. Boom! A shocking explosion sounded out as the countless leaders, sect masters, elders, and legatees were raised into the air by a formless energy, which was strong enough to crush them. Sect Master! Your Majesty! Elder! Countless terrified cries sounded out as people looked up at the important figures in the air, who were now completely defenseless. The others tried to help, but all those who rushed up were blasted backward by a formless energy and injured. The people in the air felt their spirits tremble as an aura of death covered them as if they had been pulled into boundless darkness. In front of the pair of blood-red eyes, they were as lowly as ants. Are we going to die? The people all thought to themselves as their bodies trembled in front of this power. They felt that they were going to explode at any second. Indeed, the pair of blood-red eyes was thinking about killing them. The formless energy squeezed, and the people in the air desperately struggled. However, they were unable to get free. Suddenly, the formless energy disappeared, and the people crashed back down onto the ground, their bodies covered with sweat. All of this had happened too fast, and before anyone could react, the pair of blood-red eyes slowly disappeared, as did the Chaos Imperial Star and the 3 general stars. All of the abnormal signs disappeared, and the world returned to its original state. At that moment, everyone let out a sigh of relief. Those blood-red eyes had been too terrifying, and everyone had felt like there was a gigantic rock weighing down on them. They had been unable to retaliate at all, nor had they dared to make a sound. Sect Master! Your Majesty! Elder! The people around them quickly went over to help them up. Luckily, the pair of blood-red eyes hadn't killed these important people, and their followers breathed out a sigh of relief. In the real world, the abnormal signs all disappeared, and within the Ying family's residence, Caillou Fengtsai watched the Chaos Imperial Star disappear. As it disappeared, he let out a sigh of relief. In the underground region, Zhao Fu's heart suddenly started beating, and his body was filled with life force again. He slowly opened his blood-red eyes. At the entrance, Beichi and the others felt that everything was finished, so they all entered the underground region. By now, Zhao Fu had taken out a pair of white robes from his king's ring and put them on. With his long hair, cold and handsome face, demonic blood-red eyes, and his powerful and mighty aura, he seemed like a different person. Beichi and the others didn't dare to look at him right in the eyes, and they could only lower their heads and cup their fists as they nervously said, "Your Majesty." When he saw that his subordinates had come in, Zhao Fu retracted his aura and smiled, saying, "All right, let's go back. Everything has finished." Seeing that their mild majesty had returned, they finally relaxed. Before, they had felt fearful after being told that Zhao Fu had fused with God Ker's divinity. This was because God Ker was a demon god that was wicked and bloodthirsty. They were afraid that Zhao Fu would also be affected by its nature, turning him into a tyrant. It seemed that they had been overly worried, and everyone smiled and followed behind Zhao Fu. Slaughtering Ghost and Sky Demon returned to their swords and hung at Zhao Fu's waist. After returning to the surface, Zhao Fu saw the carnage from everything that had happened and bitterly smiled before ordering people to do repairs. Zhao Fu returned to his room and looked at the system announcements that he had missed. When Zhao Fu had opened his eyes, countless system announcements had sounded out. System announcement. Your body has fused with a divinity, which is reshaping your body. It will be incredibly painful. System announcement. The demon god's divinity, which contains boundless evil, bloodlust, and darkness, has caused changes to your imperial star. System announcement. The Chaos Demon Star has detected your aura, and it is willing to become your source star and ascend. System announcement. The Myrtle Imperial Star and the Chaos Demon Star have started to fuse, and it will result in abnormal signs. System announcement. Your Chaos Imperial Star has been sealed, which is an act that defies the heavens and changes fate. The heavenly laws have started to retaliate, and they have fused with your willpower. There was a long list of system announcements, and Zhao Fu looked through them one by one. Zhao Fu was quite surprised about the Chaos Demon Star because he knew that the Chaos Demon Star was the most inauspicious star. He had never thought that such a star would want to become his source star. The Myrtle Imperial Star was a fate star, and it gathered a massive amount of fate, which was similar to a general star. Those who obtained the Myrtle Imperial Star had Son of Heaven fate. However, a source star was different, it wasn't affected by anything, and it was tied closely to one's life. Compared to a fate star, which was more of an external force, a source star was part of a person's very being. Now, the Myrtle Imperial Star had fused with the Chaos Demon Star to form the Chaos Imperial Star. Next, Zhao Fu found out about the Chaos Imperial Star being sealed. At that time, his body was being reformed, and it was painful to the point that his mind had nearly collapsed. Of course, he wouldn't have been able to pay attention to that. Only when his body had been reformed and his spirit in darkness did he feel something binding him. Zhao Fu had felt incredibly furious at the time, and in the end, his willpower had fused with the heavenly laws and ascended. Those blood-red eyes weren't some higher power but Zhao Fu's eyes. However, no one had realized this. Back then, the heavenly laws had given Zhao Fu 3 opportunities to act. Zhao Fu broke the suppression from the 9-nation armaments, destroyed the chains, and tried to kill those who had tried to seal the Chaos Imperial Star. However, in the end, he didn't kill them. This was because he had seen the disasters caused by the Chaos Imperial Star and felt quite guilty about them. What's more, he wouldn't be able to truly kill them, and because most of them possessed a great amount of fate, the heavenly laws wouldn't allow such a thing. At most, he would only be able to kill them in the Heaven Awakened world. He wouldn't be able to harm them in the real world. What's more, the 9 legatees were the legatees of 9 of the most ancient empires, so Zhao Fu had given up on killing them. This didn't mean that Zhao Fu feared them. It was just that they were too troublesome to deal with. Since he was unable to truly kill them, Zhao Fu decided to not make the entire world hate him even more. 305 This World Seeker. Following this, Zhao Fu looked at the next system announcements. System announcement. Congratulations on reforming your body. Your attributes have greatly changed. System announcement. You have unlocked A grade. System announcement. You have unlocked the God Killer profession. System announcement. You have unlocked Divine Sense. System announcement. The Great Kin Town has obtained a massive amount of fate and been upgraded into an legendary rank zone. After looking through these announcements, Zhao Fu immediately looked at his stats, and he found that they had indeed greatly changed. Now, with his current strength, he would be able to fight on equal grounds with a Stage 4 City Lord. Of course, that was if the City Lord didn't use his City Lord seal. Apart from this, Zhao Fu also received A grade. It wasn't from F grade to S grade but called Upper Earth grade. This made Zhao Fu feel quite curious. After all, weren't grades from F to SSS? What did Upper Earth grade mean? Could it be a special grade for players? Zhao Fu looked at the detailed information and found that grades weren't just from F to SSS, rather, there were grades above SSS that were human, earth, and heaven. Each of the grades was split into lower, middle, upper, and complete. From the information he was given, it seemed that there were even higher grades, but they weren't described. Zhao Fu suspected that most people didn't know about this, and if it wasn't for the fact that Zhao Fu had unlocked his Earth grade, he also would have been in the dark about this. It seemed that the divinity's effects were quite powerful, boosting his grade directly to Earth grade. Even though there was no indication, Zhao Fu felt that his grade from before had been perhaps S. This was because even if he spent the same amount of time cultivating as Beiqi, his speed was far slower than Beiqi's speed. By now, Beiqi's cultivation was at Tier 1 level 9, and after consuming 2 blood god pills, Zhao Fu's cultivation was only at Tier 1 level 6. Now, with his Earth grade, he had left Beiqi in the dust, making Zhao Fu grin. Following this, he looked at the next system announcement. Upon looking at the God Killer profession, Zhao Fu's eyes lit up, and he immediately looked into it. He found that the God Killer profession was the same as the King profession. It was something that surpassed other military professions and a profession that could develop. In its early stages, it didn't have any stats or skills and only gave God Killers power, which was similar to divine power but greatly countered divine power. At the same time, this profession gave him a God Killer bloodline, which could also be passed on to his descendants. The King profession and God Killer profession were both incredibly rare and difficult to obtain. The King profession required one to establish a nation, and because Zhao Fu had Great Ken's legacy and Ancient King's power, he had been able to unlock it quite early. The God Killer profession required one to kill a god to unlock. Because Zhao Fu had used a heaven and earth refining formation to steal some of God Ker's divinity and fused with it, he had unlocked this profession. Whether it was establishing a nation or killing a god, neither of these things was easy to accomplish, and they would be impossible for most people. As such, the royal bloodline and God Killer bloodline were both high-grade bloodlines. After Zhao Fu's body had been reformed, they had perfectly combined into an unknown bloodline, which Zhao Fu called the God Killer royal bloodline for now. The God Killer royal bloodline was already a level 11 bloodline. Before, Zhao Fu's royal bloodline had been a lower level 10 bloodline. After looking through the God Killer profession, Zhao Fu then looked at the Divine Sense System announcement. What's this? Zhao Fu wondered to himself. Zhao Fu started to read the description in detail, and he found that it was one of the 5 celestial senses. If he unlocked all 5, he would be able to enter celestial mode. Zhao Fu didn't know what celestial mode was, but it sounded quite powerful as the description stated that it would be able to repel all evils and that demons and gods would avoid it. The description didn't say what the other 4 senses were, but it gave an introduction to Divine Sense. Divine Sense strengthened a person's mind and willpower. It could also be said that one's spirit was strengthened. There were 2 ways to unlock Divine Sense. The first requires one's spirit to almost be destroyed. After it recovers, it will become more powerful. The second required one to attain a certain level of comprehension, causing one's spirit to evolve. Zhao Fu was most likely the first type. Even now, Zhao Fu's body was trembling from the pain he had suffered during the reforming of his body. The main effect of Divine Sense greatly reduced the effects of illusions, mental attacks, and spiritual attacks. At the same time, it greatly increased the effectiveness of his own illusions and mental attacks. All in all, it was quite useful. Now that he had unlocked Divine Sense, there were 4 more senses to unlock. Zhao Fu was quite curious about Celestial Mode and the 4 other senses. The next system announcement was that the Great Ken Town had become an legendary ranked zone. Zhao Fu hadn't expected this at all because he had thought he would have to destroy 10 legacy villages in order to do such a thing. The reason for this was because everything, whether it was an individual or a nation, had its own fate. If Zhao Fu took down a system main city, he would obtain a massive amount of fate. Similarly, Zhao Fu had killed a powerful clone of a godly spirit and refined it, and the Myrtle Imperial Star had also fused with the Chaos Demon Star. Both of these things had given Great Kin a massive amount of fate. The massive amount of fate also caused the 12 Metal Colossi and Imperial Ruler's Seal to be upgraded again. Now, the 12 Metal Colossi was a level 3 nation armament, and the Imperial Ruler's Seal was a level 2 clan armament. Comparatively speaking, it was much harder to level up a clan armament than a nation armament. It not only required a massive amount of fate but also something that greatly affected the Chinese race as a whole. Afterward, Zhao Fu went to the town hall and looked at the floating cube that was now orange-colored. The aura it gave off was more powerful, and Zhao Fu looked at the Great Ken Town's new stats: village name, Great Ken Town, legendary, level, advanced, 269,200 out of 750,000, village area, 500 square kilometers. Village territory, 12,180 square kilometers. Residents, 242.950 out of 420,000. Military, 31,640 out of 72,000. Popular support, 85. Village special stats, Territory crop output plus 110%, territory crop growing time minus 110%, population limit plus 80%, residence stats can randomly plus 7, soldiers stats plus 8%, population attraction plus 100%, chance of attracting higher grade population plus 810%. Subsidiary village limit, 600 subordinate villages, Logue Village, Jean Village, Drun Village, Lee Family Village, Wolf Village, Ferocious Tiger Village. 306 under the heavens. After becoming legendary grade, the Great Ken Town's stats had once again increased. At the same time, the Heaven Prayer platform also became more powerful. Zhao Fu once again returned to his room and started to go through the information that he had received from God Kerr. After fusing with the divinity, not only did he obtain some of God Kerr's skills, but he had also obtained a lot of information about all sorts of things. This wasn't very surprising because God Kerr was a godly spirit that was far greater than mere humans, and it definitely knew much more. Zhao Fu sifted through the information and found some information about the Heaven Domain Boundary and Legacy Land. Zhao Fu had been very curious about these things, so he looked into them. After reading about them, he was greatly shocked, and massive waves crashed within his heart. It seemed that he had underestimated the Heaven Awakened world. This world. This secret was something that the system prohibited anyone from saying. No wonder the Yin soldiers knew but couldn't say anything. At that moment, Zhao Fu understood everything. This secret was incredibly important, and it was to the point that it affected the life of Great Kin in the future. Zhao Fu's expression became serious, and he started to think. Now that he knew this secret, his plans for Great Kin's future had once again changed. In the remaining time, Zhao Fu continued to go through the information he had obtained from God Kerr. After the numerous leaders and sect masters returned to the real world, their eyes were dim, and they looked quite dispirited. The other 4 legatees of the great dynasties also sighed and prepared to send a big gift to the Ying family as an apology. They had completely lost this time, and what's more, Great Kin's legatee hadn't killed them, giving them a lot of face. As such, they had to respond to this. First, it was a matter of face and pride. If they didn't do anything, they would be mocked by others for trying to seal his imperial star to only be spared by him and not do anything about it. They would seem petty, while Great Kin's legatee would seem magnanimous. Second, it was a matter of strength. Now, Great Kin's strength was simply monstrous. Even though they would still struggle against each other below the surface, on the surface, they still needed to seem amicable. After all, it wouldn't be worth it to offend a powerful enemy like Great Kin. Many people had the same idea, and they sent massive gifts to the Ying family. No one knew just where Great Kin's legatee was, so they could only pass the gifts to the Ying family and hope that Great Kin's legatee would take notice. All of the Ying family's higher-ups were incredibly delighted. They had long since started to see Great Kin's legatee as someone who was a part of the Ying family. They held a grand banquet and invited all sorts of important figures, making the Ying family's residence quite lively. Ying Wu also felt quite happy as he received the benefits of acting as Great Kin's legatee. Countless families and upper-class people continuously tried to curry favor with him. Now, his life was hundreds of times better than it was before. Wherever he went, people would address him as Your Majesty, and countless people tried to get on his good side. He didn't lack money or beautiful women. With the number of women who wanted to curry favor with him, even if he slept with one per day, he wouldn't be able to get through all of them. However, Ying Wu didn't forget that he was just a fake, so he continuously developed his own faction. Now, Ying Wu's faction had become a relatively large faction, and he had 20,000 people. Ying Wu was a bit apprehensive of the Ying family, so he developed slowly and cautiously so as not to displease the Ying family. Otherwise, with the things that the smaller families had gifted him with, he would have expanded his faction to 40,000 people already. As for Ying 11, after hearing her subordinates report, she heard that her family's elders had decided to marry her off to Great Kin's legatee as a concubine. When she heard this, Ying 11 felt that her time was running out. Kaiyu Fengzai also received instructions from his sect master to maintain good relations with the Ying family. Who knew? If Kaiyu Fengzai made a good impression on Great Kin's legatee, perhaps the Taoist sect would escape calamity in the future. Of course, Kaiyu Fengzai heard about the sect master helping to seal the Chaos Imperial Star, creating karma between them. As such, Kaiyu Fengzai understood the importance of this order. Now, Kaiyu Fengzai felt a bit conflicted. Should he tell the higher-ups that Great Kin's legatee was, in fact, already in the Ying family's residence? After thinking about it for a while, Kaiyu Fengzai decided to continue searching for him by himself. Only then would he be able to maximize his profits because it was likely that he was the only person who knew this. As such, it was likely that he would be the first person in the world to find out who Great Kin's legatee was. This was a massive opportunity, and he couldn't let it slip by. However, After searching for so long, he still hadn't found Great Kin's legatee's precise location, and he couldn't help but wonder where he was. What he didn't know was that Zhao Fu barely went out, making him quite difficult to find. In the real world, within a building, two women were talking over a table filled with food. A beautiful girl who was 17 or 18 years old, gave off a mysterious aura, and wore a veil pleated, "Big sis. We're relying on you, and we hope that you can maintain good relations with him so that he doesn't feel any enmity towards the school of Yin Yang." He Xianru lightly sighed, and she nodded as she looked at the girl and said, "Xianling, I'll help, and he isn't a bloodthirsty person. However, I hope that Sect Master will act cautiously from now on. From what I understand, his fate is something that even the gods won't be able to change." When she saw he Xianru agree, the girl called Xianling smiled as she replied, "Thank you, big sis. Sect Master also regrets this and understands." When she heard this, he Xianru relaxed. She didn't want to become Zhao Fu's enemy, only those close to him knew just how terrifying he truly was. At that moment, Xianling asked, "Big sis, tell me what sort of person he is. What does he look like? Does he have a look of charisma?" He Xianru looked quite surprised and asked, "Why are you suddenly asking about this? What, are you interested in him?" Xialing slightly blushed and pulled on he Xianru's hand as she said with an embarrassed expression on her face, "Big sis, with his potential, he'll definitely become a grand figure. It's only natural to feel curious about him. Big sis, hurry and tell me about him." He Xianru lightly laughed before starting to tell the girl about Zhao Fu. Within a heaven-awakened world, Zhao Fu spent a bit more than a day to go through all of the information that he had obtained from God Kerr before summoning his important subordinates to discuss Great Ken's future path. 307 Dragon Race. This meeting went for 3 days, and even though Zhao Fu was prohibited by the system from directly revealing that shocking secret, he was able to hint at it. After his subordinates found out, they were incredibly shocked and started to suggest various ideas. This was why the meeting had taken so long. After the meeting concluded, Great Ken returned to its normal operations but tried to act as low profile as possible. Recently, they had attracted far too much attention to themselves. After a few days of Great Ken staying as low profile as possible, discussions about the Chaos Imperial Star gradually died down. Just as Zhao Fu had wanted, people soon forgot about it. Because it was now autumn, leaves started to turn yellow, and it was also harvesting season. The fruits were ripening, and Great Ken started to become busy with collecting and harvesting. Most of the harvested fruits were sold, and because there were so many of them, some were used to make wine. These fruit wines became one of the signature products of the Westfall restaurants, and they were greatly liked by women and younger people. Seeing Great Ken steadily and peacefully develop, Zhao Fu was able to rest at ease. He returned to the real world, and just like usual, he asked his bodyguard to buy some food for him while he looked at the Heaven Awakened World Forum. Now, no faction dared to show any enmity towards Great Ken, and Zhao Fu also found out that countless factions had sent gifts to the Ying family. In response, Zhao Fu only laughed. At that moment, a call came through, and because Zhao Fu looked at it and saw that it was from his grandpa, he picked up the phone. "Fuhrer, it's your cousin's birthday today, come over and eat with us." Zhao Fu slightly frowned and wanted to refuse because he wasn't interested in such things. However, he found it difficult to refuse, so he could only agree and go. After arriving at his grandpa's residence, he was somewhat surprised to see that his cousin, Zhao Hong, was now going out with Zhao. It seemed that after what had happened last time, their relationship had quickly advanced, resulting in them becoming boyfriend and girlfriend. Zhao Fu didn't pay too much attention to this. After arriving, he found that everyone's attitude towards him was particularly good, especially his uncle and aunt. It was most likely because of what had happened last time. Even though they didn't despise him, they didn't like him either. After eating, Zhao Fu decided to leave. He didn't bring a present because he wasn't used to such things. Back when he and his mother were living in poverty, eating until they were full was already quite good. They didn't even think about gifts, and even if they did, they didn't have the money. After everything was done, Zhao Fu was walking back to his own residence when a black limousine stopped beside him and the driver stuck his head out and asked, "Mr. Zhao, Big Ms wants to invite you to see her." Zhao Fu recognized the driver. He was Wu Qingniang's driver, and Zhao Fu couldn't help but wonder what Wu Qingniang wanted with him. Zhao Fu thought about it and decided to see Wu Qingniang. At that moment, Wu Qingniang was sitting on a sofa as she held a cup of coffee. There was a handsome young man sitting opposite her wearing a white shirt and black pants, and he looked like the young master of a big family. Zhao Fu knew this young man. He was the vice president of the student council, Zhao Yunfei. When she saw that Zhao Fu had arrived, Wu Qingniang smiled and asked Zhao Fu to sit down before telling one of the attendants to bring him a cup of coffee. Following this, she said, "Zhao Fu, do you need me to introduce you again?" Zhao Fu sat down and smiled as he looked at Zhao Yunfei and replied, No need. How could I not know someone as famous as young Master Zhao? Zhao Yunfei smiled as he replied, you must be Zhao Fu, King Niang often mentions you. When he heard Zhao Yunfei address Wu Qingniang as King Niang, Zhao Fu realized that they were most likely quite close. After all, Wu Qingniang had been the president of the student council. Zhao Fu, I called you here so that you could get to know Yunfei. He's helped me quite a lot, and you've also performed above my expectations as well. Wu Qingniang smiled as she spoke in a praising tone. Zhao Fu knew that Wu Qingniang was talking about Heaven's Choice, and he calmly replied, it's nothing. Zhao Fu. Wu Qingniang suddenly became serious as she said, there's something I want to ask for your help with. You're near East Green, and it seems that even void zones can't stop Great Kin's legatee. If you ever meet him, can you represent me in trying to become friends with him or at least help maintain friendly relations? The way Wu Qingniang saw Great Kin legatee was like how everyone else saw him. Before, they saw him as a threat and didn't want to seem weaker. They had also wanted to surpass him. However, now, they realized how laughable that was. Not just Wu Qingniang, but anyone under the heavens could tell that none of them was a match for him. The scenes from the Chaos Imperial Star's descent were simply too terrifying, and now, no one dared to openly oppose Great Kin. Wu Qingniang was the same, and now that things had turned out like this, she could only lower her head for now and do her best to develop. After listening to Wu Qingniang and seeing how serious she looked, Zhao Fu did his best not to laugh. On the surface, he maintained his calm expression and agreed. When she saw this, Wu Qingniang felt quite relieved. Even though she had her own people in the Forest of Horrors, she trusted Zhao Fu's abilities because she felt that she had never been wrong with her intuition. I'll have to trouble you then. Wu Qingniang said with an apologetic smile. Zhao Fu replied that he didn't mind. After all, it wasn't very hard for him to curry favor with himself. However, sitting opposite Wu Qingniang, Zhao Yunfei couldn't help but frown because this wasn't the attitude Wu Qingniang usually had when speaking to a subordinate. The three of them continued to chat, after which Zhao Fu and Zhao Yunfei decided that it was time to leave. After walking out, Zhao Yunfei smiled, but his tone was slightly condescending and no longer amicable as he said, don't think that you're a big shot just because you have a bit of strength. Remember your status, with your lowly status, you'll never be good enough for her. But then again, King Niang's the state of Zhu's legatee and has a noble bloodline, so she wouldn't favor you anyways. You're just a member of the Ying family's collateral family, but servants should act like servants. If I see you not treating King Niang like your master in the future and you try to develop some sort of relationship with her, don't blame me for being discourteous. Zhao Yunfei gave Zhao Fu a warning before walking off, not putting Zhao Fu in his eyes at all. Zhao Fu didn't say anything, nor did he feel much. He only glanced at Zhao Yunfei and didn't mind his warning at all. After returning to his room, Zhao Fu once again entered the Heaven Awakened world, and he realized that it had been a while since he had checked up on Jnaya. 308 Tide Flood Dragon Zhao Fu had ordered all of Great Kin's forces to cut off communications with Jnaya so that he could develop well by himself. The final goal was obviously to become the city lord, and now, Zhao Fu felt that it was time to go and visit Jnaya. Following this, Zhao Fu went by himself to Battle City and found that Jnaya's sword sect had already become the biggest faction in Battle City. It had 10,000 or so people, which was a lot less than other factions, but the members were all elites. There were both players and indigenous residents, and because Outlanders were welcomed inside Battle City as well, his faction contained some Outlanders. The sword sect's members were dressed in white and had swords at their waists. Zhao Fu heard that Jnaya's cultivation had already progressed to stage 2, and by continuously fighting in the arena, the sword sect's fame had grown more and more. Jnaya had been listed as one of the 8 candidates to become the next city lord, and Zhao Fu was quite pleased that his plan was working. As long as Jnaya could outshine the other 7 candidates, he would be able to become Battle City's city lord, and Zhao Fu would be able to obtain a system main city and its forces for free. This would provide him with immense help. Zhao Fu didn't plan to do much because it seemed that Jnaya and the sword sect were both doing quite well and didn't require any intervention from Zhao Fu. However, Zhao Fu was still a bit worried that they would be forced to stage a coup d'état if Jnaya didn't become the next city lord. Even though Zhao Fu didn't want to do this, Great Kin had spent a lot of resources and effort on this matter, and they couldn't let it go to waste. When the time came, they would have to kill the person chosen or even assassinate the current city lord. Regardless of how they did it, they had to make Jnaya the next city lord. Afterward, when he saw that everything here was going well, Zhao Fu felt quite pleased and returned to the Great Kin town. The next thing Zhao Fu thought about was the incubation of the wyvern. Wyverns were relatively weak within the dragon race, and they were only slightly stronger than drakes. However, given the fact that most people weren't even at stage 1 right now, a wyvern would be able to decimate everything, as a mature wyvern could have stage 5 strength. What's more, Zhao Fu hadn't bought the wyvern egg to just raise a wyvern. Rather, it was for Zhao Fu's universal den. Universal den, grade, silver, description, a special den that any creature can conquer. It will spawn creatures of the same race. Right now, the universal den was spawning a void beast every 3 days, which had allowed Great Kin to open up countless paths to outside regions. By now, Great Kin had already reached 34 other regions. If the universal den was conquered by the wyvern, it would spawn wyverns instead. Even though they would no longer have void beasts, Zhao Fu didn't plan on opening up too many paths. Rather, having a flight of dragons would be enough. Great Kin had already opened up many paths, and they were earning Great Kin a massive amount of money. However, Great Kin's military still wasn't very powerful, and it was unable to face off directly against a system main city's military. However, if Zhao Fu had a flight of wyverns, things would be different. They would greatly strengthen Great Kin's military and speed up the restoration of Great Kin. However, all of that would be far into the future. Right now, controlling an entire region seemed like something far away, much less restoring Great Kin. As such, Zhao Fu decided that he had to strengthen Great Kin's military, even if it came at a cost to their finances. After all, this matter was far too important to Great Kin. Right now, the universal den was fine gold rank, and if Zhao Fu wanted to raise it to dark gold rank, he needed 10 damaged city hearts. These things were rarer than even undamaged fine gold rank city creation stones because no one was stupid enough to damage his own city hearts. As such, despite being willing to pay a lot of money, Zhao Fu had only obtained 2. He could only wait and see, and if he really had no other options, he would have to destroy some of his fine gold grade villages to upgrade the universal den. After the operations with the alliances in North Nam, Zhao Fu had used all of the city creation stones, and he now had 502 villages in total. Even though most of them were bronze rank, there were at least 20 or so fine gold grade villages, so he had the ability to upgrade the universal den. However, destroying 8 of them was still a great cost. Now, it was just a matter of incubating the wyvern egg. Zhao Fu ordered his people to look for secret techniques that would be able to reduce the incubation period to just 1 year. However, even 1 year was too long for Zhao Fu, especially after finding out the shocking secret about this world. Zhao Fu absolutely couldn't wait that long. As such, he ordered his people to see if they could find methods that could shorten the time frame even more. Afterward, one of Zhao Fu's subordinates reported that there was a type of spirit grass that could speed up the incubation of dragon eggs. The spirit grass was called Dragon Incubation Celestial Grass, and it was an incredibly rare stage 4 spirit grass. It was said that it only grew where there were dragons because this sort of grass grew by absorbing the aura of dragons. Zhao Fu immediately sent people to search for this spirit grass, but they were unable to find anything. As such, he had to offer a high price for information about Dragon Incubation Celestial Grass, and in the end, they indeed received a useful piece of information. It was said that there was dragon incubating celestial grass in the depths of the Forest of Horrors, however, it was only in the very deepest parts. This caused Zhao Fu to hesitate because there were always super powerful monsters within the depths of each region. Even city lords didn't dare to anger such existences. These monsters were extremely powerful, and instead of having city lord seals, they could create beast hordes and summon all of the beasts in the vicinity to attack. It was said that the monster in the depths of the Forest of Horrors was a 1,000-meter-long black-scaled six-eyed devil flood dragon. Flood dragons existed in Chinese legends, and they were incredibly powerful. They had the ability to control rain and floods, and although they were weaker than dragons, they were quite similar. They had the slim body of a snake, the claws of an eagle, the scales of a fish, and the mane of a horse. The greatest difference between dragons and flood dragons was their horns. Chinese dragons normally had a pair of horns similar to a deer's horns, while flood dragons didn't have horns. Even if they did, they would only have one horn, and the horn would be short and sharp. Zhao Fu decided to head into the depths to see if he could find some dragon incubating celestial grass and to test out that super monster's strength. After all, if he wanted to conquer a region, he would have to take care of the super monster as well. Zhao Fu knew that this expedition was quite dangerous, so he decided to go by himself. 309 Red Ape Lord Zhao Fu made some simple preparations before heading off into the depths of the Forest of Horrors. The trees blocked out the sun, and they were many times taller than the trees outside. There were also various low-grade spirit grasses, but because their quality wasn't very high, Zhao Fu didn't bother picking them. At the same time, the atmosphere here wasn't as relaxed as in the forests outside. It was incredibly tense and oppressive here, and dangers lurked in every corner. Suddenly, a black blur rushed at Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu casually drew his sword and slashed out at the black blur. It was a weasel-like animal that had gray-white fur. It was a bit bigger than a normal dog, and it had stage 2 strength. As a result of Zhao Fu's attack, a deep gash appeared on the creature's shoulder, from which blood slowly flowed out. It seemed that its injury was quite serious. Zhao Fu's strength already rivaled that of a city lord's, and a casual strike was enough to severely injure these animals. Despite being so heavily injured, the creature still wanted to attack. After leaping at Zhao Fu again, its neck was pierced by Zhao Fu's sword, and it died. Within the depths of the Forest of Horrors, almost all of the creatures were at least stage 2, or it would be impossible for them to survive. As such, Zhao Fu stayed incredibly wary. After looking at the creature's corpse, Zhao Fu found that the materials that could be extracted from its body were only bronze rank. By now, Zhao Fu wasn't impressed by even secret silver rank materials, let alone this bronze rank material. Just as Zhao Fu was about to leave, he suddenly thought of something. From the beginning, he had only used the heaven and earth refining formation to refine human corpses to obtain their grades or cultivations, and he had never refined animals before. Even though this creature's materials weren't great, it was stage 2, so perhaps refining it would result in some good items. After he thought of this, Zhao Fu decided to put the creature's corpse away before continuing onwards. Not long after, a 4-meter-long rhinoceros rushed out and didn't hesitate to attack. This rhinoceros had stage 3 cultivation and made Zhao Fu frown. The density of the creatures in the Forest of Horrors was simply too great, and they were all quite strong. Zhao Fu killed this rhinoceros in a few hits and put the corpse away before continuing. Nighttime in the Forest of Horrors was quite terrifying. It was completely dark, and there were no sounds from birds or bugs. There was a dense aura of danger, making the atmosphere incredibly tense. Zhao Fu lit a bonfire and started to roast a few wild chickens that he had caught. It had been a tiring day, and the only thing he had gained was about 10 or so creatures. He still hadn't seen even a trace of the dragon incubating celestial grass, and Zhao Fu planned to go deeper the next day. Roar! A massive dragon-like roar reverberated through the forest as an extremely powerful aura descended from the sky. The air seemed to freeze as the countless creatures within the forest trembled. A massive figure appeared in the sky. It was 1,000 meters long, had black, glistening scales, and had 4 powerful-looking claws. It also had 6 blood-red eyes and a long, black horn. Its body flew in the air despite not having any wings, and it gave off a powerful air of suppression. Below, Zhao Fu immediately hid his aura and was surprised to find the 6-eyed flood dragon already. The 6-eyed flood dragon was the ruler of this region, and the aura it gave off was simply too powerful. Only after feeling its aura did Zhao Fu realize the extent of its might. However, when Zhao Fu looked up at the 6-eyed flood dragon, he felt that it would feel incredibly awesome if he could subdue it and use it as a mount. As a Chinese person, Zhao Fu was greatly interested in flood dragons, but it was a pity that Zhao Fu didn't have the power to subdue the 6-eyed flood dragon. However, he was excited to try in the future. After resting for the night, Zhao Fu headed deeper into the Forest of Horrors as soon as the sun rose. He encountered many powerful creatures and avoided them when he could. After all, his main goal was to find dragon incubating celestial grass, not to fight. He couldn't afford to let these creatures waste his time. Within the depths of the Forest of Horrors, the creatures were all much more powerful than those outside. However, they were no longer as densely gathered because the creatures here all had superior intelligence and their own small territories. Of course, they wouldn't just let any creature enter their territory. Upon entering, they would immediately attack. As such, Zhao Fu became increasingly careful because the creatures here all had stage 4 cultivation. At the same time, there were many high-grade spirit grasses here, and Zhao Fu started to look around him attentively. Even though there was danger lurking around every corner, Zhao Fu would be able to deal with them easily, primarily because his assassin profession allowed him to move incredibly stealthily. Soon, Zhao Fu found something of value. It was snow-white grass that seemed quite furry, and it had a single leaf. This was called snowfir grass, and it was a stage 4 spirit grass. It was worth a considerable amount of money, and Zhao Fu had discovered it next to a rotting tree. Such a high-grade spirit grass wasn't something that could be bought with money. Zhao Fu had been quite lucky because there weren't any powerful creatures guarding it, and it was in an accessible place. As such, Zhao Fu was quite happy. After continuing onwards, Zhao Fu avoided all of the places that gave off powerful auras as he looked around. His luck was quite good, and he found a couple more types of spirit grasses without much danger. Just like that, another day passed, but Zhao Fu was unable to find any dragon incubating celestial grass. By now, Zhao Fu started to doubt the information that he had received. However, since he had made the trip here, he couldn't just leave like this. Zhao Fu could only carefully advance further and further. Another day later, Zhao Fu was hiding at the top of a tree and looking ahead of him, a smile on his face. He had discovered 10 or so fruit trees that were 3 meters tall. They grew white fruits that were as big as lychees and gave off strange ripples of light, looking quite extraordinary. Zhao Fu had seen these spirit fruits before. They had been growing next to the place where he had killed the white fur monkey king. After returning that time, Zhao Fu had done some research and found that these fruits were called wind bell fruits, and they would ring like a bell when touched. There were 10 or so wind bell fruit trees here, and Zhao Fu could dig them up and replant them in the Great Ken town. Wind bell fruits were stage 3 spirit fruits, and if he could find a pill recipe for them, he would be able to refine stage 3 medicinal pills, which would be even more effective than the stage 200 origin pills. Not only would this increase his soldiers' cultivation speed, but it would also give them an advantage over the system main cities, which only had stage 2 medicinal pills. 310 Holy Hall bloodline. However, it wouldn't be very easy for Zhao Fu to obtain these 10 or so wind bell fruit trees because there were 30 or so red apes guarding them nearby. The red ape's fur was a dark red color, and they were 2 meters tall and shouldn't be easily angered. What's more, these were only the ordinary red apes. There was one red ape that was 3 meters tall, and apart from its red fur, it had platinum-colored eyes and looked quite terrifying. An ordinary red ape's cultivation was already at stage 3, and all of them were elite class, while the 3-meter-tall red ape was a stage 4 lord-class creature. Zhao Fu simply rushed over. He wouldn't be a match for a stage 4 lord-grade creature supported by 30 stage 3 elite-grade creatures. What's more, it was possible that the wind bell fruit trees would be damaged, so he had to find a way to lure them away and pick them off. If he could obtain these 10 or so wind bell fruit trees, his trip into the depths of the Forest of Horrors wouldn't have been in vain. After thinking about it, Zhao Fu decided on a plan. There was a cliff that was hundreds of meters tall, and Zhao Fu wanted to use this to get rid of them all at once. Among the 30 or so mature red apes, there were a few juvenile red apes that played by themselves. They weren't as intelligent or alert as their parents, so it was easy to deal with them. Zhao Fu completely hid his aura and stealthily crept over to the juvenile red apes. He first rolled a few spirit fruits over, drawing the attention of 2 juvenile red apes. They were incredibly guileless and had no sense of wariness, so they came over and started to happily eat the spirit fruits. The 2 juvenile red apes finished eating the spirit fruits in just a moment, and they looked like they still hadn't had enough. At that moment, a few more spirit fruits rolled out a bit further away, and they didn't hesitate to walk over and eat those spirit fruits too. This happened a few times, and before they knew it, these 2 juvenile red apes had wandered further and further away from the rest of the red apes. Just as they stepped into an area filled with trees, preparing to eat more spirit fruits, a ghost-like figure appeared behind them and knocked the 2 unsuspecting juvenile red apes before lifting them up and running towards the cliff. After running at full speed, Zhao Fu arrived at the cliff in 5 or 6 minutes. He tied them to the bottom of the cliff before waking them up and scaring them with his sword, causing the 2 juvenile red apes to scream and cry in fear. Because they weren't too far away, the red apes immediately heard them and rushed over. Soon, the red apes reached the bottom of the cliff, and when they saw how scared and wretched the 2 juvenile red apes were, they immediately wanted to rescue them. However, they were stopped by the red ape lord. This red ape lord's intelligence wasn't inferior to a human's, and it could tell that this was a trap. As such, it stopped the other red apes and warily looked around. When he saw that his plan had failed, Zhao Fu immediately carried out his backup plan. Suddenly, a sharp violet light shot towards the red ape lord. This violet light was incredibly fast, and it reached the red ape lord in a few moments. Just as it was about to hit it, the red ape lord stretched out its hand, catching that violet ray of light, which turned out to be an arrow. The red ape lord clenched its fist, snapped the arrow. Og! Og! The 2 juvenile red apes were instantly killed as a black-cloaked figure, who held a demonic sword and gave off a mysterious aura, appeared in the air above the corpses of the 2 juvenile red apes. It was evidently this person who had killed them. At that moment, all of the red apes furiously roared and lost their reason as they rushed towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu immediately turned and ran. The red ape lord gave off boundless killing intent as it led the other red apes to chase after Zhao Fu. Boom! At that moment, a massive sound rang out as a red sword light flashed and the top of the cliff fell downwards. The red apes were completely startled and tried to run, but it was too late. Countless boulders rained down from above with immense force, smashing several red apes into meat paste, causing blood to fly everywhere. After the dust settled, a small mountain of boulders had appeared at the bottom of the cliff, and there were arms and legs protruding from it, creating a grisly scene. Zhao Fu was quite pleased that his plan had worked, and he stretched out his hand as the slaughtering ghost sword turned into a red ray of light and returned to his hand. When he saw that there were no survivors, Zhao Fu started to make his way back to take the wind bell fruit trees. Bang! Suddenly, a massive explosion sounded out as countless boulders flew out. A figure covered with a platinum-colored flame rushed out from the boulders and charged at Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu was quite startled, and he immediately drew his sword as he spun and blocked. Bang! An explosion rang out as the collision between the 2 parties resulted in a massive shockwave. Zhao Fu used his sword to block the red ape lord's attack, and he was blasted back by a step. Opposite him, The bloodied and injured red ape lord glared at him furiously. Roar. All of the other red apes were dead, and this person in front of it was the reason for this. The red ape lord roared again as it swung its fist, creating a platinum-colored fist image. Zhao Fu coldly harumphed and slashed out with his sword, destroying the fist image. However, the red ape lord continuously punched out, causing the air to almost explode as the numerous fist images rained down on Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu narrowed his eyes as he coldly said, "Godly demonic thrust." Zhao Fu's sky demon sword gave off a large amount of black sword chi, and Zhao Fu thrust it out, causing a massive illusory sword image to appear and pierce through all of the fist images, sending the red ape lord flying. A deep gash appeared on its chest, and blood quickly flowed out. The skill that Zhao Fu had just used was one of the godly skills that he had acquired, and even though it was just a casual attack from him, it was incredibly powerful. Such was the might of a godly spirit's skills. Seeing the red ape lord fly backward, Zhao Fu rushed up, and just as he wanted to attack it again, the red ape lord opened its mouth and spat out a terrifying platinum-colored beam of light. This beam of light was incredibly bright, and it tore through the air, giving off a terrifying aura and forcing Zhao Fu to dodge. Boom. The platinum-colored beam of light hit the cliff nearby, drilling open a 1-meter-wide, 10-meter-deep hole. As Zhao Fu dodged, the red ape lord landed, and its body turned into a platinum-colored blur as it reached Zhao Fu and punched with immense force. In response, Zhao Fu stabbed out with his sword, causing an illusory demon figure to fly out and leap towards the red ape lord. At such close range, the red ape lord was unable to dodge, and it could only give off a platinum-colored light in an attempt to block this attack. However, Zhao Fu spun and lashed out with a roundhouse kick, sending the red ape lord flying. A spear made of talisman papers then appeared in Zhao Fu's hand, and the evil crushing spear started to give off a silver light as silver arcs of lightning appeared around it. 311 Dragon Incubating Celestial Grass Boom. Zhao Fu vigorously threw the evil crushing spear out, which turned into a silver ray of light and gave off an immensely powerful, sharp aura as it shot towards the red ape lord. The red ape lord, which was still flying backward in the air, roared and crossed its arms, giving off a brilliant platinum-colored glow as a platinum-colored shield of light appeared in front of it. Bang! The massive silver ray of light hit the platinum-colored shield of light, resulting in an enormous explosion. The platinum-colored shield shattered into countless pieces and disappeared, and the silver ray of light became much dimmer and continued onwards towards the red ape lord. The red ape lord clenched its fist and punched out a massive platinum-colored fist image, clashing against the silver ray of light. Bang! A massive blast resulted, and shockwaves rippled outwards. The red ape lord was sent stumbling back. Sky Demon Slash. Zhao Fu's body suddenly appeared at the red ape lord's side, and he slashed out with his sword, sending out a sharp black arc of light. The red ape lord was greatly surprised, and it twisted its body, punching out vigorously and shining with a platinum-colored light. Boom! The platinum-colored fist smashed against the black arc of light, causing the black arc of light to disappear, while the red ape lord's hand became incredibly mangled. At that moment, Zhao Fu once again slashed out with great force as black sword chi swept towards the red ape lord like a flood. Godly Demonic Thrust. A massive black sword image once again appeared and stabbed towards the red ape lord. In response, the red ape lord immediately crossed its arms and summoned a shield of light, but the sword image pierced through the platinum-colored shield and left a deep gash in the red ape lord's arms. Roar! The red ape lord roared in pain and savagely looked at Zhao Fu as it opened its mouth, brilliant platinum-colored light gathering at its throat as it prepared to shoot out that powerful beam of light again. Zhao Fu took this opportunity to stab his sword into the red ape lord's stomach, and he sent his energy into it, cutting off the red ape lord's attack. The platinum light that it had been gathering disappeared, and it coughed up a mouthful of blood as it smashed its fist towards Zhao Fu. At that moment, Zhao Fu dodged to the side and took this opportunity to stab his sword into the red ape lord's chest. However, the red ape lord exploded with platinum-colored light and tried to protect its chest. Zhao Fu immediately felt a wave of resistance, but he immediately sent his king's power into the sword and pushed, and the sword became covered with a black glow as it pierced the red ape lord's chest. The red ape lord's eyes lost their focus, and the red ape lord fell forwards towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu pulled his sword out and moved to the side as the red ape lord fell to the ground, dead. After dying, the red ape lord dropped 3 items, and Zhao Fu looked at them with great interest. The first was an orb of white light that didn't look too special, but it gave off a spirit-like aura. Spirit power, the spirit power left behind by a powerful creature. It can be used to strengthen items or be devoured by a person to increase his spirit power. However, there will be side effects. Before, Zhao Fu had planned on devouring this item, but after seeing that there would be side effects, he decided not to for now. The second item was a white jade plate that was about the size of a normal plate, and there was an 8 trigrams diagram on it, making it look quite profound. 8 trigrams unsealing plate, a powerful unsealing item that can break through all sorts of seals. Single-use consumable. This item could only be used to unseal seals, and it didn't seem too useful to Xiaofu right now. He still had 2 unsealing stones from the Sky Ghost treasure sacks, so he put away the 8 trigrams unsealing plate for now. The final item was a platinum-colored crystal that gave off a familiar aura and was only a few centimeters long. This was quite similar to the Azure Bird Blood Crystal's aura that Xiaofu had seen at the auction. Holy Hall Blood Crystal contains a trace of the Holy Hall bloodline, which is an advanced bloodline. After using this item, one will be able to obtain a trace of the bloodline. As expected, this was a blood crystal. The Holy Hall bloodline was most likely the Red Ape Lord's bloodline, and even though it was an advanced bloodline, Xiaofu felt that it was inferior to the Azure Bird bloodline. Also, it would only give a trace of the bloodline. In other words, if he used it, he would only have a trace of the Holy Hall bloodline, perhaps not even half of the true Holy Hall bloodline. This meant that this trace was weaker than the true Holy Hall bloodline. However, with a trace of this bloodline, through one's efforts, one could continuously strengthen this bloodline until it became a pure bloodline. The Holy Hall bloodline wasn't of much use to Xiaofu. After all, he hadn't even been interested in the Azure Bird bloodline, so how could he want the Holy Hall bloodline? Right now, Xiaofu's bloodline was the God Killer Royal bloodline, and Xiaofu wanted to maintain its purity. Perhaps it would be of value to him in the future. He currently had no use for the 3 items, so Xiaofu put them away. Even though the Red Ape Lord hadn't dropped a Dark Gold Rank City Creation Stone, he was still quite pleased. At the same time, Xiaofu put the Red Ape Lord's corpse away. It contained Dark Gold Rank materials, so he didn't want to let it go to waste. As for the red apes crushed under the boulders, he didn't bother digging them up because he planned to go back to take the Windbell fruit trees. "Owner, don't go yet. There's so much fleshly essence here that I want," Sky Demon's voice suddenly said. After all, there were 30 or so stage 3 corpses there, and they contained quite a lot of fleshly essence. This was a grand feast for Sky Demon. When he heard this, Xiaofu didn't mind, and he agreed to wait. Sky Demon was incredibly pleased, and it turned into a ray of black light and stabbed into the pile of boulders as countless black oars covered the small mountain of boulders. When he saw that Sky Demon had started to devour the fleshly essence, Xiaofu went to the Windbell fruit trees. The remaining juvenile red apes came over and looked at Xiaofu in fear from afar. When he saw that the juvenile red apes weren't very special, he didn't bother killing them. Instead, he just chased them away. As for whether they would be able to survive, that was none of his business. Now, Xiaofu started to dig up the Windbell fruit trees, and the method was quite simple. He stabbed the slaughtering ghost sword into the ground, which cut 3 or 4 meters deep into the ground, and pulled the trees out by their roots. After half an hour or so, Xiaofu had dug up all of the Windbell fruit trees. There were 17 of them, and he put all of them into his king's ring. At that moment, a black ray of light shot over. Sky Demon had finished its meal, and it happily returned to Xiaofu's side. After obtaining so many Windbell fruit trees, Xiaofu was quite happy as well, and he smiled as he continued looking for dragon incubating celestial grass. 312 Devil Fiend Dragon in the next few days. Even though Xiaofu found some things of value, he still hadn't discovered any dragon incubating celestial grass, disappointing him. Xiaofu had searched all of the areas nearby, and now, he had 2 options. He could go deeper into the Forest of Horrors, but he was already extremely deep. If he went any deeper, he would reach the 6-eyed flood dragon's den. The second option was, of course, to leave the depths of the Forest of Horrors and see if there was any dragon incubating celestial grass in other regions. After all, he might not find any dragon incubating celestial grass even if he went deeper, and it would be incredibly dangerous. After thinking for a while, Xiaofu decided to go deeper to look. If there was no dragon incubating celestial grass, he would immediately leave. After making this decision, Xiaofu headed in and became incredibly wary. With Xiaofu's current strength, he wouldn't be able to defeat the 6-eyed flood dragon. He didn't want to use his nation armament either because it would consume a great amount of fate. Xiaofu completely hid his aura and headed onwards, not making any noise when he walked. This was because Xiaofu was using his flight stone, allowing him to travel a meter above the ground. As Xiaofu headed onwards, the spiritual aura became denser, and spirit grasses and fruits could be found everywhere. There were many different types, and even the ordinary trees and grasses were filled with dense life force. At the same time, there weren't any large creatures here. There were only some butterflies and bees flying about, and it looked much more beautiful here than outside. Xiaofu appreciated the scenery around him as he continued looking for dragon incubating celestial grass. White jade sunfruit, upper stage 3 spirit fruit, collected. Aura condensing spirit grass, complete stage 3 spirit grass, collected. Licorice medicinal root, Middle Stage 3 Spirit Root, collected. This was indeed a land of treasures, and in less than an hour, Xiaofu had dug up 200 or so spirit grasses. There were dozens of different types, and the worst ones were Stage 3 spirit grasses. By now, Xiaofu didn't even bother with anything below Stage 3. However, despite collecting so many spirit grasses, Xiaofu still hadn't found any dragon-incubating celestial grass. As such, Xiaofu could only look ahead as a serious expression appeared on his face. He could detect a powerful aura from ahead, which was where the six-eyed flood dragon was. This made Xiaofu hesitate, and he considered waiting until the six-eyed flood dragon left. However, who knew when it would leave? He might have to wait half a month. Could he really wait that long? That definitely wouldn't be possible. As such, Xiaofu decided to continue onwards. Now, he was using all of his strength to conceal his presence, and he didn't dare to be careless as he advanced like a ghost. Soon, Xiaofu arrived at a mountain and a valley, and the spiritual aura was extremely dense. Even boulders and streams possessed a spiritual aura here, and the powerful aura seemed to cause the air here to freeze. The six-eyed flood dragon would be right ahead, and Xiaofu once again stopped to consider if he wanted to advance. Of course, he couldn't just advance directly because he would definitely be discovered. As such, he flew by the side of the mountain, and this was quite easy to do with the flight stone. Soon, Xiaofu arrived at a small hill and looked down. There was a large piece of flat ground below, and it was covered with green grass. At the center, a 1,000-meter-long black flood dragon lay there sleeping. By its side, there were patches of black grass. The grass was about 15 centimeters long, and it was curved like snakes. Each blade of grass also had 4 black leaves shaped like claws. This was the dragon-incubating celestial grass that Xiaofu had been looking for. Xiaofu was quite delighted, and he had never expected to see so much dragon-incubating celestial grass. The blades of grass were simply innumerable. A single blade of dragon-incubating celestial grass could reduce the incubation period by 4 months, 2 could reduce it by 8 months, and 3 could reduce it by a full year. However, dragon-incubating celestial grass could only be used once per month, or Xiaofu would be able to hatch the wyvern immediately with 3 blades of dragon-incubating celestial grass. Since he could only use 1 blade of dragon-incubating celestial grass per month, it would take him 3 months to hatch the wyvern, which was already quite good. Now, the key question was how to obtain the dragon-incubating celestial grass. They were right beside the six-eyed flood dragon, and it was simply too dangerous to go up and collect them. Suddenly, Xiaofu thought about the dream incense that he had purchased at the auction that could cause even Lord-grade creatures to fall asleep. The dream incense would definitely be able to keep the six-eyed flood dragon asleep. However, Xiaofu already had plans for the dream incense, and it would only last for 3 minutes. Did he really have to use it here? Xiaofu started to hesitate, and he looked at the soundly sleeping six-eyed flood dragon. In the end, Xiaofu decided not to use the dream incense because it was central to another one of Xiaofu's plans. Without it, Xiaofu wouldn't be able to carry out that plan. At the same time, Xiaofu thought that it would be safe to take just 3 blades of dragon-incubating grass because the six-eyed flood dragon was sleeping and there was so much of it. After taking those 3 blades, he would immediately run. Surely he wouldn't wake up six-eyed flood dragon. As such, Xiaofu nervously started to act, and he slowly floated downwards. Everything went quite smoothly, and soon, Xiaofu reached the ground and started to slowly approach the six-eyed flood dragon. Suddenly, the six-eyed flood dragon rolled on the ground, scaring Xiaofu into immediately hiding behind a large rock. After a while, when he saw that the six-eyed flood dragon was still asleep, Xiaofu cautiously came out and breathed in before holding his breath and cautiously moving towards the six-eyed flood dragon again. 1 meter. 20 meters. 100 meters. Xiaofu came closer and closer to the six-eyed flood dragon, and he began to feel more and more nervous. He felt as if his heart was in his throat, and soon, Xiaofu was only 200 meters away from it. This was where the closest dragon-incubating celestial grass was, and Xiaofu stretched out his hand and plucked 1 blade while warily looking at the six-eyed flood dragon. From up close, the six-eyed flood dragon looked even more domineering and mighty. Its glowing, black scales, sharp claws, powerful body, and ferocious-looking head all gave off a mighty air, and it was as if it could destroy this entire region. Xiaofu stopped hesitating and lightly pulled upwards, collecting his first blade of dragon-incubating celestial grass. After plucking out this blade of grass, Xiaofu anxiously looked at the six-eyed flood dragon again. When he saw that it was still asleep, he reached out towards another blade of dragon-incubating celestial grass and pulled it out. Suddenly, the air around him froze as the sleeping six-eyed flood dragon suddenly opened its 6 blood-red eyes. 313 Water God statue. In that moment of crisis, Xiaofu's body froze before he grabbed that last blade of dragon-incubating celestial grass and turned into a black blur as he didn't hesitate to escape. There was an incredibly savage light within the six-eyed flood dragon's eyes because there was a thief trying to steal its spirit grass. After all, it was the ruler of the Forest of Horrors and would definitely become furious and want to devour the thief. However, when it saw that it was Xiaofu, its expression changed, and it was so scared that it flew into the air. It looked at Xiaofu in fear as it said, "Human, I didn't do anything to you, so why have you come here?" Xiaofu, who was in the middle of escaping, suddenly heard a young girl's voice from behind him, surprising him. He turned around to see the six-eyed flood dragon hovering in the air, looking at him in fear. The six-eyed flood dragon can speak? Xiaofu wondered. However, seeing that it didn't look like it was going to attack, Xiaofu stopped and looked back at the six-eyed flood dragon. Hurry up and say something, human." When it saw Xiaofu stop and look at it with his blood-red eyes, the six-eyed flood dragon thought back to the massive blood-red eyes during the Chaos Imperial Star incident. Immediately, the six-eyed flood dragon flew higher in fear. From when Great Kin had obtained the fate legacy of the heavens and the earth to the Chaos Imperial Star's descent, Xiaofu had given off an incredibly powerful aura that had terrified the six-eyed flood dragon at those moments. Every day, it was worried that Xiaofu would come to make trouble for it. If it wasn't for the fact that its den was quite hard to find and that every other region already had a super monster ruling over it, the six-eyed flood dragon would have fled the Forest of Horrors a long time ago. It had never thought that Xiaofu would actually come today. The six-eyed flood dragon was incredibly familiar with Xiaofu's aura, which was why it had been scared into the air. When he heard the six-eyed flood dragon's words, Xiaofu thought for a moment before replying honestly and pointing, "I just want that black grass." The six-eyed flood dragon looked down and saw it was just some grass that was completely useless to it. As such, it let out a breath and replied, "All right, you may take it. Let's not fight." Xiaofu was quite surprised, and he couldn't understand why the six-eyed flood dragon seemed to be afraid of him. However, upon hearing its words, he was delighted. However, he still asked hesitantly, "Are you sure?" "Humphrey, I always keep my promises, but don't try to bully me." The six-eyed flood dragon's voice sounded like that of a 5- or 6-year-old girl's, and it sounded quite tender and cute. It was quite difficult to reconcile the six-eyed flood dragon's domineering and ferocious-looking exterior with its cute voice. As such, Xiaofu didn't hesitate, and he started to harvest all of the dragon-incubating celestial grass, delighting him. He had never thought that he would be able to obtain so much dragon-incubating celestial grass so easily. The six-eyed flood dragon remained in the air and warily watched Xiaofu collect the dragon-incubating celestial grass. As time passed, the six-eyed flood dragon confirmed that Xiaofu had no intention of harming it, so it asked curiously, "Human, what do you want this grass for?" "To help me incubate my dragon egg." Xiaofu smiled as he replied and continued collecting the grass. "What? You have a dragon egg? Do you have any dragon essence blood? I can trade things for it," the six-eyed flood dragon asked hopefully as a surprised look appeared on its face. Xiaofu was quite surprised as well and wondered what a six-eyed flood dragon wanted dragon essence blood for. He only had a wyvern, and even if it matured, it would definitely lose against the six-eyed flood dragon. Could there be some sort of misunderstanding? After Xiaofu told the six-eyed flood dragon about his wyvern egg, the six-eyed flood dragon looked quite disappointed as it said, "So it's just one of those big lizards. I thought you had a true dragon." Xiaofu awkwardly smiled. True dragons were at least stage 8 existences, so how could Xiaofu obtain something like that? However, since he had taken so much dragon-incubating celestial grass, Xiaofu felt quite embarrassed, so he agreed to help it obtain some in the future if he had the opportunity. "Thank you so much." By now, the six-eyed flood dragon had completely let its guard down, and it even lay on the ground as it spoke happily to Xiaofu. Following this, Xiaofu and the six-eyed flood dragon started to chat, and he found out why it had been so afraid of him and why it wanted dragon essence blood. Xiaofu could never have imagined that the abnormal signs caused by him would have given the six-eyed flood dragon such a massive fright, making it instinctively fearful of him. This explained why the six-eyed flood dragon hadn't attacked him earlier. Normally, a massive battle would have been unavoidable. The six-eyed flood dragon wanted dragon essence blood to help it transform into a dragon. In Chinese legends, snakes could cultivate for 100 years to become pythons, pythons could cultivate for 1,000 years to become a flood dragon, and flood dragons could cultivate for 10,000 years to become a dragon. The six-eyed flood dragon definitely hadn't cultivated for very long, but it wasn't ordinary at all. It had the bloodline of the devil fiend dragon, a royal class existence, which would allow the six-eyed flood dragon to easily become a dragon. The dragon essence blood would have just shortened the time necessary. Above Lord class was royal class, imperial class, and emperor class. There were also even more powerful grades. By now, Xiaofu had finished collecting all of the dragon-incubating celestial grass. There were tens of thousands of blades, which would allow him to mass plant them back at Great Kin. What surprised him was that he got along with the six-eyed flood dragon quite well. "I'll be going now." After collecting all of the dragon-incubating celestial grass, Zhaofu said goodbye. The six-eyed flood dragon was actually quite reluctant to see him go because it didn't have anyone to talk with. Now that it had finally found someone to talk with, the person it was talking to was leaving so soon. "Zhaofu, make sure you come and visit me from now and then." Through their talks, the six-eyed flood dragon had found out Zhaofu's name. It knew that it couldn't make him stay, so it could only hope that he would come and visit it regularly. At the same time, it no longer had to be afraid that Zhaofu would make trouble for it or live each day in fear, making it quite happy. Afterward, Zhaofu left a few toys before leaving. The six-eyed flood dragon's personality was a lot like that of a 5 or 6-year-old girl's, so it carefully controlled its strength as it played with them. After returning to the Great Ken town, Zhaofu took out the dragon-incubating celestial grass and ordered his people to start replanting them. Not only could dragons be spawned from dens, but they could also be bred, so with a large amount of dragon-incubating celestial grass, Zhaofu would be able to hatch many eggs. After this, Zhaofu also replanted the 17 windbell fruit trees. Afterward, Zhaofu used the medicinal recipe that he had obtained to turn the dragon-incubating celestial grass and some other spirit grasses into a bottle of medicinal water, which was as black as ink and gave off a gory smell. Zhaofu poured this medicinal water onto the dragon egg, and it was instantly absorbed into the shell. The dragon egg shined with a faint gray light, and the aura coming from it became somewhat stronger. It seemed that the dragon-incubating medicinal water was quite effective. 314 Divine Fish Festival. After taking care of these matters, Zhaofu went to refine the corpses of the creatures that he had killed. Zhaofu wasn't sure what he would obtain, and he stood beside the Heaven and Earth Refining Formation's altar as he put one of the Stage 2 creatures onto the altar. As the Heaven and Earth Refining Formation was activated, the corpse was brought into the air by a formless energy, and the corpse started to melt and became a skeleton. 2 items appeared in front of Zhaofu. The first was a blood-red orb of light that gave off a weak blood-red light, and it looked like a grade orb. Grade C, a powerful item that can raise a beast's grade to C grade. It was indeed a grade orb, but it could only be used by beasts. The second item was a blood-colored, soybean-sized item that felt like a stone. Raising stone contains a massive amount of fleshly essence. It can be fed to animals to speed up their growth. Humans can also use it, but there will be side effects. Zhaofu had never thought that the corpse would produce such an item, but it was quite good. Zhaofu put it away. He would use it to feed the animals he raised, and he could also give it to humans. However, the side effects would likely give them bestial traits and may even make them lose their minds, so Zhaofu didn't plan to give them to his soldiers. These 2 items were both quite good, and next, Zhaofu took out a 3-meter-tall corpse. It was the Red Ape Lord's corpse. After refining the Red Ape Lord's corpse, he received an SS grade orb, 10 or so raising stones, and an extra item. This item was rectangular shaped, and it was only a few centimeters long. It looked like a jade and gave off a gory smell. Class Jade can be used to raise a creature's class, and the effects are dependent on the creature's class. The class Jade could raise a normal class creature to elite class or chief class, and how much it was raised by depended on the creature's original class. Without doing some tests, Zhaofu had no idea just how effective it would be. Zhaofu refined the other creatures' corpses as well, and only chief class or above creatures gave class Jades. This was also quite a good item, and Zhaofu smiled, putting all of them away. In the depths of the Forest of Horrors, Zhaofu had killed 300 or so creatures, and he refined all of them, obtaining many raising stones. With these items, he would be able to raise the wyverns much faster. It took a long time to incubate dragon eggs, and it took even longer for them to mature after hatching. These raising stones would be able to greatly cut down the time needed for them to mature, and with this item, Zhaofu could almost already see an army of dragon riders. After taking care of all of the creatures' corpses, Zhaofu went to Rising Ken Academy. Little Black and Little Gray were quite lively and vivacious, and when they were bored, they would join the army to go out conquering. As for Little White, it was much more gentle. It would occasionally play with Little Black and Little Gray, but it would usually stay by Asuni's side. Asuni greatly liked Little White as well. After all, most girls liked cute and fluffy things. "Your Majesty," Asuni said excitedly as she carried Little White in her arms and walked over. Zhaofu also smiled and nodded as he took Little White into his arms. Little White was a void beast, and its grade was ordinary. There weren't many of them, and the ones that had spawned in Great Ken had only become elite class, which had to do with their grades. The higher a creature's grade, the faster its class would rise. On the other hand, the lower a creature's grade, the longer and more difficult it would be to raise its class, which was why Little White was only an elite class creature. After subduing Little White, Zhaofu had said that he would give it some opportunities, and now, it was time for him to fulfill that promise. Zhao Fu gave Little White a great orb and a class jade, causing Little White Sora to become much more powerful. It became a chief class creature, and because the class jade had been refined from the lord class creature, Little White was most likely more powerful than an ordinary chief class creature. At that moment, a soldier came to report that Daisy had brought back a god statue. When he heard this, Zhao Fu went to the town hall and saw Daisy waiting there with a statue on the table. When she saw that Zhao Fu had arrived, Daisy respectfully said, "Your Majesty." Zhao Fu nodded and looked at the statue. It was about 1 meter tall and carved out of wood. It looked like a woman dressed in ancient clothing. The statue looked very lifelike, and it gave off an aura of feminine gentleness. Water Goddess Statue, Level 1, Description: a statue of a water goddess. It can protect boats on the water. It requires sacrifices of incense, and the more incense there is, the more powerful the water goddess statue will become. Current stats: gives water goddesses protection and resistance to natural disasters plus 1%. This water goddess statue was quite similar to the Earth Temple, but there were differences between them. Suddenly, Zhao Fu's pupils constricted as he discovered that there was a trace of a soul within it. The soul within the statue detected Zhao Fu's gaze and immediately felt terrified because of Zhao Fu's god-killer profession. However, after looking at it, Zhao Fu looked away. The water goddess statue was different from the Earth Temple because this water goddess wasn't an actual goddess but something formed by countless people's beliefs. Therefore, it had weak divine power. As such, its stats were inferior to the Earth Temple's because there was a real Earth God. The trace of the soul within the water god statue was the entity formed by those beliefs, and Zhao Fu didn't plan on doing anything to it. This sort of soul was quite rare. It could only be created when someone with a great amount of faith died and the next few generations continuously offered sacrifices and had faith in it. This water god statue would be important in the future when they traveled on rivers and seas in boats. Even though there were no large rivers or seas near Great Kin, it would be important in the future, especially for battles on water. Zhao Fu ordered some people to start building a temple for the water god statue. Afterward, Zhao Fu turned his gaze to Daisy and thought about the holy hall blood crystal that he had obtained. It was most likely a holy light-type bloodline, so it would be quite suitable for Daisy. As such, he took it out and handed it to her. After receiving it, Daisy smiled and bowed as she said, "Thank you, Your Majesty." Zhao Fu nodded and replied, "Use it now. I want to see what effects it has." Daisy started to use it, and the holy hall blood crystal turned into an orb of platinum-colored light before entering her body. Suddenly, a look of pain appeared on Daisy's face as her body shined with a faint white light, and she almost collapsed to the ground when Zhao Fu caught her. Beads of sweat rolled down her forehead, and she gripped onto Zhao Fu. After a while, the look of pain subsided, and her appearance started to change. 315 Grand Ancient Tree Daisy's long hair and bright eyes became platinum-colored, and her skin became lustrous. Her entire body was shining with white light, and adding on her beautiful face and mature body, Zhao Fu felt a bit moved when looking at her. Daisy slowly came back to her senses, and when she realized that she was in Zhao Fu's arms and holding on to him tightly, she panicked, tried to stand up, and asked for forgiveness. When she met Zhao Fu's gaze, she suddenly felt a sense of shyness within her heart and lowered her head, not daring to move. Zhao Fu looked away and smiled as he asked caringly, "How are you feeling?" Daisy's body was a bit stiff within Zhao Fu's embrace, and it was the first time that she had been so close to him before. It had been a long time since Zhao Fu had caused the chaos between the 4 villages and subjugated her, and through her interactions with him, her impression of him had changed until she fully acknowledged him. Right now, she only felt incredibly embarrassed and didn't have any feelings towards him. Of course, if Zhao Fu wanted her, she wouldn't be able to refuse. "I'm fine now, Your Majesty." Daisy quickly looked away and smiled. Because it didn't seem like Zhao Fu was trying to push her away, she could only lay within his embrace as her heart rate sped up. Seeing how weak Daisy looked, Zhao Fu wasn't in a hurry for Daisy to stand up. He first looked at her stats and found that the Holy Hall bloodline wasn't bad at all. It had greatly raised some of Daisy's stats and added a special attack, which was that platinum-colored light. Daisy suddenly moaned as her face became red, and she buried her head into Zhao Fu's chest, her hands tightly gripping Zhao Fu's waist. Zhao Fu looking at Daisy's stats was akin to looking at her without clothes on, and he hadn't thought too much about it. However, because Daisy was in his embrace and they were so close, Daisy felt her temperature rising, and she could smell a very enchanting fragrance from Zhao Fu. This was the effect of the level 4 Flower Fairy's blessing, which increased his charm towards females. Zhao Fu also detected the changes in Daisy and felt quite surprised. "Your Majesty." Suddenly, an alluring figure walked into the hall, and when the person saw this scene, the person's face became red. The person immediately tried to leave. "What is it, Liu Mai?" When he saw that Liu Mai had walked in but had tried to quickly leave, Zhao Fu quickly called out to her. When she saw the scene in front of her, Liu Mai's heart rate sped up, and her face became slightly red. She knew that she had walked in on something awkward, so she had wanted to leave. However, she had been stopped by Zhao Fu. As such, Liu Mai could only apologetically smile as she said, "Apologies, Your Majesty. I didn't intend to disturb you." When she heard Liu Mai's words, Daisy's face became even redder, and she subconsciously hugged Zhao Fu even tighter. Zhao Fu glared at Liu Mai as he asked, "What is it?" Liu Mai hesitated for a moment before suddenly realizing that the person within Zhao Fu's embrace was Daisy. Daisy's appearance had greatly changed, and she was much more beautiful than before. Could it be that His Majesty? Liu Mai didn't dare to think too much. Now, if Zhao Fu wanted her, she wouldn't resist either. Not only was he her liege, but the antagonistic feelings she had once felt towards him had also gradually become favorable feelings. As the third mistress of the bandit village, Liu Mai was somewhat experienced in affairs between men and women, and she had thought that men only thought with their lower halves. However, after meeting Zhao Fu, she realized that she had been wrong. "Liu Mai." Zhao Fu once again called out to her when he saw that Liu Mai was lost in her thoughts and just standing there. When she heard Zhao Fu's voice, Liu Mai quickly came back to her senses and reported to him, "Your Majesty, the Third Heaven Awaken World event has begun." When he heard this, Zhao Fu felt quite surprised. He carried Daisy to a bed in a room nearby and told her to rest before he immediately headed to Holy Light City to take a look. After arriving, he saw that everyone on the streets looked quite happy and that there were many festival decorations everywhere. Indeed, a new festival had arrived. What sort of festival was it this time? Surely it wasn't as brutal as the Ghost Festival, where no one dared to come out at night. Otherwise, all of the system main cities would become ghost towns. Zhao Fu looked around and found that most of the decorations had to do with fish. There were paintings of fish, fish lanterns, and clothes with fish patterns on them. There were many different kinds of fish, and they all looked quite interesting. By now, Zhao Fu was sure that this festival was related to fish, and he found out that the festival was called the Divine Fish Festival. While the last two festivals had been for factions and relied on numbers, this was more of an individual festival. The Divine Fish Festival was a fishing festival, and all sorts of divine fish appeared in the various bodies of water all across the Heaven Awakened world. There were many different types of these divine fish, and they were all worth a different number of points. Upon catching a fish, it would become points and be recorded on one stats page. The points couldn't be traded, gifted, or stolen, and once a divine fish was caught, it would turn into points. The Divine Fish Festival relied on one's skill and luck. The strength of a faction was completely irrelevant. What's more, using large-scale tools, such as nets, was useless. Divine fish could only be caught using one's hands, harpoons, or fishing rods. The difference between divine fish and normal fish was that divine fish would give off a light and have inscriptions on their scales, making them look quite mysterious. In actuality, they weren't real creatures but illusions created by the world. The Divine Fish Festival would begin at 12 a.m., and it lasted for 7 days. Because the Divine Fish Festival was about to begin, harpoons, fishing rods, and bait began to sell extremely quickly. This Divine Fish Festival relied on individuals, and Zhao Fu wasn't in a rush to make preparations. He first went to the exchange stone steel to see what sorts of rewards could be exchanged. After looking through the rewards, a look of shock appeared on Zhao Fu's face. The 10,000 Flower Festival's main rewards were pieces of equipment, the Ghost Festival's main rewards were professions, and the Divine Fish Festival's main rewards were city creation stones. What shocked Zhao Fu even more was that there were 100,000 bronze rank city creation stones, 10,000 secret silver rank city creation stones, 1,000 fine gold rank city creation stones, 100 dark gold rank city creation stones, and 10 epic rank city creation stones. This was particularly shocking because only the major legatees had been given epic rank city creation stones, and now, there were 10 epic rank city creation stones up for grabs. 316 Elf Royal Clan. These 10 city creation stones all had different stats and effects. They were only slightly weaker than those that the legatees had, and they had powerful stats. Even the dark gold rank and fine gold rank city creation stones had special effects. It seemed that this was the system giving the ordinary players an opportunity. If they could grasp this opportunity, their lives would be turned around, and they would have the strength to compete with the powerful families and legatees. However, if they couldn't grasp this opportunity, the chance of them turning their lives around would become even smaller. This was because this was already a world where the large families dominated, and ordinary individuals couldn't compete with the large families in anything. Only a few people had the ability and luck to rise above those families, while the majority of people lived under the shadow of the large families. Zhao Fu looked at the 10 epic rank city creation stone stats, Heavenly Sword City, grade, epic rank, description. After using it, one will obtain the Heavenly Sword City's legacy. Apart from the basic military professions, there will also be a swordsman profession that can evolve and reach S grade. Universal Den, grade, epic rank, description, a special den that any creature can conquer. It will spawn creatures of the same race. Battle King City, grade, epic rank, description, an ancient city with immense battle strength. All of the stats are related to battling, and they can greatly increase fighting power. Thousand Live City, grade, epic rank, description, a light legacy that has decent battle professions. It is far superior to normal epic rank grade villages. Great Iron City, grade, epic rank, description, an ancient city primarily focused on defense. The walls receive an iron barrier effect that greatly increases defense. It has the Great Iron Soldier defensive profession. 10,000 City, grade, epic rank, description, a city that greatly attracts refugees and wanderers. It spawns twice as many people per day as ordinary villages and has special professions, high-grade people, and stats related to population. Animal Raising City, grade, epic rank, description, an ancient city focused on raising animals. It has a special beast tamer profession and also controls pig dens, sheep dens, and chicken dens. Holy Disciple City, grade, epic rank, description, an ancient city established by believers of a faith. It has a holy disciple profession. There is a divine statue inside, causing the city to receive divine protection. Divine Water City, a city situated beside water that receives water-related blessings. All residents automatically receive a swimming skill, and it gives storm-resistant stats and advanced skills for shipbuilding. Wine Immortal City, grade, epic rank, description, an ancient city that focused on brewing wine. It possesses 6 secret wine brewing recipes, and these mysterious wines can give bonus stats. The city also has the wine hero profession. After looking through the 10 city creation stones descriptions, the one that moved Xiaofu the most was, of course, the second-ranked Universal Den. Xiaofu had never thought that the festival would have a epic rank Universal Den as a reward. If he could obtain this Universal Den, he would be able to spawn wyverns even faster, and this would be of great help to Great Kin. As such, Xiaofu was determined to obtain the Universal Den. However, because this was a festival for individuals, Xiaofu wasn't that confident because he wouldn't have many of the advantages he had in the past, nor was there anything he could really prepare. After all, he couldn't use large-scale traps, and he would only be able to use his hands, a harpoon, or a fishing rod. Xiaofu felt that this festival would be quite difficult, so he returned to the Great Ken town and discussed this matter with his subordinates. Wei Liao thought for a moment before stepping forwards, cupping his hands, and saying, "Your Majesty, this festival is focused on individuals, but with how many people Great Kin has, we still have a slight advantage. We can have all of our residents participate and obtain as many points as possible. Even though we can't combine the points, everyone can still obtain some items for Great Kin." Wang Jian also stepped forward and said, "Your Majesty, General Wei Liao is correct. There is no danger involved with this event, so everyone can participate. Even the soldiers can participate, and this will allow them to take a rest from fighting. This will allow many of them to break through to stage 1. Everyone else started to give suggestions, and Xiaofu thought about it and felt that what they said was correct. It would be best for everyone to participate. They could gather as many points as they could and use the points to exchange for items that Great Kin needed. Now, it was a matter of how he would participate in the festival. If it was using his hands, he would only be able to fish in the shallow regions. If he used a harpoon, he would be able to also dive into the water. If it was with a fishing rod, he would be able to fish wherever he wanted. The divine fish weren't real creatures, but they acted just like normal fish. Those who understood fishing would have a decent harvest this festival. Suddenly, Xiaofu remembered that he had the One World Rod. Now was the perfect time for him to use it. The One World Rod had originally been epic rank, and it had become fragmented legendary rank after Celia fused into it. After thinking about it, Xiaofu took out the item that he had recently obtained, Spirit Power. The Spirit Power could increase his own spirit power or strengthen items. If there were no side effects, Xiaofu would have used it already. However, now, it could be used to strengthen the One World Rod into an legendary rank piece of equipment. The One World Rod didn't give any stats and was a special piece of equipment, so strengthening it would most likely be quite simple. Xiaofu went to an empty place in the Great Kin town and fused the spirit power into the One World Rod. The One World Rod shined with a faint green light, floated into the air, and gave off an aura that was filled with life force. "Master, I want to fully fuse with the World Tree branch and activate the ancient elf bloodline within my body," Celia's clear voice said in Xiaofu's mind. After he heard this, Xiaofu saw the One World Rod shoot out a bright green light as the image of a grand ancient tree slowly appeared in the sky. This tree was tens of thousands of meters tall, and it was so thick that hundreds of people wouldn't be able to put their arms around it. Its branches and leaves completely covered the sky, and a boundless aura of life rippled outwards. A beautiful girl, who seemed to have been sleeping this entire time, slowly appeared in front of the tree and floated in midair. It was Celia. After Celia's image appeared, it seemed to connect with the massive tree. A formless energy from the tree covered Celia's body, and Celia's body gave off waves of silver light as a noble and powerful aura spread out. At that moment, all of the elves within Great Ken seemed to detect something, and they all looked up at the ancient tree. Their bloodlines all stirred restlessly, and they started to head over. What surprised Xiaofu was that the elves knelt towards the massive tree after arriving. 317 ancestral among the kneeling elves included Daisy and Asani, and this caused Xiaofu to frown. He didn't like his subjects kneeling to powers apart from himself. At the same time, Xiaofu was quite curious. The elves were a proud race, and they normally wouldn't kneel to anyone. And yet, they were kneeling on the ground with looks of respect and devotion. What's more, this was right in front of Xiaofu, making him feel quite displeased. Daisy. Xiaofu coldly said. When she heard this, Daisy quickly came back to her senses and realized what she had done. Her face paled, and she turned and knelt to Xiaofu as she said, "Your Majesty, please forgive me." When he saw how afraid Daisy looked, Xiaofu's tone became softer as he asked, "What's going on?" When she heard that Xiaofu's tone was no longer as cold, Daisy let out a sigh of relief as she explained, "Your Majesty, that ancient tree is the most important tree to us elves, and it is called the World Tree. What's more, that girl has the elf royal clan's bloodline, and we were instinctively moved to worship her." When he heard Daisy's explanation, the dissatisfaction within Xiaofu's heart disappeared as he said, "You can rise. Your body just fused with a bloodline and is quite weak, so you should go and rest." When she heard Xiaofu's care-filled words, she felt a sense of peace and warmth within her. She stood up and told the other elves to get up. Xiaofu looked at Celia, who was still floating in the air. She possessed the elf royal clan's bloodline. That meant that she was the descendant of royalty, and Xiaofu guessed that Celia was the child of an elf and a human. In the air, waves of silver light shined from Celia's body, and the noble aura around her body became stronger and stronger. The royal bloodline within her seemed to be awakening. Celia's facial features started to change, and she began to look more beautiful than before. Her hair became silver-colored, and her ears started to become pointed. Celia slowly opened her eyes, both of which had become silver-colored. She then flew towards the world tree, and as they touched, formless energy ripples spread out, causing the weather to change and silver clouds to gather. The one world rod hovering in the air shined with a blinding green light that contained a tinge of silver light. As Celia's image and the world tree's image fused, the one world rod's appearance also changed, and it slowly turned into a wooden sword. This wooden sword was silver-colored, a meter long, and 15 centimeters wide. There was a green leaf at the place where the blade and hilt connected. The sword didn't give off a sharp or bloodthirsty aura. Instead, it gave off an aura filled with life as the wooden sword formed. The image of the world tree and Celia fully fused before slowly disappearing, and rays of silver light descended from the sky, creating an awesome scene. The wooden sword slowly descended, and Xiaofu stretched out his hand and caught it as he looked at its stats. Royal Wood Sword, Grade, Legendary, Stats, Strength plus 20, Intelligence plus 25, Constitution plus 30, Agility plus 20, Description, a wooden sword formed from a world tree branch and the elf royal clan's bloodline. It contains a massive amount of life force. Xiaofu waved the royal wood sword about and felt that it was extremely sharp. It easily tore through the air, and a massive sense of life came from the sword. What's more, the royal wood sword had a type of blessing called the elf royal clan's blessing. Anyone who equipped this sword would receive the respect of all elves and be able to subdue elves easily. The sword's stats were quite good, but what he wanted now was a fishing rod. It had now become a sword. "Master, I have a solution for that." A silver-haired young girl appeared by Xiaofu's side as she smiled. Xiaofu looked at Celia, who had just changed, and smiled as he said, "Celia, you look very pretty." A faint look of embarrassment appeared on Celia's face as Xiaofu asked, "What's your solution?" "This is the royal wood sword's second form. Its first and original form is still a fishing rod. If Master wants, I can change it back to a fishing rod," Celia explained. When he heard this, Xiaofu relaxed and asked Celia to change back. The one world rod looked roughly the same as before, but its stats had greatly increased. What Xiaofu cared about the most was the fishing blessing effect, which now increased the chance of catching fish by 800%, and it had an extremely large chance of catching rare types of fish. Now, Xiaofu would be relying on this fishing rod. If this fishing rod performed well, he would make great gains, and if it didn't do well, he would lose out on many opportunities. Time gradually passed, and although there weren't any rivers or oceans within the Forest of Horrors, there were still lakes and streams. As such, Zhaofu ordered people to guard the nearby rivers and streams. The sky gradually darkened, and soon, it was 12 a.m. At that moment, the heavens and the earth started to change. Stars appeared in the sky, giving off resplendent starlight, covering the entire night sky, and turning into a sea of stars. Splash! The sound of a large rock crashing into water sounded out throughout the world, and a gigantic fish appeared in the sky, swimming in the sea of stars as if it was alive and playing in the water. This lasted for 5 or 6 minutes. Then, the gigantic fish turned into countless motes of light that descended from the sky, which was extremely beautiful. The motes of light fell into bodies of water as fish that shined with light appeared. Inscriptions moved on the surface of them, making them look quite mysterious. The Divine Fish Festival had officially begun, and this was when there was the most fish. Zhaofu was currently standing in front of a large lake, and he didn't have to use a fishing rod for now. He held a harpoon in his hand, and because there were simply too many divine fish, it would take too much time to use a fishing rod. It would be much faster to use a harpoon for now. Most of the fish within the water were carp and grass carp, and they were about as big as one's palm. They gave off gray and white lights. There were also some crucian carp that gave off faint blue light. Zhaofu aimed at a fish and raised his harpoon before stabbing it into the water. The divine fish were faster than normal fish, but Zhaofu wasn't slow either. The harpoon pierced through a fish, and the fish tried to struggle and escape. However, Zhaofu quickly raised the harpoon. As soon as the divine fish left the water, it turned into countless motes of light and entered Zhaofu's body. System announcement. Congratulations, you have caught a carp. You have received 10 divine fish points. The fish, which was just a carp, turned into motes of faint gray light. It was the first divine fish caught by Zhaofu. Now, Zhaofu turned his gaze to the next divine fish. 318 Takedown Emperor. Zhaofu once again stabbed out and pierced through the next fish's body, and he raised it out of the water. This fish also turned into countless motes of light and entered Zhaofu's body. System announcement. Congratulations, you have caught a grass carp. You have received 20 divine fish points. This divine fish only gave off white light, and because it was also one of the more normal divine fish, it didn't give many points. Next, Zhaofu's gaze turned to a divine fish giving off blue light. Zhaofu once again vigorously stabbed his harpoon at the divine fish, but the blue fish was much faster than the gray and white fish. However, this wasn't the problem for Zhaofu, and the harpoon still accurately pierced into its body. System announcement. Congratulations, you have caught a crucian carp. You have received 50 divine fish points. There were many divine fish in this lake, and Zhaofu had already caught 3 different types. He hadn't seen any rare fish yet, but because there were so many fish, Zhaofu decided to hold one harpoon in each hand to increase his speed. He sometimes missed, but at the very least, it was faster than fishing with just one harpoon. It was a pity that there was only such an abundance of fish for an hour. After that hour, the number of divine fish started to decrease, and Zhaofu was forced to go elsewhere to look for more. During that hour, Zhaofu caught 126 divine fish and obtained 3,200 divine fish points, which was enough for some small rewards. However, it was far from enough to exchange for one of the 10 epic rank city creation stones. Zhaofu looked at the people around him who were also searching for divine fish, and he decided to start using his fishing rod. He went to a place without many other people around because the divine fish were similar to normal fish in that too many people would scare them away. As such, Zhaofu went to a lake next to a mountain that connected to an underground stream. There would most likely be a lot of fish here. Zhaofu found a large rock and sat on it as he attached a worm to his hook. Even though Zhaofu had never fished before, he knew the basics. After attaching the bait, Zhaofu flicked the hook into the water before silently waiting. What surprised Zhaofu was that even though he didn't catch any fish immediately, his body automatically started cultivating, and the speed was 6 times faster than normal. This wasn't because his grade had increased but because he was in some sort of state that greatly increased his cultivation speed, which shocked Zhaofu. Why was his cultivation going up so fast? Zhaofu started to look for the reason, and he found that it was because of the One World Rod's third effect, fishing comprehension. This item is quite special as it contains a type of source energy. When using it, it will allow one to comprehend the heavens and the earth easier. It turned out that this effect increased his cultivation speed. With his Earth grade status and the One World Rod, his cultivation progressed 6 times faster than before. Now, Zhaofu's cultivation speed was simply monstrous, and there was definitely no one who could cultivate as fast as him. Suddenly, Zhaofu felt a tug at his fishing rod. There was most likely a fish biting at the bait. Zhaofu lifted up the fishing rod, and a lively divine fish was pulled up. The fish gave off a silver light and looked like a mackerel. It was only 3 finger widths wide, and after lifting the fish out of the water, it turned into countless motes of light that entered Zhaofu's body. System announcement. Congratulations, you have caught a silver mackerel. You have received 100 divine fish points. Xiaofu was quite pleased that the first fish he had caught with the rod happened to be worth so much, and after turning into motes of light, the silver mackerel also left Xiaofu an item. It was a crystal orb that was as big as a longan fruit and completely transparent. Xiaofu looked at it and found that it was called a fish jewel, and it could give a random item. Xiaofu was quite curious and chose to open it. The fish jewel flew into the air and turned into a few beast fangs, which were a secret silver rank material. Xiaofu was slightly disappointed about this because they were only secret silver rank materials. However, this was only normal. How could an ordinary divine fish give excellent items? This was already quite good for the first fish caught, and Xiaofu attached new bait before lowering the hook into the water again. Soon, he once again felt a tug at the fishing rod, which meant that another fish had been caught. The one-world rod was indeed very good. Xiaofu raised the fishing rod, and a divine fish glowing with blue light appeared. Xiaofu wasn't very excited about this, and after the fish turned into motes of light and entered his body, he once again set up the bait and lowered the hook again. From then onwards, even though fish took the bait quickly, the next 7 times were all blue divine fish. This told Xiaofu that the lowest grade that the one-world rod would catch was blue divine fish. Blue divine fish also occasionally gave fish jewels, and the items that they gave were only bronze rank. Xiaofu once again cast a line, and very soon, the line was tugged by a fish. Xiaofu lifted it up and found that it was yet another blue divine fish. Even though the frequency was high, Xiaofu wasn't satisfied with just blue divine fish because he wouldn't be able to make great gains. Normally, large fish were in deep waters, and Xiaofu was currently sitting on a large rock by the bank and could only reach the shallow parts. As such, Xiaofu went over to a large tree that was 10 or so meters tall and 1 meter wide. Xiaofu cut down this tree with a single strike and cut a chunk out of it to stand on in the lake. This method was simple but crude. Standing on the tree trunk, Xiaofu floated to the middle of the lake. The lake was about 2,000 meters wide,